now, it's my honor to introduce someone truly inspiring. Please join me in warmly welcoming the founder and CEO of the World Women Foundation, Ms. Rupa Dash.
Well, the room is so small that it doesn't take so much time to walk into the stage, but the music is longer. Well, good morning. Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for joining. This is our first World Women House. Ladies, let's give a big round of applause. Good morning, distinguished leaders, partners, and friends from all across the world. We have more than 4,000 people register for this event. There are so many events happening, and we have more than 500,000 people interested in joining the live stream. So, all congratulations to you. Thank you. This year's theme is Power of Dialogue. We asked ourselves a very simple question. Can dialogue unlock equality moonshot? The answer is yes, it can. Yet in our current era of polarization, geopolitical fracture, and climate urgency, we see that equality should be in the center of making change. The Equality Moonshot, pioneered by World Women Foundation, challenges us to think 50 years ahead, to design beyond election cycles and market quarters, and to move from scarcity of thinking to possibilities of what we can do with our abundant mindset. It demands that we integrate economies with empathy, innovation, and inclusion. And that's exactly why we are here. Over the next few days, over the whole week, you will hear from women who are negotiating peace, women who are building economies, companies, women who are shaping culture, and women who govern the nation, and women who are writing the new chapter of AI, finance, media, and policy. Our mission is not just to create impact in this room, but beyond this room. And how we do that, we provide access to capital, we build communities, we also provide commerce opportunities to deserving women entrepreneurs, and we have built a community of more than 50,000 women globally. And this particular house would not have been possible without committed partners. And one of our partner, Ronald Berger, has been our partner for the last 2 years, and they have shaped the agenda and have brought the right voices into the room. Dassault Systems, our innovation partner with Apple Vision Pro demo in the other room, and the Living Heart, virtual heart, where you can see how your heart is functioning. It shows how innovation and dialogue can really change the world. Russell Reynolds as our leadership partner, L Acoustic, as you see, you will experience extraordinary culture and sound moments throughout the whole week, and it is brought to you by L Acoustic. Today, as we open the doors to World Women House, we also open doors to possibilities. Let's unlock what's possible with the dialogue. And with that, I want to invite one of the most extraordinary female leaders. I have the good fortune of knowing her for the last 2 years, Maria Michalengo, Global MD of Ronald Berger.
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. I try. Okay, I go with this one. Okay, let's see if it works. Thank you very much. And it's really a great pleasure. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends, it's an honor to welcome you to the World Woman Davos Agenda 2026 this year, and to the first World Woman House at Davos. Before I begin, let me extend my deepest gratitude to the World Women Foundation and Rupa Dash personally for bringing us together again for Women Davos Agenda this year, creating the space for this conversation at this moment. If we are honest, gender equality is probably not at the center of the agenda right now. Last year, we were discussing the backlash, you remember, right, against equality topics, and against the idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the rise of reactionary mindsets in the center of society. But since then, the topic has not advanced. Actually, quite the opposite. The topic has largely been pushed off the stage. Sadly, not because the issue has been resolved, but because the agenda is now dominated by other topics. Geopolitical tension, economic pressure, security concerns, a policy crisis that absorbs attention and also political capital currently, right? In that context, gender equality today is often treated as something we can leave for the later, once the things are stabilized. And that's precisely that matters so much that now, this week, 4.5, 5 days, we will be gathering here in the World Woman Davos house, our house, to discuss how, for example, artificial intelligence, lasting reinventions, sustainability, and the inclusive leadership go together to decide about the actions and the future. We will see through the different geographical areas, we will have different angles in these 5 days, in the experience of many young talents are now confronted with a rapid technological change in a setup where it's sometimes very difficult to see where the truth is. And the World Woman Davos Agenda is founded on the principle of fostering collaboration and the joint discussions, right? And it creates a distinctive platform to bring together the leaders, innovators, politicians, and the change makers from various sectors to come together to challenge the status quo. And this year, with a focus on artificial intelligence, where we jointly have to take responsibility, it's important that we bring this topic on the stage. Interestingly, when I shared that we are going to be here talking about artificial intelligence, some of the colleagues and clients asking me, yeah, but why it should be a women's issue? And I get that. At the first glance, it looks misplaced. Because AI is about what? Productivity, growth, change, efficiency. But why bring gender to it? Let me tell you, with the AI revolution, we are about to change the system we are operating. While fundamental inequalities remains unsolved. And the problem with it is that technology doesn't fix the weak systems. Technology scales it. And AI trained on non-diversified data and can reinforce discrimination and stereotypes. And when acceleration meets the political and organizational rollback, imbalances we've been fighting for so long, even hardening. And we as women experience this first, because too many of the decisions shaping this phase are still made without us. So when I'm looking at AI, I'm not looking at a set of tools. I'm looking at a system of power. And the system that determines what becomes visible, what scales, which decisions we take, and we automate, and which voices never enter in the process at all. This is where Women Agenda and AI Agenda gets together. Women remain significantly underrepresented in the most consequential AI decision areas: design, training, deployment, regulation. And the result is operational bias, or even more than that. By lack of representation, bias is not only remained, it's scaled and institutionalized. With this, AI-driven decisions in hiring, healthcare, and finance are widening inequalities. And automated AI tools may only disadvantage women even more because of the bias. And we are all here responsible for this? Many of the decisions that will shape the next phase of AI-driven transformation are being taken now. And decisions about governance frameworks, workforce transition, access to reskilling, and the financing, these choices will not be easy to revisit once the system is there. That's why we better get involved all together in this platform to decide how we can shape the future, how we can overcome the systematic barriers. Roland Berger today here is not just as a partner, but as a participant to this mission, because we commit to the diversity and equality. We advise our clients to build and diversified teams, diversified strategies, the diversified systems, while going through the biggest transformation of the last decades, driven by AI. And our mission here is a knowledge partner to help to bring insights, data, and expertise to this. And this is not about us being alone, it's about what we can achieve together. The World Woman Davos Agenda 26, that's a true collaboration and impact which we can discuss jointly. Over these days, we will engage with stories that should inspire us what is possible, and remind that the leaders who are shaping the systems with a passion and drive can create a really better environment for all of us. That pioneers who are transforming communities through the democratizing technology, they are building the future for us and for our kids in the coming years. So as we begin, I invite you to really approach this discussion with boldness and intention. Share your stories, your challenges, and your solutions. We don't have ready-made answers. We are here to discuss. Every woman in this room and our online audience is a testament to what is possible when the talent meet resilience and the vision meet opportunity. I wish you all a stimulating and impactful event over this week, and full of insights and discussions which we can jointly bring into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria. I'll take this opportunity to invite another incredible leader, Carolina Muller-Moll, the investor and philanthropist and equality advocate. She has been a fierce voice even before we built this house. It's my honor to invite you on stage for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Rupa, and good morning, everyone. How are you? How do you feel? Is it a little full in here? Why is it full in here? You don't have a seat elsewhere, I guess, right? So, Rupa, thank you so much for building this house. It's incredible. I'm so happy to be here. I'm happy to be with all of you, and I'm going to repeat what just has been said. Why am I going to repeat? Because it's important that we say it over and over again. So what you just heard, you will hear again, probably throughout that whole week. And I'm gonna apologize to be repetitive. Because me too, I will have to begin with a very uncomfortable truth. We are not living in a time of natural progress of women in the world. We are living in a deliberate pushback across politics, across business, finance, science, and diplomacy. We over and over, unfortunately, see the same pattern. Women are underrepresented. We are increasingly pushed out. We are marginalized, and we are excluded in some countries. And this is, unfortunately, not accidental. It reflects, in my view, a broader shift in our global communication culture. We have entered an age where loudness is awarded. Simplicity is weaponized, and dominance is mistaken for leadership. A culture where monologue replaces dialogue, and where capacity to listen, integrate, and reflect is treated as weakness and not as strength. And this is precisely why we're here today. And one question has become even more urgent. How do we bring more women to the table? Because research is remarkably consistent. Women tend to communicate in a more dialogue-oriented way, more listening, fewer interruptions, greater nuance, more integration of perspectives. And this is not because of our biology, it's because society have long assigned women to the emotional and connective labor. This is why. But you know what, women? We will only move into a position of real influence if women support women. And we have to do that with the same strategic clarity and consistency that men do it for centuries. Men do not wait to like each other before they open doors. They understand that power is built through alliances, not affections, my dear ladies. Women, by contrast, and this is science, often believe they must first get along. This is a generous instinct, but it's not a strategic one. If we want more women on the table, we must bring them with us. We must recommend them. We must lift them. And we must insist on their presence on the table. Not because we like them and not because we are friends, but because women are the future. Talking future. We are missing one essential conversation. A serious structural dialogue between finance ministries, central banks, and gender economists about the simple fact that closing the gender gap is not a social policy, but one of the strongest economic growth strategies available, my dear friends. This we must make clear. And so, dear friends of the World Women Foundation and the World Women House, let us use this space. I know it's not the largest space, but believe me, next year we're gonna have an even larger house. Yes, Rupa? Yeah, let's get this larger house going on Panomarama Straße, right in the entrance, number 1. No, I'm joking. No, but let us also create a culture of dialogue, because it's powerful. Let us listen to each other, because that is leadership. And let us not wait till we are invited onto the table. If not here, when? If not now, when? So thank you for coming. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for believing in our gender, women. Goodbye.
Thank you, Carolina, for such an inspiring speech. Now it's the best part of World Women House, introducing our youth leaders. Because we believe the next generation is important in having an intergenerational dialogue. We just cannot talk to each other. We need all kind of generation integrated into our house. I would like to first invite Parisa Verma, a junior at Yale University.
Thank you so much, Rupa. Thank you for having me here. Good morning. As Rupa just said, my name is Parisa. I'm a junior at Yale University, and I'm also a student researcher, and I'm an aspiring physician working at the intersection of medicine, neuroscience, and the arts. And I'm so excited to be here in Davos this week with you all, because Davos is a space where we're encouraged not just to optimize systems, but to rethink them through conversation and dialogue. And that's exactly what my work aims to do in healthcare. My mission centers on a simple but often overlooked problem. Modern medicine is incredibly advanced, especially with improvements in AI, yet many patients still feel unseen, unheard, and disengaged from their own care. I study how creative practices, especially music, can be integrated into clinical settings to strengthen patient-provider connections, increase empathy, and improve well-being and health outcomes for all. Alongside this, I also conduct clinical research in prostate cancer and rare neuroendocrine tumors, so I've seen firsthand how isolating illness can be. What I'm looking for this week is collaboration from those who value human-centered care and creative health interventions. Together, I believe that we can make medicine not only more technically advanced, but more humane. Thank you so much.
I would love to invite Micah Latimer for her. She's one of our youth lead from senior from UC San Diego.
Good morning. My mother has been coming to Davos for the past 15 years, and through this exposure, I've heard these conversations repeatedly. Ambitious discussions about equity, leadership, and opportunity. What stood out over time isn't a lack of intention, but how often outcomes fall short. That's why I'm here. I'm interested in bridging the gap between how we talk about a gender-inclusive workforce and how those ideas are actually implemented. My name is Mika Latimer, as Rupa mentioned. I'm studying psychology, focused on how institutional design shapes decision-making and access. The problem I'm working on is what happens between intention and impact. Many gender-focused initiatives are thoughtfully designed but fail in practice, particularly for women and young people. My focus is on listening to those directly affected, identifying where implementation breaks down, and translating those insights into systems that work better, again, in practice. Thank you. I'm beyond grateful to the World Woman Foundation for this opportunity and excited to be in a room with people who have spent decades designing these systems, because learning at the point of decision-making is unmatched. Thank you.
Our next youth leader, Anushka Shukla, freshman from George Washington University.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Anushka Shukla. I'm a freshman at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., studying economics and international affairs. I chose international affairs because I live in a world that is increasingly more polarized. I believe that collaboration and commitment and conversations is the only way to move forward, because it allows us to imagine the world in other people's shoes. It enables a more understanding society, and I hope to be part of that effort. I'm also committed to bringing change by fighting sexual abuse against young women. Often these victims are overlooked, and I believe that with help to regain stability in their lives, they can move forward with their experiences. I'm really grateful and excited for this wonderful opportunity provided by the World Woman Foundation. Being able to see and listen to women who are policymakers, CEOs, researchers, doctors, and more, all in the same room, is so rare, and it's incredibly inspiring. As a young person passionate about the world and changing it, I'm here to learn and understand the systems that shape our society. I would be deeply appreciative if you could share your perspectives, offer mentorship, and help young leaders like me better understand how ideas turn into real change. Thank you for your time. I'm extremely honored to be here.
And last but not the least, Ayati Dashkar, our 8th grade student.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Yes. So my name is Ayati Dashkar. I'm an 8th grade student. I'm the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation. I'm also the Global Youth Ambassador for the Heidesium Foundation, based right here in Switzerland. And I'm also the host of a podcast called Girls Talk STEM. This year's theme is the spirit of dialogue, and we are here celebrating the power of dialogue. But it's easy to talk to those who already agree with you. The real test of leadership in 2026 will be talking to those who disagree with you, fostering dialogue with those who don't agree with you. That's the whole point of the spirit of dialogue. And since we're celebrating this theme, we have to agree that we are living in a contested and fragmented world where trust has become a rare currency. But fragmentation is a choice, and cooperation is a practice. So let's rebuild that trust by listening more than we lecture. So let's do this, because many think that dialogue is a sign of weakness, of giving in, but I like to say it's the highest form of courage. It is the courage to speak up. It is the courage to turn up the volume for those who have been silenced. So this is where our equality moonshot begins. Our equality moonshot begins where we move from discussion to delivery. So, if you are ready to listen, I welcome you to the listening zone and the first ever World Woman House in Davos. And I would like to welcome our moderator, Ms. Shelley Phillips, and the Right Honourable Ms. Helen Clark, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, to the stage if they're here yet. Yes. So nice to meet you.
That was amazing. Here you go. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Sherry Phillips. I'm the CEO of Forbes. Welcome. How inspiring are these young ladies? Okay, so we're women and we pivot. Is Helen here?
Helen is on her way. Maybe we can start the next session.
Okay, that would be amazing because my next panelists are quite good at pivoting and they're here. So we're just gonna do that. We're gonna just jump, right? Hello, my dear. Yes. Yes, thank you. You come on up. See, we're gonna go first. We're gonna get this out of the way. Hi, everyone. Well, these young leaders were so inspiring, so thank you so much. And thank you for everyone for being here. It's incredible to see this room so full. First day, early in the morning. What I want to talk about with these panelists as they sit here in Nicola, in technology, Anu, right, in philanthropy and healthcare. And of course, I know I'm going to get the pronunciation right, so correct me. I'm going to, you say it. I knew, and I still won't get that right. But thank you. In sports.
My name has all the alphabets, it's fine.
Incredible. Well, that's why you're so talented in sports and philanthropy. And thank you for being here. Her incredible sister is here with her as well. So really want to talk about kind of this intersection as we sit here right now with culture. And as female leadership, as we sit with all of the viewpoints that all of you sit at in this culture right now, what does it mean for us to lead? What does it mean for us in this kind of multilateralism? Can we actually effectively change the dialogue with where we sit right now? I'm going to let Nicola go first because she's my friend.
The answer is yes.
See, we love that positivity.
No, but first off, can I just say, looking out at a room like this, heaving to capacity just fills my heart with joy because I'm old and I've been coming to the WEF for a long time. And I remember the days when I was the only woman in the room. So to see a room, well, give us a round of applause. Like, girl power. Girl power. And the men in the room, we love you too. Yes. So culture is unbelievably important. We're living, as everybody knows, in the most extraordinary of times. And the pace of change is unlike anything I think any of us could ever have imagined. I'm looking around the room and seeing some lovely friends. So that's making me happy as well. I was thinking about some examples of this and why culture matters and why we need to really be embracing and thinking about how this pace of change. If you think about some of the inventions of the past, the spindle, probably not one you'll hear much mentioned, took 100 years to get around the world. 100 years. And so that was one thing. The smartphone did it in about 13 years. And AI is literally doing it in days and hours. I had a beautiful quote this morning somebody said to me that their grandma, who's 89 years old, thinks that ChatGPT is her boyfriend, which I just thought was the cutest thing. So dialogue, why that matters to your question and why it's important, it's essential. Because when you're moving at the pace that AI is moving at, it's important that we have the forums where we can debate, discuss, that we can be aware of the risks, that we can build together accountability, and also the protections that are needed at this point in time. So it's the most exciting time, and it's the most critical time to make sure that we have openness, trust, and dialogue at this time.
Amazing. Anu?
Thank you. And again, thank you, Rupa, and everybody for having us here. I just wanted to share a little bit about my own personal story. And, I grew up really traveling the world as a UN child. And so I really could see the disparity and the gender equality. It didn't matter which country I was in. There were, girls and women were always left behind, and boys got to, go to school, got to get jobs and everything. And even when I went to the US for further education, I thought, oh, now I'm in America, I'm going to have this, amazing gender equal life. And it was shocking to see that, 1 in 3 women, there was no safety for women, and it was a global problem. It wasn't something that was just for the third world or anywhere else. And so that's been my mission, really. I've really wanted to change that. Having 2 sons and a daughter, I wanted to make sure that we live in a world where she has the best of everything. So my work has focused around, being involved with all of these organizations, such as Women Moving Millions. We're a global network of, high net worth women, and have already invested $1 billion towards gender equity. And it's the dialogue really bringing us together and, fighting for change, investing, fighting, and bringing our voices to the table. So I highly, it's so wonderful to see so many women here, because that's what's going to bring about change.
Amazing. Appreciate it. And you sitting at sports right now, women in sports, it's just unbelievable, the force, but yet still the change that needs to happen, right? It's like one of those things that's on the tip of everyone's tongue right now, and yet we still see the numbers and we're so far behind. Talk about that and your experience.
I love right now reflecting on my journey, because I represented Saudi Arabia in Rio 2016 Olympics as Saudi's first ever female sprinter to participate in the Olympics. Woo! And right now we're almost in the 10th year anniversary. And Peter Morgan, the writer for one of the main writers for Netflix, The Crown, said that he likes to leave a minimum of 10 years distance from any events to allow for proper perspective. So throughout the 10 years, what I've learned is, yes, representation matters, and we live in the world of social media where one post, one video can reach to millions of audience worldwide. But also visibility is accountability. We have to invest in good role models, and also local good role models. Yeah. Because after I participated in Rio 2016, I have so many girls saying that they saw me and they wanted to be an Olympian like me. Mothers telling me that how their daughters wanted to become athletes. Also, I have one of my relatives who picked up the same discipline and in the same sport, and she is still now, after 10 years, still an active athlete in that. So that's a power of influence, and I think it's really, really important. But for us athletes, I would say, yes, we're really we always try to strive for perfection. because, you know, the gold medal, the standard and everything. And I think perfection isn't real. You can never be perfect. And don't wait for the right moment. A lot of people want to hear your voice. So be out there, be more than your performance, be ambassador for your community, your sport and your country, because usually people get inspired by the people that are closer to them. So be that person for your community, and you will create a lasting change.
I think that's such an important comment to make, because as we look at the moments of change, and sometimes it's incremental, sometimes it's locally, and what that ripple effect can have. Anu, we'll just work backwards on this way, because I want to pick up on that thread. Can you just talk about that from just even in those smaller kind of local moments?
So basically, having a ripple effect on, you know, everything that we're doing is what's happening. So if we advocate for change, you know, and especially as you said, with technology and social media, you know, we're having a dialogue in one part of the world, and it's spread like fire, and it reaches across the world, and it just has such a big ripple effect. So I truly believe that, you know, raising our voices, talking about, like, I'm in the women's health space, so even like, you know, for me, like, menopause was a topic that was taboo. And today, there's been so much talk about it. Before, we had to suffer in silo. And, you know, whatever it was, brain fog, depression, anxiety, you know, we were treated like, oh, you just have a mental health problem, which is not the case. I mean, we're realizing that it's actually a stage in life that women go through. And so now, at least, there's so much, you know, technology that's changing that whole landscape.
Yeah.
So it's that ripple effect that happens when we raise our voices and really speak up for what we care about and what hasn't been talked about.
Yeah. And Nicola, you have such an incredible background. Tech is just a small piece of it, and your innovation and just kind of, I just think your whole mindset in terms of your career, but how you're able to see in that landscape a global perspective, but also incremental change from a global stage. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Wow, that's a lot. So
so impressive. She's so, if you knew her for a second.
I don't know about that, but I think maybe some of the things that you're talking about there is that alongside my day job at Meta, where I look after our revenues, I also set up a foundation to find a cure for follicular lymphoma, which is a disease that I have, and I'm determined. It's an incurable blood cancer, and I'm determined to find a cure. And one of the things come on.
Woo, come on.
And anybody that wants to go on the journey, I'm all into all offers of help, gratefully and humbly appreciated. But I just think we're at this incredible time where somebody somewhere in the world can have an idea, and the amplification of that idea can go to literally billions of people. When you think about the Meta platforms, 3.5 billion people are using one of our platforms every single day. And so that power that is there now was never there. And I think that's particularly important when it comes to women. And one of the things that I love about my role is it is a global role. I do travel the world. I get to meet with extraordinary women. And one of the things in particular is around how women have been empowered by the smartphone in particular to be able to set up businesses, to be able to lift their family, lift their communities. And the same is true in healthcare as well. So the fact that people with rare diseases around the world can, through a Facebook group, now connect and find one another, there's huge power in that, and there's huge strength, the source of strength that comes with that as well. So I just think we're living in the most dynamic, exciting, entrepreneurial, engaging world. And if anybody has a dream out there, this is the period in history where, in particular for women, dreams can come true. So I would say seize the dream and believe in yourself.
I think, too, this moment now more than ever, all of these women here at Davos, this is my first Davos. So I think for us to state your intention, what you want, whether it's for partnership, whether it's for sponsorship, whether it's what you want to get out of this moment, is so critical and important that a lot of us women do, we don't do that enough. And I think here, this is a moment for all of us, including myself, to state that, be super intentional, and form those alliances, both with our male partners, female colleagues across the globe, and again, be very intentional and state that. Are there any?
By the way, I can't believe that this is your first one. It's ridiculous. All of us can't believe that.
Well, now I'll have a story to tell that we just flipped the script and went to our first panel on it. So we'll have something fun to say. But any last parting words?
Go ahead.
Well, I'll share one that I think is particularly important. Everybody is talking about AI. The facts out there tell us that women are using AI about 20% less than men. It's a shocker. Who's using AI in the room? A lot of you, but not everybody. Okay, not everybody. However much you're using it, you're not using it enough.
So true.
Meta AI is free. It's at the top of all of our platforms using it. The reason women are not using it is because they think they're cheating if they use it. You got to tell the women out there to use it more. You've got to use it more. You've got to use it as your best friend, your girlfriend, your lover, your everything.
100%.
It's just going to make you better and better, more productive, more efficient, more creative, and more fun.
100%. Couldn't agree more.
Well, I would like to say that, my women were left out of clinical research until 1993, which is shocking. And so today, when we go see a doctor, we're treated like small little white men. And so we need more investment. We need more data. We need more data on women's health. And that's what I'm focused on. My daughter started a company called Evie on the vaginal microbiome. And it's changing fertility. It's changing, infertility. It's changing everything, the entire landscape. We have a company also focused on the microbiome and called Viome, and we give you insights onto how to optimize your health by eating the right foods, living, the right lifestyle. So it's a matter of having the right, it's kind of having a toolkit and knowing also how to optimize your own health. Our mission is to make you the CEO of your own health.
Of your own body. So smart. Yeah.
As an athlete, I would say that try to be creative in solving your problems and don't wait for the perfect moment. When I first started, there was no one. There was not a single female runner in the national team. But after my run in 2016, and if in 2026, right now, we have more than 330,000 registered female athletes in Saudi Arabia. That's
Congratulations.
and that tells you a lot because it tells you that you have to be very innovative. And my mother always tells me that you can buy almost anything except lost time. So try to lead by seizing time. Because I went to the Olympics at just 22 years, and after that I co-founded the Saudi Rowing Federation, a sport non-existent in Saudi. And we don't have natural rivers in Saudi. So what we did is actually we got the boats and we started rowing at 5 a.m. in the sea. And that gave us clear water. And also I achieved the Guinness World Record in that same center that I helped establish. And again, cross-country skiing. I'm also a cross-country skier from a national team. And I signed with Al Nassr club that famously signed Cristiano Ronaldo. And if anyone needs a jersey for Cristiano Ronaldo, you know where to find me. Just be innovative. And don't wait for the perfect moment.
Don't wait. I love that. I'd love to meet your mother. She sounds amazing.
She's
especially.
She's here.
Oh, hi, Mom. You've done a great job.
Yeah. I just want to add one thing. I want to give a shout out to the youth delegation because really that next generation is key to us becoming, making them the leaders today. And I've seen that happen. So shout out to you guys for being here.
Carry on. Yes. All right. Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your flexibility.
So good to see you. Delaney, can you come forward and get a quick picture? Didn't happen if it's not on social media.
Exactly. Spread the word.
Come on,
I believe Helen's here. Yeah. Oh, there you are. You were hiding. Okay. Amazing. Okay. All right. All right. We got you here. You're here. All right. All right. We are going to have another incredible conversation. Thank you to those ladies. They're so amazing. And when we get women in with diverse perspectives, it makes all of us better. It's so fun to hear just the different cross sections. So, but this is an incredible leader, Prime Minister Helen Clark, who has really has done incredible, had an incredible career, has made incredible changes. And I think for us, it's important to hear about those changes in this room of women at Davos, to feel it, to hear about it from you, and also the practicality of it, because I think there's so many things that you can teach us. And so let's just start with that a little bit about you. And
well, good morning, everybody. And sorry to be about 3 minutes late, but you know, you pack in a lot at Davos. And because I have so many diverse interests, I tend to be running from global health to women's equality to geopolitics to,
well, I'm sure
I don't
you
know.
get stopped along the way quite a bit, so we're honored to have you here.
We'll fit it all in here. But just sort of picking up on the point you made, there's no big job I've ever been in, and I've been in a few, where you didn't face quite daunting challenges. And so you can't solve them with just one wave of a magic wand, right? You have to say, well, what are the steps I could take which would make some kind of difference here?
Right.
So my approach is always to try and deconstruct a challenge and then say, well, where's the role that or what are the steps that I could take in the position I've got? And I mean, I don't, these days I help, good causes. I'm taken on the chair of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from the 1st of January for my sins. Could there be a worse time to be taking on this chair, because global health financing's gone over a cliff? Those of you from the United States will know that your health secretary isn't particularly keen on vaccines.
Yes,
so the US has gone from being a major funder of Gavi to zero.
Yes.
Right. So these are very challenging times, but how do we make the most of what we've got while we've got it to make a difference for those 14.5 million children out there who have never had as much as a single dose of any vaccine at all? And, of course, are incredibly exposed to the childhood diseases that all of us here in this room, I guess, have been lucky enough to be protected against. So, yeah, deconstruct the problem, see what you can do with the resources you've got and the skills you've got at the time.
It's so smart. And I think, we were hearing earlier, I think it was from Carolina, and, we were really hearing about the problems that exist and kind of, again, deconstructing them, but also how do we use either, women as advocates and allies, but also men, and so when we deconstruct the problem, then what's that first step typically look like for you?
Well, for the role of women, I think we need to be quite fearless, because what have we got to lose? Look, one of the many issues I'm following at the moment is the absolute scandal of the Uganda election, right? Absolute scandal. Look, when I was a young Prime Minister in 2000, probably 2001, because something delayed the holding of a Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. But I then met President Museveni. He's still there. I'm years out of being New Zealand PM. He's just sort of taken a 9th term in office. The first 2 weren't elected at all. He's now in his 80s. Look, in the early days, probably did quite a good job of stabilising after the nightmare of Idi Amin and the rest of it. But the people want change. The young people want change. Now, I'll come to the theme of women, because my colleague Winnie Byanyama, who now leads UNAIDS and used to be at UNDP with me, and was once a minister in Uganda and was in the guerrilla forces that President Museveni led when they were challenging Amin. Her husband has suffered arbitrary detention and torture for years in Uganda. He's going through it again. She's been out there publicly supporting Bobby Wine, the pop star turned politician who's taken on Museveni. She's so brave, because life is cheap when people are desperate to hold on to power and will use the power of the state. So, just look at Winnie, who stands there, just so proud and certain, and says, I'm not going to be silent through this. I'm going to speak up. I'm not going to waver. So I think, we look to those role models of women who say, no, I'm going to stand my ground here. And, if I don't, what use is my voice if I don't use it? So, yeah, but I mean, in deconstructing and starting with the first steps, I mean, if I use the Gavi example again, we will hold a retreat of the board at the end of March, and we have to confront the realities that development financing is probably never going to come back to the level that it was, right? So what is the path from here? What is the path of the big global funds? I say in small letters because there is a global fund, the global fund for AIDS, TB and malaria as well. Everyone's facing these issues. And I think we have a period now where we have to plan the maximum support to countries to be able to survive without the Western donor dollar for the most part, because it's not coming back. But then countries also generally want to be free of it anyway. They want to make their own decisions, set their own priorities, and move forward. So how can we be part of that process at this time?
Yeah, it's really challenging.
Yeah, and there is at this Davos, by the way, President Mahama of Ghana is coming, and he's bringing the big idea that he's launched called the Accra Reset. African health sovereignty being asserted, but it's being broadened to development sovereignty generally. And they're saying, we're moving on. We're moving on with the resources. We've got to do what we can. Are you with us? Come with us. And there'll be quite an interesting session on that on Thursday.
Okay. So lots to watch here.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's really interesting when you talk about watching women that are brave, that are unwavering. In many times, we feel like we don't have many of those examples. And so that can feel depleting. And again, it's so encouraging to hear your stats in sports, or to hear, obviously, from these young women that spoke on the stage today. They give such a bright hope for the future.
And those women, so many women are out there. I mean, congratulations. I've followed the Saudi athletes, women coming to the fore, going where no women from your country have been before. It's just so inspiring. And in cases of other women who've stood up, I mean, look at Hillary. Hillary's been under attack since she was the First Lady of Arkansas, and she still stands there with a punch. I see the Republicans are after her now, wanting her to testify on the Epstein issues. Hello? I mean, this is persecution, but she stands there.
Yeah, she does.
Incredible.
She's incredible. Yeah. No, I mean, we do have leaders, and I think it's important for us to keep telling those stories, especially when we may not be aware of them, when they may not be local, and they might be on a global stage. And again, social media, of course, helps us with that, as does technology and AI. But really, it's sharing those stories, empowering one another, and really, it's about bringing other women up, whether you may know their story or not, right? It's how can we make that advancement?
Yeah. Well, look, for example, at the tragic situation in Iran, and there's a particular woman who I follow her fate on Twitter is X, and she's a Nobel Peace Prize winner. She's been detained for years in terrible circumstances, and those women still stand there. Some also from your own country, Saudi Arabia. They still stand there, no matter what's thrown at them. They're still standing there and saying, we have a right to equality.
Right. Yeah, it's incredible. Share some other, because we're so lucky to have you and have your time here. What are you excited about to hear at Davos, and what should we all be watching for?
Isn't there a helicopter coming on Wednesday?
That there is.
Although my sister, when I phoned her in New Zealand this morning, said there's speculation now that the helicopter won't come because of the row with Europe. And has everyone seen the tweet today about the letter that went to the Norwegian Prime Minister?
No.
That said, your country denied me the Nobel Peace Prize, and I've already solved 8 conflicts, and I deserved it, and I'm sick of you all now. I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't tragic. But yeah, I mean, who would have thought we'd see the day when the French and the Germans would rush troops to Greenland to defend it? So, I mean, it could be a bit heated here at Davos, and apparently the Europeans are preparing a sort of tariffs package themselves if there's not some backing off Greenland. But I don't know. I mean, I think there'd be, if you Google, is Trump coming to Davos, you'll see all these headlines. Trump will dominate Davos. Well, let's not let him dominate Davos. Let's let conversations like this, conversations on health, conversations on climate, be the ones that are important, not that particular sideshow.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think conversations like this and kicking off Davos with women in this room, women who are sitting and are part of the conversation, women who are on stage, young female leaders taking the stage so bravely. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for World Women for bringing this front and center. And thank you, Prime Minister, for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Rainy routine pattern. Clean like jerseys, talk on the net, but they move too wordy. I just run laps before they get done dirty. I don't chase trends, I set them facts. Man talk pace, but they ain't built for the tracks. I don't need luck, that's plan and graph. Came from scraps, now I'm lapping the pack. If we talk top spot, that's me, no debate. Came in clutch when they folded from weight. Race any man, he ain't matching my burst. Check that scoreboard, bro, I'm first. I don't do second place, that's foreign. Early morning, training, storming. Ain't no breaks in the field, I'm scoring. Whole league shook when they saw my performance. They want smoke till the clock gets tight. Watch man fall when the grind gets night. Free my life, but won't live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Anushka Shukla. I'm a youth delegate for the World Woman Foundation. I'm very honored to be here in Davos. I'm introducing our next session, The Now Moment of AI. Our moderator is Miss Whitney Baird. She's President and CEO of the United States Council for International Business. Please welcome Miss Baird and our esteemed speakers.
Good morning, everyone. That's what I'm talking about. Is this on? Can you hear me properly? Yeah. Excellent. We're really excited. I'm the president and CEO of the U.S. Council for International Business. We work with a number of U.S. companies, primarily multinationals, that have a global interest and global presence. In the international economic policy space. And we're really delighted today to have several of our member companies represented here. And when we first started talking to Rupa about doing some panels, one of the things that came up, of course, is AI, because I don't know about you, but I can't go anywhere without AI being one of the dominant themes of really almost every discussion. But the point, I guess this is a personal point for me, is I often hear about these, AI governance, AI use, AI protections, but it's often talked about in future terms. And to me, AI is here. I don't know about you. If anyone who is using a phone, using a computer, AI is right there already. And what I find kind of humblingly is even no matter how tech adept I am, I find that there are a lot of challenges. And so we thought it would be really useful to come together today and talk a little bit about the AI moment that is now and what companies, either that are generators of AI or users of AI, are doing to skill up their workforce and look at this moment. I'm really thrilled to say our panelists today, Malika Yadkin-Krilla with Google, who is the head of international organizations. Malika, thank you for joining us. Deb Bowler from Dow, she's the chief information officer. And then Florian Fleischman, who with Talent Neuron is the global director of strategic workforce planning. Sorry, it's here as SWP, and I don't know about you. I can quickly get lost in acronyms. Just to note, and maybe set the stage very briefly, as we all know, as you have heard again and again, AI has the potential and is in fact already is driving productivity development. The WTO notes that AI could increase global GDP by 12 to 13% just by 2040. And studies show that productivity is a primary determinant of a country's standard of living. It leads to improved wages, stability, and career paths, fuels entrepreneurship and innovation, and drives demand for labor and creates new work opportunities. But the biggest obstacle to AI adoption is the lack of skills. Whether it's the need for AI specialist skills, but the complementary skills to employ AI, and that it's important for governments to partner with businesses to promote upskilling. So the focus of our panel today is how businesses are already ensuring that all workers can take advantage of AI. So first I'll turn to Malika. So what makes right now different from past tech waves like mobile or cloud? And how is Google responding to this moment by expanding connectivity to unconnected populations and scaling global upskilling efforts?
Great. Well, thanks very much for having me here today. We're going to play a little audience participation. What year do people think the first cell phone came out for the general public? Any guesses? There's no wrong answers, guys. Yeah, that's your reaction to check on AI. Okay, go ahead. 1990. 81, did I hear? Yeah, 83 is the right answer. So it came online, cell phones about 1983. What is the first year you think the first smartphone came online for folks to be using? What year? Yeah, 2005, 2000, around. It was 2007. So we have a 25-year gap in the scientific evolution and advancement in mobile technology. Right now with AI, it is growing leaps and bounds, and I want to share a few examples. AI is not just a tool that you go to and use. It is a general purpose technology. It is a utility for every aspect of your life, from your kids' learning to making efficiency gains in your own work to how people are studying online to scientific advancements. At Google, one of the big breakthroughs we had is with AlphaFold, where our team developed a protein structure. I'm not a health professional, but what I've learned is that this protein mapping was given to the world and available now for researchers and academics to map proteins, and it is making incredible advancement in drug discovery, in cancer research, and is going to leapfrog, transform the way that we're able to eradicate certain diseases and how we look at healthcare overall. If you think of the 2.2 billion people unconnected in the world, we're engaging in that space as well. The advancements are incredible, and I'm happy to talk about that if you're interested. One last thing I want to talk about is Google Translate. Google Translate is an incredible tool. I hope you all use it, but the advancements have been incredible. We started off in about 2006 with 2 or 3 languages, just popping them online and seeing what happens. We have made a commitment now to 1,000 languages to ensure indigenous local languages are being culturally preserved and people are able to communicate in that. Right now, any guess how many languages are available on Google Translate? Yes, a lot. I can give you a number for a lot. It's 257 languages. 50% of those have come online in the last year alone because of the advancements of AI, and we've made a commitment to 1,000. So again, those are just a few of the examples I wanted to share with the group.
I think just from the perspective of cultural importance, the opportunity in Google Translate or in these models really to preserve potentially dying and truly obscure dialects and languages is really impressive, really leading to an increase in the canon of available information. That's I really like that. Just a quick follow-up to you is looking at what you have just said, what skills for all of us, what skills will be most important over the next 3 to 5 years to take advantage of this evolution?
I think first, in order to get people skilled, you have to address connectivity. So with 2.2 billion people in the world still unconnected to the internet, we got to address that issue first before we talk about skilling. And Google is doing our part to ensure this digital divide that we're seeing does not become an AI divide. And we're doing that through connectivity with 30 subsea and terrestrial cables throughout the world that are connecting large economies to smaller economies, especially in the global south. So we have an Emoja cable, Equiano cable that is going through Western Africa and connecting Europe to Africa. We have our Humboldt cable connecting South Africa to the Pacific Islands, and then the Emoja cable connecting South Africa to Australia. And why this is significant is it's going to contribute to the stat Whitney just gave that the WTO said that AI is going to transform, GDPs globally. We're already seeing a huge increase in GDP in places like Nigeria and Namibia where these cables have landed. And so it's exciting to see, and we're trying to do our part. And then just shifting to the AI skills building, there's a lot of things that we're doing to train people once they are online. But the key here is the augmentation. 60% of jobs are going to be augmented in one way or the other through AI, especially in the US. And so how we approach that augmentation in each sector and how we train people is going to be critical.
That's really interesting for me. As a diplomat, I spent a good bit of my early mid-career in working in Africa and West Africa. And one of the things I would note going back to the mobile revolution is when I first started in the late 1980s, getting landlines in West Africa was incredibly expensive and really difficult. And what was fascinating is in the late 90s, in most of these countries, there was just simply a jump over. Forget landlines, they just went straight to mobile. And and quite effectively. And you would travel, wherever you would travel, frankly, you would see young people, older people, farmers, and others who had phones, whether they were smart or dumb. I mean, they had phones in their hand, the ability just to move past that. And so I think just noting what you said about keeping the AI, the digital divide from becoming an AI chasm really will be really important, and appreciate what you said that Google is doing to try to take that on. So second, if I can turn to Deb. So AI workforce skills aren't just for the tech sector. So at Dow, how are you building an AI-ready workforce that directly improves manufacturing performance?
Yeah, it's such a great question, and hopefully I get to build on some of the points too from you. So just for context, Dow, just maybe not everybody knows what Dow does as opposed to Google. So in the world of Dow, we are a 128-year-old company. We have 36,000 employees, but we're a material science company, so we do a lot of chemistry and a lot of engineering, but we're in 170 countries. And in those 170 countries, we have 31 manufacturing facilities. So when we think about manufacturing on a global scale and the differences with our team members across the globe in trying to produce great products for our customers. So it's an interesting starting point is how diverse our employees are, let alone our products are. So I would answer your question in terms of AI and the workforce. For those 36,000 employees, we obviously have to inform them about how to do your job in a different way and augment, as you said, how do we use AI to augment? So first of all, I talk about digital literacy, and digital literacy in the actual manufacturing facility often happens differently than in an administrative office. So you have to think about how to take the literacy to them. Now, luckily, we have a lot of engineers in our facility, so there's already an aptitude. But I would highlight two examples for where AI is actually changing the way we manufacture. So in some of our facilities, we have very large, massive crackers. These facilities, one of them in particular, is larger than the island of Manhattan. So you have to think about massive facilities, millions of I/O devices. And so how do we use AI to learn how these actual crackers or furnaces are working? And without getting the specifics, you can understand that AI can help us understand the health of the system. So we're already understanding the complementary nature between AI, the physical asset, and the human who has to run the asset. So what we like to think about is our digital transformation is being led by people, but augmented by the technology and AI. So it's really an exciting part to see them increase our efficiency. And the second example I would give you is sometimes in these facilities there's confined places. And we don't want to put people into these confined places because there's a risk. So we can use more technology and high-vis cameras with high resolution and AI to see what humans can't see in these confined spaces to increase safety. So we're excited about actually seeing millions of dollars of savings, saving human lives from having to go in places and spaces we don't want them to go. But we're moving our people from actual task doers to more digital directors. They're using AI to help us achieve the work, but it is not replacing them per se in these manufacturing roles.
Terrific, thank you. And it is, for me, I just think one of the most powerful aspects of AI is its, in a sense, ability to collate and search through just enormous amounts of information that would take any of us just hours and hours and days.
Yeah, impossible to achieve with the human. I mean, some of the mathematical equations we cannot achieve, right?
Terrific. Well, Florian, at Talent Neuron, you drive strategic workforce planning and track labor market shifts. And if I can just say by definition, AI is going to drive both of these things. Good business for you. What functions are being impacted by AI, and how can governments, companies, and individuals adapt?
Yeah, I guess if you look into AI from the perspective of where can you automate, so you might look into tasks that are quite repetitive, that happen very often. So these are the tasks that you see in administrative areas, be it purchasing, be it taking calls from customers, call centers. And these are the ones that companies focus on. And I guess in the past year, everyone has been playing around with AI and companies looked here and there what they can do for them. But I think it has taken now the next stage. And we have a very good example from the Industrial Revolution, right? Mm-hmm. So when the steam machine came in, not everything can be automated. So, you can automate car manufacturing, but still machines are not capable of folding a T-shirt right now, right? So, not everything that could be possible is possible right now, but for a lot of companies it has worked out. So take the insurance companies now as an example from a global insurance company. So what they did is they took the customer calls for car damages. So if your car is broken, so an agent would take the calls from the customers. Another agent would start checking, is it eligible to actually have that insurance coverage? The third agent would start calling a taxi to pick the person up, and the fourth agent would take off the administrative part. So these are examples where they, I think, taken 10,000 customer calls, and they've massively reduced the time that they can serve the customer. At the same time, it means in a lot of areas in the companies we need less people, whereas it's not necessarily bad, right? In a lot of industrialized countries, you have demographics, so you have a shortage of labor in the upcoming years. And this is where companies look into how can I actually reskill people. So in some areas you need more people, in others you need less. So that's one part where the companies, I think, need to be really transparent also with employees to say, look, we really need less people in this area, and we provide you a platform so that you can start reskilling there. And this is, I think, where also the individual comes in, because it's there. AI is an opportunity, right? So just a question, how many of you used AI to create an application and turn it into a business? Perfect. Wow, very nice. So everyone, and I just talked to a neighbor. Actually, she developed an app for motorcycle maintenance within a day, and she created a business. Now she is already making $1 million out of that business. So that's something that is possible. It doesn't require technology skills. It just requires creativity and, most importantly, also courage to take these topics. So this is where I think it has to come from many sides. It just not just from the companies, but also from individuals to take that. And if you look into it, at the moment is still quite of an imbalance in terms of what we as society will feel. So if you look into ChatGPT, I think 30% of the downloads there are from women, 70% of men. So that's something that we might want to look into, because AI is not evenly distributed and it doesn't create the same opportunities for everyone right now. But this is where the last part, also governments come in, where you just need to build like a motorway to largely transform and upskill people into the topic of AI, what it can do for them. And also, last part, I think at the moment or in the past, we learned for 1 or 2 professions that we would take in our lives. This is something that will change. The pace is increasing, so that means we'll do 5 or 6 jobs. And this is where governments, and I think where we also have to get into the minds of people, that you need to get used to that thought, that lifelong learning is one of the keys.
I really appreciate that. I do think one of the striking things in our conversation today, I often hear discussions of AI in particularly effects on jobs and the workforce is almost fear-based. The sense that it's going to destroy jobs or change. And I guess maybe for me as an inherent optimist, I do like to think of AI being a tool to help us do our jobs better and more easily. But it is true what you were saying is that there will be jobs, I mean, there will be many functions where you need fewer people doing those functions. But I think maybe an area we can focus on is where there are new opportunities for new kinds of work based on AI. And maybe, Malika, if I can come back to you. So Google, as you have noted, and I think as we see broadly, is partnering to skill people globally. So what's the most effective model you've seen for scaling AI training, and what can make those partnerships work?
Well, first, we're seeing a transformation in search. People used to say, train me in coding, and now that's dramatically changed to teach me AI. And the bottom line is 60% of the world's jobs didn't exist 80 years ago. And so we think of AI in the workforce as jobs gained, jobs lost, jobs changed. And Google is doing our part for how are we training not only just the developing world, but the entire globe. And we're starting globally with our CEO on the floor of the United Nations announcing a $120 million global AI opportunity fund that has targeted 1 million people in underserved communities globally to train them in AI, to expose them to that, to teach the basic skills of AI and what it's needed. Additionally, if you are a consumer of AI, we have a Grow with Google program where you can go online and get a certificate. You take a several-hour course on AI essentials and courses in STEAM work globally. We're working with women. We've trained 100 million people now across the world that get these certificates. And not only that, then we're connecting them to employers as well. So it's not only just getting these certificates, but Google is helping get them employment in their local areas, et cetera. Then you think of cascading that down to the government level. For example, in the Global South, which is really important when we're talking about addressing the digital divide, we are working with governments on a game plan, specifically like an Africa blueprint on AI that looks at 3 pillars within government access. One is the youngest students and youth. How are we training the next generation of leaders so they're able to use AI in their everyday lives and it's more comfortable? 2 is practitioners, implementers, people in the workforce now in the government. How can we increase their efficiencies and boost productivity? And 3rd is the researchers, innovators, and entrepreneurs, and how are they using technology to best benefit people in that country? And then if you push down locally, we're partnering with organizations like the International Telecommunications Union to do AI skilling and robotics. That's with the will.i.am Foundation as well. And we're looking at students learning AI and robotics, particularly in Africa. So I can speak much more about this, but that's a snippet of global and local work that we're doing and how this AI augmented training and AI literacy is really benefiting everybody in the world to make sure that AI is accessible to every part of society.
Great, thank you very much. And maybe, Deb, to you, so at Dow, you're involved in the physical application of AI. But how do you partner with companies and with customers to move from isolated pilots to enterprise adoption?
Yeah, it's kind of a challenge. I'll try to pick on two things. So first of all, I mentioned a little bit of the furnaces and the predictability that we've worked on. We had a partner help us. They're C3 AI. They are here in Davos this week, so you'll see their building. And they're not paying me to say that, but they are here as a good partner. I should say that. But they have worked collaboratively with us. And so when you're emerging in new things, it's great to have a solid partner to work with. But then also we're working collaboratively to take that enablement, which we have, the new capability of AI in a very physical world, and helping others have it. So we work with a company called Univation and use that to maybe have others learn from what we've done. So it's a great partnership. And then just because Malika's here, I'm going to pick on something fun we're doing and very compelling and very timely to talk about here at Davos this week. So it's in the space of Google X and their wonderful AI capabilities and being a partner with us at Dow. And when we think a lot about the plastics that are in the world and how we want to recycle them, there are millions and millions of pounds of plastics that end up, they go to the recycler, but they cannot be recycled. And the reason they cannot be recycled is because the polymers don't interact with each other well. So your hard, rigid plastics, they get taken care of, but the soft multi-layer things, the bags, they are layers and layers and thin layers of plastic, and you can't readily identify them. So Google has brought to us some great AI capabilities with high-vis cameras that can understand and process thousands of pieces of items that are going by on a conveyor belt in seconds to understand what they are. We bring the chemistry to say the truth on the ground and to discern between what their tech sees and what we know them to be, to identify the different layers of the polymers used in those particular plastics. So the outcome of a partnership, to your question, is great insights and capabilities that we can't get ourselves, but also chemistry that isn't necessarily the remit of Google is helping us in this particular space of increasing circularity and doing something greater for the planet. And that has to scale, right? We have to find a way. So we've got pilots, we have a company called Circulus, and we're trying to take that, again, at a global scale.
Thanks very much. That's really encouraging. I have to say again, as a bit of an optimist, I do believe in the power of innovation and technology, frankly, to help us kind of crack the code on some key risks and issues. And frankly, if we can crack the code on plastics recycling in a real way, it would be just a tremendous benefit.
Yeah, we agree. And I think it's just really important, if I would build, Whitney, just for a moment on what you said about like the importance of finding the optimism in the moment. I don't think many people miss having switchboard operators, if you really think about it, right? And to your point about how many jobs have changed over time, we do see the same thing of where perhaps when we have new capabilities, we have new opportunities the human eye couldn't see that this tech will help us unlock, and there'll be greater opportunities in different spaces. And we hope recycling is just one of the many ones we get to participate in.
Terrific, thank you. And then Florian, since Talent Neuron, you're really dealing with the actual workers themselves, right? Policies for the workforce. Maybe you could share a little bit how Talent Neuron in Singapore look at a case study, how you're building AI skills across the workforce down to the individual level.
Yeah, maybe let me take one step back. So a friend of mine, he's a builder, and he is building roofs. What he had as an issue is he couldn't get enough people, qualified people who could do that job. So I showed him 1.5 years ago, ChatGPT, so how you can take a picture of a building, how it estimates what kind of materials it would need, also ordering that. So he started, and he's 55, by the way. So he used that, and since then he could double pretty much the quantity of orders that he could take, because he didn't have to rely on something that wasn't there, the qualified labor, but used AI. And that's something that we're talking about high-tech companies, right? Their access to technology is easy, but it's in a lot of places that we have in our economy where AI really helps. And this is where, for instance, Singapore, they have established a program that fosters lifelong learning and helps every single person in an economy to develop new skills and gives them access to that labor. And if you've seen from my friend, I just had to show him ChatGPT. He could, start using it. And it's a small barrier that really helps trigger and really helps people to use AI. obviously it's not for everyone, but all this process will help us, first of all, to do that reskilling that is really necessary, that AI will cause, and will also help then really individuals understand what it can help them. And yeah, as in this case, now he's doing double the number of orders that was just impossible before.
Great. Well, we have a little time left, and maybe if we could do just a bit of a speed round, and I'll go ahead and ask you all the question ahead of time, which is, I think, for all of us as we confront the development and employment of AI, I think it really comes back often to the questions of responsible and also the questions of human-centered AI development and AI deployment. And maybe if I could just ask each of you to talk about your own and maybe your company's commitment to the principles for responsible and human-centered AI deployment. And okay, Malika, I will start with you.
Sure, happy to take that one. Thank you. So at Google, we're really bold in our creations, and we have a number of engineers. We like to think big. We like to say, how can we cure cancer, and what can we do to advance health and education and wellness and translate and climate issues, and think creatively about all of that. But the important thing there is to think about how are we bold, but how are we also balancing that with responsibility? And in looking at when you are creating a once-in-a-generation technology that is transforming how people live, we take a really responsible approach to thinking about how is this looking how is it transparent? How are people using it? What is the ultimate objective? How are we consulting stakeholders, and so on and so forth? And so while we might be seen as sometimes having been a little slower than other companies, we take that as, well, we're trying to be quite deliberate in the execution of our products. We offer many of them globally for free because we want them to be available, accessible, and solve people's problems and assist in benefiting the state of the world. And
thank you very much. Appreciate it. You want to get a final picture? Please don't get my Thank you. Thanks so much. Florian, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Pleasure. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Victoria Beard? Is this yes. Yes. I have the same one. That's why I noticed that this is BB too as well. Yeah, I was like, my navy blue beard.
I like those, and I need the navy. I have the black.
Yeah, I have the navy, I have the black, I have a red, I have Flight Addiction.
So you guys are actually real people. Yeah. Oh, Kristen turned me on to the real. Yeah, it's a resale, but it's only certain. I have, but it's not just clearance. I mean, you get stuff with your so you can determine the conditions. So I have pristine, like
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name's Anushka Shukla. I'm a youth delegate with the World Woman Foundation. I'm very honored to be here. I'm introducing our next session, Lasting Reinvention in the AI Era. Our moderator is Maria Mikolenko. She's the Global Managing Director for Roland Berger. Please welcome Ms. Mikolenko and our esteemed speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And honestly, I would say it's a self-moderation of this session. That's how I would place it. And I think that's a great pleasure to have here with me today Alexandra Strasburger. And she is the one now who is driving AI transformation in Mercedes-Benz at a full speed. But before, she has been working in the sales and marketing and have covering US market, Chinese market. So you imagine the complexity she has been facing at. And Tanuja Randeri, the VP for EMEA of AWS, and she is now covering all the strategic topics for AWS in those markets, which are honestly, I think, really a challenge. You can call it fun, yes. And that's with this panel, we are covering the most exciting topic, I think, how to do the lasting reinvention. Because AI currently bring all of us in a setup where you not only transform the companies and corporates and the setups, but you have to make it lasting. Because it's here, and I would say 3 years ago, I have been always, as CIO of Roland Berger and CTO of Roland Berger, have been always challenged, come on, if AI will stay or go, but now, after 3 years, even our clients, I think, very much convinced that it will stay. So I would like to start with a bit of the notion that we see that a lot of there is this well-known MIT study saying that 95% of pilots are not getting return on investment. And if I look into certain areas of and industries, I see that only 1 out of 1,000 startups are getting to the commercial stage. For example, in energy space. Of course, in software, it's 1 out of 10. It's a big difference, right? But how to make the reinvention and how to make the change lasting, I think that's the discussion which we want to have now. Alexandra, I would like to hear your opinion because you are the one who is every day, I think, waking up and going to bed with this only one question, how to make it happen, and honestly, what are the barriers we can and should overcome? So why something is not happening as fast as it can happen?
I mean, I think all our IT organization at Mercedes-Benz is waking up with this sauce because we really feel responsible. We feel like this is now the time where the IT department really is crucial, is extremely crucial to really help in this transformation. And for us, it's clear we have actually several elements that we live by. One is, and that's really cool, we have our top management really being involved in that. It's not just a lip service. The IT XCOM, so my peers and my boss, we're coming together on a weekly basis to really learn ourselves. So it's going away from just talking and say you must, you should, you could, to we show that we do it. And I really love that we're doing this. And the other thing is also enabling teams and letting them go and run and then create the scalability factors that they need to really make it big. So we're getting out of the pilot case. And one of the elements that we found is crucial
make it part of your processes. The unsexiest part of the company, right? Who loves processes? Probably nobody, right? So what we push for is standardization, making sure that everything we do is part of that. And then really, we're a German company in a sense, right? Structured, go through and say, these are the processes where we can get the most out of
We
it.
feel for you. And very interesting point you are mentioning, because we also see in many discussions with clients currently, well, asking themselves, we are investing money into AI, but we do not get the returns. And then you start talking about, but where exactly you are investing money? And then tell me, I don't know, 5, 10 use cases your employees are practicing every day. And then it comes up with, doing some basic research, knowledge, so on. So I'm very much with you talking about when you are saying about business processes, because the whole beauty of lasting, that's what I like most, lasting transformation in AI comes with augmenting first and then automating the whole business process. And only one thing I want to say, because I think it might be a bit boring talking about business processes, but if you think that our companies are operating themselves with the business processes defined in 80s, I think so. And then they were evolving, there was also this wave of automation and so on. But the operating model, which means process, skill set of people who are involved in the process, and then also the systems has to go fast in terms of the change. That's a complexity.
If I could lean into that, I think Alexandra is absolutely right. It is very much top-down commitment is critical, and I think most of us in the tech sector have been dealing on the tech side, and then the businesses are not necessarily involved. And I think Gen AI in particular brings that group together in a way that you don't have to force it. It's almost automatic because businesses know if they don't fundamentally rethink what they're going to do, there is a big chance of being disrupted, right? And it's not even about business process adjustments. It's actually completely rethinking how you do something. And one thing I wanted to mention, like in terms of the pilot to production thing that I think is important, is a lot of people get lost on too many use cases. You'll have loads of people in that are talking to you about all these use cases, and what we've discovered, having worked with a lot of customers now, is there are probably 3 massive needle-moving areas in AI. And obviously, there are lots of sub-processes around this, but the 3 big ones. The first is coding, and anything related to coding. And by the way, this Christmas, I created my own website, in about a few hours, using a company called Lovable. I don't know if you know the Swedish company Lovable. Few hours. Now, I'm not a programmer, just for the record, right? But I can be creative and think about what I need to do. So coding is key, and actually in Amazon, we've saved upwards of $250 million just applying our Q developer into the system. The second big one is knowledge management. Anything to do with documentation, your emails, natural language querying all the data in your company, getting your employees, by the way, to be super more effective because they can get to documentation easier and they don't have to call 50 people. The governments, the amount of documents they're processing, EU Parliament, what they're doing, by the way, around the Archibald archives. So knowledge management, massive. And then I think the third and probably the most exciting thing for all of us here is customer experience transformation. What can you do to really personalize and ensure that you're able to actually transform how you serve your customers better through your call centers, through your web channels, through any other channels that might be created. At Amazon, we use Rufus. I hope you have used Rufus when you go to Amazon.com. But that was completely rethought because when people come to Amazon and they know what they want, that's one thing. But if you don't know what you want, Rufus helps you get there. So I think my advice is 3 big areas. That doesn't mean it's the only ones, but 3 massive areas, very needle moving. And then combining that with the commitment you were talking about and the enablement. And that's what you need, I think, to be successful in AI.
Absolutely agree. And thank you for this very clear message in the 3 areas where the most of return on investments and efficiency lays. I could not agree more, because at the end of the day, the access to information the accuracy and the experience of the customers, would it be external or internal, that's what matters. Yeah. Yeah, and it's very interesting also to hear that you were coding your website. Alex, you are coding the agent. You told me.
Yes, actually, it's true. True, and this is really what it's all about.
Or building the workflow to be more precise.
And really doing your own prompts. I think this is. It sounds so banal, but that's how you get then the process change, because this means. In my case, I work now different with my office, and we do a different way of planning ahead. Small thing, very efficient. Somebody would have sat down an hour or two to go for the information collection. So I'm 100% with you, but you have to start with this behavior and start with these basics, so everybody sees, wow, oh, how cool. And then people are getting hungry, and then they become imaginary, and then they jump on it, and then you can do bigger things.
Yeah, and I'll add one more thing, because what you're talking about is this cultivating. There's a lot of books and documents being written about this topic, but this idea of an AI mindset and what does an AI mindset mean, right? A lot of it is exactly what you said. It's the learning yourselves. By the way, if all of you are not using these tools, I would highly recommend using them, whatever your tool of choice might be. And there's just so much choice now, actually, so it's great. But I mean, the learn and be curious part of this is so critical. We use a term within Amazon that we call the YQ. And when people ask me, like, what skills do I need to learn? We talk about the Y quotient. And the Y quotient is really about going deep inside and understanding what is the customer problem you're trying to solve, right? And asking the why questions. Why does it have to be done this way? Why does it need 10 hours? Why not 1 hour? Why do we need 100 people? Why don't we need one person? Why do we need any people to do this? Why can't it just be AIs? Could the managers be AI? Why does it have to be only the employees that are AI? I mean, I think this Y quotient is something that as more organizations cultivate, the more successful you're going to be. And then you need to make sure that your teams are empowered, because there's just too much restriction. Now, we all want responsible AI. I'm sure we'll get into it. I'm sure you'll want to get into it. But responsibility and experimentation. The one thing we do in Amazon, we have a really interesting mechanism that we call one-way doors and two-way doors. And the one-way door means you kind of don't come back through that door, right? So you need to be thoughtful about what you're doing. When you launch a new car, you're redesigning something, the security aspects, etc. We launch a new data center, we need to think about that quite carefully. A two-way door, you can make decisions and back out of those decisions if they don't work. And so we unleash the organization to make two-way door decisions. And that's the sort of thing, I think, coming back to AI. I don't think AI is unlike any other transformational change, except the speed at which it's moving. And so having these mechanisms and culture and direction is the real key to your organizational unlock. The tech is easy, actually, coming from tech, both of us. But, I mean, the tech is easy, seriously. That's not what's going to hold you back. It is going to be this unlock on the leadership level.
I mean, I see, I hear, and it's always like when we as consultants talk to clients, we tell them, yeah, it's cultural change, it's engagement, it's empowerment. This story, I'm sorry to say, the karaoke of being engaged, empowered, and so on. But still, what do you believe? What are the challenges and the barriers you see internally which are really not allowing AI to be adopted as fast as it can be? Because honestly, the user interface and the easiness to use it, it's there. Yeah. I'm asking myself, I mean, my first job was in the internet service provider support line, people calling me and asking where am I in internet, how I see it, and exactly so on. So I remember all this 30 years of journey. But now, the low adoption of the easiest user interface technology and a resistance within big corporates to bring it, why?
I go first. The thing is like this, what we found out, we really pushed super hard, especially in the sales and marketing space for adoption, to really have everybody have the tool on hand, to have it there, and really have it accessible, and have it included in your work environment. That was key for us, and we're really pushing to get these adoption rates up heavily. And this is also a bit of a, a culture change, because people can now freely ask for software, right? I mean, we have to be cost conscious, right? But in this case, we were very, very pushy to say, hey, go adopt it. And that's something where culture has to change, that people say, okay, I order this, I do this, right? I go and access it. As simple and banal as I use it already the second time, is really, this has to change. And then it's about really enabling them. And we're doing a lot at the moment, getting people behind, not only, summarizing emails and doing the simple stuff, but really learning how to build good prompts, to do prompt competitions, to see how do I do it, how to save them, how to reutilize them, simple stuff like this. And then suddenly people are like, aha. And again, it's what you're saying. It's top management pushing for it. It's empowering, enabling them, and then letting them fail. And it's really something that is extremely crucial, having people then also to say, ooh, I invested time and it didn't work. Okay, next one, we try again. That's how engineering advanced, and the same happens with AI, I think.
Yeah, but that's culture, I think.
It's culture.
And look, I mean, I might have a slightly different perspective on adoption rates. I actually think adoption rates are pretty significant right now. Like, we did some research that shows 5 businesses every minute in Europe are using AI. In the UK, it's 1 business every minute. We're talking about $600 billion of economic value potential if we can unleash the full potential of this technology, right? So actually, we do see phenomenal adoption and a big increase over the past year. We see startups, to your point, going much faster. They're digitally native. Yeah. They have that learn and be curious founders mindset. And they're using AI in the core of what they do, in the core of their processes, in the products, launching new businesses. For example, if you look at Lovable, or if you look at 11 Labs and what they're doing with voice AI, right, for example, or Synthesia, what they're doing with their avatars, or Huron AI in oncology care. It's unbelievable what startups are doing. Enterprises, and we both... You spent a lot of time in the consulting world. I was in the consulting world. Maybe you were in the consulting world at some point. But if you look at enterprise, it's not unusual that enterprises are spending their time on efficiency orientation right now, because the fact is there's a ton of legacy out there. And you can't just pivot from A to B, however much a consultant might tell you can, right? So really addressing the core of that tech debt, and we were just talking about it, you and I, as we started here, and helping modernize the core of the infrastructure. You cannot do AI if your data is a mess. And so getting your data foundations in place on a platform that is scalable and secure and has responsible guardrails then gives you the confidence that you can innovate at scale and not let your data leave your environment. So I think it's super, super critical, actually, that we do provide our builders with platforms that offer choice, safeguards around data, then you let them unleash themselves, right? And then, of course, the skilling and training that goes with it. Hackathons are fabulous, by the way. They work really, really well. And we all need to learn. We all need to upskill ourselves, actually, to be honest, right? Because all of our education isn't something that today is not necessarily as relevant without the digital angle on it, right?
No, I appreciate a lot that you mentioned the tech ready or a tech transformation, because that's what we also see. And we always tell our clients, first, you start with a business problem and link it to the process, which apparently has to be changed, sometimes completely disrupted. And you have to have your guts to stand for it. Yeah. And that's where we see the biggest, pushback, because at the moment when you start talking that there is no magic or miracle in AI, because if you don't change your business process, you will be just automating, the crappy old things. That's first. Second, we always say, get your data ready, but then you have this, discussion, yes, but now AI can take structured, unstructured data, it's easy. Yes, but still, you have to get out of the data silos. You have to make sure that you operate AI as a cross-functional area. And that's honestly my biggest learning as a consultant and as a CIO of our company, the cross-functional operations. And then I never thought that it's so difficult to incentivize colleagues, people in our client organizations to change and do the continuous learning. And I was always living with the notion that we as, human beings, part of the nature, we are always curious. We are always able to learn fast, transform, and we are just built for it. But then it happened, no. And this, resistance, I'm sharing what I'm experiencing every day.
It depends on what I observe at Mercedes-Benz. It depends on the area. Yeah. I mean, as you all know, we have AI in our cars.
Thanks for the positive angle.
Let me try to be a counter, and let me try to really be positive. I'm really, we have AI everywhere at Mercedes. It's really part of our daily doing of everything. If you guys happen to drive a Mercedes-Benz, you experience that there because it's already there. And that's where people, years ago, because it takes a bit of time, to start and get everything ready, already started. So there is the savviness, and we're lucky enough we come out of 140 years of engineering, savviness. We love that. But nevertheless, we are not only having these engineering areas, you have also other parts, where administrative areas which were not touched by tech. And there you have to go into now where they were not used to this. And you said also customer experience. Also for us, that's an area where we're really at the moment going very intensely in, especially customer care, to really help there with AI. And this mainframe transformation, it's so much easier now with AI. I love it, and it's fantastic, and you're super fast. And so AI has, now I'm the positive girly on the thing, but I really am so...
Someone has to be.
So much you can do it.
You can refactor code these days with natural language querying. There's a tool that we use within AWS for all of our employees, by the way, and we call it Quick Suite. And what we've got is the Quick Suite available on our desktops. All of our data is linked into the Quick Suite, right? So now everyone has, of course, access to different data levels, right? So that's all baked in. But I can go into Quick Suite and I can start assessing the performance of my business in area A versus area B without having to call my finance team and my sales strategy team and my operations team. I can do all that myself. It just saves me loads of time. You can build your agent as well to do whatever you want that agent to do. You can do deep research. So let's say you're going to meet a customer. You can do your deep research in Quick Suite. So I think to unlock this learn and be curious piece, look, at the end of the day, of course, it has to come from within that you want to be learn and be curious. But I think the organizations have to make it easy for you to do that, right? If you've got to go searching around for a tool and you don't have the time, you don't know if, by the way, the CIO has approved it or does not approve it.
Yeah, of course.
I think
you have to ask for a budget.
We must make these tools available to the edge and then give them the empowerment to go actually build things together. And by the way, no one model will do the trick.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to need multiple models, multiple tools. I think agentic is what I believe is really the transformation that's happening around us. And you can build and deploy agents yourself right now, as we speak, right? With these tools. So I think let's incent our organizations to be like very, very brave right now and not timid.
That's a perfect, I would say, advocating from both of you. And of course, I provoked this discussion. I have one thing I want you to talk about. We have not pre-aligned, but I'm sure that you will be... No, they told me that I always have to pre-align everything, but I keep this one thing. I want to have 30-second speech for this audience and everyone who is online from you, why young females, why women has to get into the tech and to really inspire that it's not of, I don't know, crazy, nerdy, complicated things. I need from you this inspirational 30 seconds.
You want me to go first? Yes. Look, I started my career in tech with my father, who was a tech entrepreneur, and I actually have an economics degree. I'm not an engineer. I'm certainly not a coder. I did some COBOL in my days, so now you know how old I am. But it was mainly because I was always excited about how people were using this technology, right? So I will tell you, we have made technology very difficult for people to grasp. So when someone asks me, like, what is the cloud? I say, Well, do you use Netflix? Do you use Uber? Do you order food online? That's the cloud at work, right? If we talk about the cloud in bits and bytes and blah, 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 people aren't always interested, right? Look, the future and all the jobs of the future are going to be digitally enabled. It doesn't matter which industry you're in, you are in a tech industry by nature. And so if you want to be participating in the economy, then it's seriously important that you dive into taking STEM in some form or the other. And I don't mean physics and mathematics necessarily, but just the capability of using these tools. And then we know as organizations, if we don't have women in our organizations, absolutely there at leadership positions and all the way across, we will not be able to unleash the power of this technology. There is not enough talent in this world to do the things we need to do as fast as we need them to do to create really lasting societal benefits for all. So sign up now.
Perfect. That's a perfect pitch, and I love it. We are all in a digital world, and we all have to understand how it works. That's what we have to tell the younger generation. Alex.
And connecting to what we talked about this year, more or less on a similar location, just up the hill here in Davos, adding to what you have said. I think what is extremely crucial from the data perspective, from also the problems that we see and try to solve, we have a different perspective of women. We need the diversity of people in this. It is not sufficient. We know this. We see this in coach today. It's very, very skewed into one direction, usually white male, which we really have to diversify. And that's why I say, ladies, pick up your laptop and get going. You said it totally right. Don't pick up your pen, pick up your laptop and go and code, because I really deeply believe that female viewpoints are important on that one. On the data side, as we talked last year, it's so important, but also, you know, adding a perspective of problems that have to be solved, because sometimes we look at things differently. We know it from the health sector where Maria, we talked about it, where we really, really saw now how dangerous it actually is if we're keeping us out, if there are not women looking on it, if data is not female-driven. So, ladies, go to your laptops, build the next business model, because it's really, really easy. And I'm sometimes really frustrated that my day has only 24 hours, because I love
Alex,
my work. I really love my work at Mercedes, but sometimes I'm like, wouldn't that be great just to have more time to go and code and develop a business?
It's not just about your laptop, actually. I think the world of technology is marketing, it's product, it's sales, it's legal, it's finance, it's everything. But at the core of it all has to be a digitally savvy workforce at the end of the day. So it doesn't matter what you do, you are surrounded by tech at all times.
I think that's a fantastic final and conclusion and the final words. Honestly, big thank you for advocating, for having such a passion towards technology, and also for those messages you are sending, because we all as female leaders in tech, this is our responsibility to bring more and more females into this industry. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Maria.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much, audience.
Thank you so much. Great to meet you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome in the World Woman Davos Agenda House. Just one information, if you may. Here you have the conference room, and on the other side, you also have the innovation space. So this year's innovation partnership is with Dassault Systems, the virtual twin company. So we brought our Apple Vision Pro and a living heart 3D printed. So whenever you're curious or you want to know something about virtual twins, don't hesitate to go next stairs.
Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name's Anushka Shukla. I'm a youth leader with the World Woman Foundation. I'm very honored to be here. I'm introducing our next session, which is Empowered to Drive Growth, Women's Leadership in Accelerating Energy, Climate Action. Our moderator is Alina Trapattoni. She's an international journalist. Please welcome Ms. Trapattoni and our esteemed speakers.
As you wish. Okay, we have a space. Should we move? Yeah, we can closer. Perfect. So, welcome everyone. I'm Alina Trapattoni. I'm a journalist and I'm moderating this next very interesting session. But before we do that, I'd like to give a big round of applause to all the speakers that took part this morning because, well, amazing sessions, very interesting from a journalistic point of view, but also from the point of view of people sitting here in the audience that I've spoken to. So a round of applause. And you know, definitely there'll be a very hard act to follow, but follow we will, and follow we will very well with the speakers we have here today with me. I'm happy to welcome Silvana Koch-Mechrin, President and founder of Women Political Leaders. And please correct me if I get the pronunciation wrong, but Ashwani Behde, is that correct? Yes. Fantastic. Chief Secretary to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Yes. Is that a pass? Thank you. Of the government of Maharashtra. And Vaishali Sinha. Correct? Well done. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. I think I need a round of applause. Who is co-founder of Renew. And we're going to be discussing women's leadership in accelerating the energy and climate action plans. So I'm going to jump straight in, if I may, and I will ask Silvana the first question, since we're going to also be looking at women's political leadership in climate and energy outcomes, which is a sphere, a sector you've been very active in. And Silvana, which strategies have effectively shaped women's political representation and power in this sector? And what lessons can be drawn from what we've seen in the past, from other efforts that have actually fallen short?
Well, thank you very much for this question. Is the microphone out? Yeah, thank you very much for this question. And actually, we're now 2026, and we're still asking ourselves these questions, right? It's rather disheartening. And if you look at the Global Gender Gap Report that the World Economic Forum presents every year, And the 4 different areas that the WEF looks at, the one on political leadership is the one which has the least improvement. So why is that? What's going on? Well, the answer is pretty simple, and that also links to energy. Because it's about power. It's about massive power. It's about who decides what's going on in the world. And whenever you come inside this power sphere of politics to the different policy areas, you can very easily make the equation. If it's about money, and if it's about the biggest power portfolios, the less women you have there. So right now, we've got 93% of the world's presidents, prime ministers being men, massive overrepresentation of men, of WU's population. And finance ministers, it's equally, these numbers. It's quite equal, those numbers. There are very, very few women ministers of finance. There were more women ministers of defense, but ever since the global security agenda becomes the big one, the number of women in that space goes down. So what can we do? Just briefly answer your question. It's all about deliberate leadership. It is only this way that we can crack this. It's not even a glass ceiling, it's more like a concrete ceiling, that we can crack this one. That we need to have the decisions deliberately taken. There need to be women, and there need to be women in very strategic portfolios. And once you've had this, you can get to an effect like what we've seen in many of the Nordic countries or some of the European countries, which is the one-eyed among the blind, to look at some Bible scenarios. Like, it's not doing well, but it's better than most other parts of the world, but it's definitely not good enough. But like, if you look at countries like Denmark or Norway or Sweden or Iceland, it becomes more normalized to have women leaders, and it's not every time an uphill struggle. So it's deliberate leadership decision to do this, to have quotas, to remove those non-legal barriers which are inbuilt in an everyday work sphere that makes women still feel it's not a workspace for me. We can go more on this examples later if you want, but I just wanted to paint this wonderful picture at the beginning. So we really become combative. Thank you.
So we become, yes, exactly. We get very, very passionate about it. Ashwini, I'm going to jump straight in with you because you're very active in public policy. You're on the front line. And in the context of Maharashtra's, I'm never going to pronounce this, sorry, large-scale infrastructure and energy projects, how do women's leadership change over time? How has it changed? Who owns, who governs, and who benefits from energy assets, from infrastructure, from data as well?
Thank you so much. I would like to approach this question in two manners, two ways. First is how women leadership changes the whole approach to implement mega infrastructure projects, especially the projects which are there to reduce the carbon footprint, which are eco-friendly, which are energy efficient. And the second approach is what exactly government is trying to do policy intervention in terms of bringing women on board, especially in the process of energy transition. So just to talk about the first approach, I have been leading many infrastructure projects in Mumbai, which is the capital city of Maharashtra and the financial capital of India. And for past almost 16 years, I have been doing that. And recently, I have completed 2 mega infrastructure projects, that is the Coastal Road of Mumbai and the largest ever underground tube tunnel of India, which is there in Mumbai. And both these projects are basically to reduce the carbon footprint, to reduce the congestion on roads, and bring better connectivity for people in Mumbai. And I led this project from the front, and I also had a team of women leaders within my organization to implement this project. And I have seen that leadership provided by women is more inclusive, more sensitive, more empathetic, because to implement such projects in Mumbai, there are a lot of social and environmental interventions which we need to do. And both these issues, because many people get displaced, because in a busy city like Mumbai, when you do such mega interventions, then we have to move people from one place to another. We have to do a lot of disruptions in the city, because these are disruptive projects, but they create something new which will last for many decades for the city. But while making this disruption, still making the project acceptable to people. That's a big challenge, and women leadership can deal with this challenge in a much better way. That's what I've seen, because when we did so much of social intervention, then a team of women leaders working under me, working with me, they were very sensitive to people. They brought them together, and it was easier to implement these projects in Mumbai, though it took a lot of time. But the women leadership and their approach did make a difference. The second point which I wanted to make was in the sphere of energy transition and the kind of changes which are happening in the country to deal with climate change and become more climate resilient. Government is trying to be inclusive and bring a lot of women in the fold. Maharashtra government is running one of the largest distributed agriculture green energy project in the world. On even a global scale, it is very huge, and that is directly benefiting to farmers. And there are about 20% women farmers in the state, and they are getting benefited by that because that is assuring them power 24/7, and then that is benefiting to them directly. So the government is making a lot of policy interventions to bring women in the leadership position. But still we need to go a long way because we need that their empowerment, their capacity building. And in terms of data, still we are not having the women-led data in a very scientific way. That gender-sensitive data or data disintegration that is required to be done. And that is where I think going forward, even the women organization will have to take a lead and try to collect data so that our future policies could be more gender sensitive. Thank you.
That's an excellent snapshot of, of a very, very complicated, excellent. It's difficult to summarize it. But jumping from the public sector in India to the private sector, I wanted to ask you, Vaishali, from a private sector perspective, and of course, in the energy sector, women make up only 32% of all the labor force, and obviously renewables and energy transition falls within that sector. From a private sector perspective, what concrete shifts in corporate governance, in capital allocation, in ECG practices, what is needed in these spheres to make sure that women's leadership becomes a core driver of change and of adding business value and of contributing to clean energy outcomes?
Thank you for the... Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for the question. And, I just want to say something that women like this, when you have women like this in the workplace, do we need to talk about diversity? What do you think? Do we? It's still sad we're talking about women as a diversity, for the diversity agenda. It's really, we need women because, there's value creation when you have women. It's a more efficient option, be it the private sector or the public sector or any sector or even the homes, I think. From A to Z, I think it's just basically there is a need to have the other part of the workforce, which creates a huge amount of value and can do things in the best possible way. And I think if we look at our goals, whether it's the 2030 goals, we really do need men, women, youth, and everybody else to do what they've got to do. As far as engaging more women is concerned, what I'm saying is what is nice to do, but the reality is we still have very few women who are in leadership roles, and we have to work really hard and drive hard. And it is a fact that when women get involved, as Ms. Bhide, who's doing amazing work in Mumbai, a city which is getting transformed under her leadership, I think you don't need to ask then that, do we need women leading? She's just a fine professional and she's doing her bit better than anybody else. And that's why she's there. At Renew, there was a time when I was the only woman. We are 15-year-old, a renewable energy company, one of the largest renewable energy companies in India. Right now, as we speak,
And I can say, I guess at the cost of not sounding modest and humble, but I did drive the diversity agenda at Renew. And as we speak now, we have 40% diversity at the board. And it's a global board. We are listed on NASDAQ. So, and we have some of the best professionals who have come and joined our journey. And we believe that women driving the board has had a large impact. As far as ESG is concerned, when we have to report diversity-related data in our ESG disclosures, management takes note, our board takes note. There are rare and few boards like ours where we do it because we think it's the right thing to do. There are many companies where regulations need to drive an agenda. So ESG must come in, regulations should come in, investors must ask, and I think employees ask already. We have millennials coming in, working for us. So net, I think everybody believes that our diversity is a value creator, creates efficiencies, and it is because of that we need to have the other half of the population included and leading, not only included, but leading.
Hear, hear.
Can I just add something to that?
Absolutely.
In India, if you think about the green energy startups and clean energy startups, almost 40% of them are by women. So that's a big number. However, in terms of workforce, if you see, only 11% workforce is women. So I think that is the space where the ESG agenda needs to take lead, and we need to do that kind of capacity building, at least in this sphere, for women to come forward. Another thing, I think even Vaishali would agree with me, that for women entrepreneurs, getting finance is still a big challenge, and there they need to break that glass ceiling, whatever. But that kind of trust is still to be built, but I think we have begun very well, and the way the millennials would also come and they would be more demanding. So I think there is a huge scope for women to be there in this sphere. Yeah, thank you.
Very interesting. Silvana, jumping into the public sector again, into the state sector again. Well, first of all, Silvana is very well known for championing policy and heads of state rallying policymakers to push the just energy transition. So, this is a sector you're very involved in. Turning symbolic commitments into concrete actions. That's very much part of your background and your story, as it were. So what better person to ask the question of how do we scale up these ambitions so that gains in females and women's political leadership translate into actual concrete climate actions, just transition policies, real effective changes in the real world. How can we do this?
Well, I think countries like India play an absolutely crucial role in that transition. You have a very youthful society, which doesn't have much patience with today's leadership, right? Talking from a European point of view, it's an aging society, but then if you look at Asia and I mean specifically India as being both an economic powerhouse as well as a country which has so much highly educated and ambitious youth. So the push for that transition, that this is happening, is one that needs to be global, of those that are remaining to be willing to go that path, who understand it's not an option, it's not a belief, it's a reality that we need that transition, and to acknowledge facts and build on that and bring in this way also women in. And we talked in the previous panel, I heard it was talking about women going into computing and STEM. Now the good news is that there are a lot of women interested in what's called headline sustainability. There are many women going into areas of education that are connected to sustainability. That might not necessarily be engineering, but that is including natural science, that's including some of the bigger humanity issues, which are needed to understand both how to rally people behind it, because if a government just imposes those goals, it's a much more uphill struggle than if you find ways to bring the population along, or to even understand there is a demand in the population, and then political leadership is taking this demand seriously and moving forward. And let me just end by something that we always call the three famous lies that women encounter when they go into an area which might not necessarily be traditionally seen as a women's area, which is energy, which is political leadership. And so the first lie is like women biologically, they can't do this. They're, because of their hormonal cycles, because of their need to go to the bathroom more often. Nonsense, completely, and very, very few people.
Men are more likely to go to the
Exactly, men are constantly on a hormonal challenge. Sorry, no offense to the men in the room. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. No, but honestly, those kind of biological arguments also led to certain job bans for women, that in many countries for many years women couldn't, for example, be bus drivers or train drivers because of such. Now we today know it's nonsense. That's why it's called a lie. Right? The second one is that women lack the education. Again, data shows this is a lie, it's nonsense. Women do extremely well in education, university degrees, and of course there is not an equal representation across all policy, across all educational areas, but it also depends which geography you're in. In some parts, there's very many women going into engineering, for example. Now, the third one, which we're currently more needing to go against, is saying that women just lack the ambition. They just don't really want to have such a tough job. They prefer something else in their lives. Who is in a position to take such a judgment on what women want? The millennials have a different outlook on life. In different parts of the world, you've got different outlooks on life, but it's a very subtle way of undermining women's acceptance into leadership roles. So every one of you who has the chance to make a difference and to also show that this is a lie that women once more are confronted with, it makes a difference. So please do that.
You know, if I could add on to
Absolutely.
one of the lies on education, we were doing some work, you know, we setting up solar panels, etc. And one of the conversations, when you put up solar panels, there's a huge amount of savings, and you know, households can do a lot with it. And so one of the stories which is really interesting is that you know, the man in the household, the father in the household, said that whatever I save, I will use to send my daughter to space. Right? So that is the sort of ambition which comes when parents encourage. So I think the other thing women tend to go through in life is even though they may top, which is, you know, their academic, you know, kind of exams in 10th and 12th grade in India, that's very significant. But people still believe that they're not ambitious. Where does that come from? So I just wanted to give you an anecdote from the ground there.
Very interesting anecdote and very important message. So take that with you if you take anything from this seminar, from this session. Next question for Ashwini. But before I ask you the question, I want to stress that her offices have rolled out have unveiled a very ambitious energy transition target, which includes, I think, 50% renewables by 2030, which is huge, huge.
In terms of generation capacity, we are already there.
Wow.
We just need to, the usage we are hoping to have it to 50% by 2030. Yeah.
Wow, we can only dream of that here. Anyway, my question was on which regulatory, financial and procurement mechanisms do you envisage that can secure communities, that can ensure that communities build and maintain these systems and share in the long-term value creation? Because, of course, one of the big debates is ensuring that the benefits are spread out across the system.
In India, as far as procurement and contracting is concerned, there are obviously certain regulations There are government financial rules where you have to do competitive bidding, and through competitive bidding only you can procure or contract. However, for the communities to get involved, and especially the self-help groups of women to get in the mainstream, there are certain provisions which give impetus to their involvement in the whole process. So there are many government programs like the Watershed Development Project, Maharashtra Rural Livelihood Project. There are certain, we have a women MAVIM, what we call Mahila Arthik Vikas Mandal, that is Women's Economic Development Council, and they run various programs which give impetus to women entrepreneurship, which give focus on creating their self-help groups, teach them financing, teach them business activities. So the SHGs typically, even the rural areas, the women form these SHGs, some 10 to 12 women or even up to 20, they come together, they form the group, and then whatever savings they do, the bank gives them finance basis that saving at a cheaper rate. So they can then do their own businesses, and government creates a mechanism by which they are trained in doing business. So they start from smaller activities, and many of these SHGs then get into credit, become credit societies. Some of them have become small banks as well. So this is how that transition happens. And then once they start doing their own businesses, for which government gives interest subvention and other facilities, if they settle, then they get some kind of reservation in the procurement by government entities. So government gives some kind of a special way for them to suppose a government office wants to procure some kind of a stationery which is made by these women, then there is some kind of a reserved quota for them. But government's more emphasis is on training them, making them aware of the technology, and especially the technology which is required for this energy transition. There, the government is doing taking lot of efforts to do their capacity building. Just to give an example, in rural areas, in very remote areas, women are basically roped in by a combination of government offices as well as some non-government organization who work as messengers for the green technology. So they are, and many private entities are also making use of them. So these women, they are called solar sakhis, solar sahelis, that is the solar friends. So it means even the private entities who want to propagate their green energy equipments, the solar kind of equipment, because the rural area is very scattered and reaching out to them, their marketing efforts are also not adequate. So what they do, they rope in the local women, they train them, and they work both ways. They basically promote these kinds of green energy equipment and spread awareness of them. They are their sale representatives. At the same time, they give the data back that where exactly these kinds of equipment are needed. So it works both ways. So many such attempts are being made both by government as well as non-governmental organization to bring women in this fold of sustainability or propagation of green technology, and it works both ways by building their capacity as well as collecting the data which is required for this kind of energy transition. Because even if at generation level you achieve the target, but the usage also has to be of green, and people themselves need, in their personal use also, they need to shift to green energy. And for that, this kind of community involvement is very much needed, and that's what government is trying to do.
That's a really interesting policy-driven community grassroots model, and it's incredible that it's so successful. And it's a shame you don't hear more about them around the world in other countries.
That's
so well done, India.
Maharashtra is having this kind of ambitious target of energy transition. India is anyway committed for zero carbon growth by 2070, but Maharashtra, which is one of the most important states of the country, it is leading by example. And that is where, in fact, the program which I mentioned for in Maharashtra, the farmers, they use groundwater to water their farms, and for which energy is required. So far they have been using almost 16 gigawatt of conventional energy, and these agricultural feeders are scattered all over the state. It's a very big state. But now government has taken this ambitious program of converting all these agri feeders on solar. So almost 16 gigawatt, and that capacity is already built. The private sector has joined hands, and by 2027, we are hoping to convert the entire farm energy which is required for farming in Maharashtra, that will get converted into green energy. That itself is going to be a big change in the state, and the farmers are going to get reliable energy, and state will also, it will also help the state to achieve this their target of energy transition. Thank you so much.
Well ahead of the energy curve. Well ahead of the energy curve. Silvana, what do you think? Are current leadership programs and mentorship initiatives enough, or do they need to be revised, overhauled, in order to drive gender-just transitions across the globe?
Well, I think
Thank you. Does that mean we've run out of time? Okay.
Thank you.
It was a bit of drama.
Yeah, but always good wake up for everybody. So I would say sponsorship is even more relevant than mentorship. Mentorship, of course, has its big values, but sponsorship, really taking somebody under your wings and sponsoring her way is even more impactful, because it means you need to deliver on certain actions, and there are clear KPIs in a way, because you want to have that sponsoree of yours succeed, right? So I think sponsorship is really critical. I would also argue that in mentorship, reverse mentorship might be very helpful, that a male leader gets mentored by a young, promising, highly skilled female workforce, and to get much more insight into what is actually the reality for somebody with those characteristics. That there is a knowledge transfer in the other direction than what we traditionally see. Because very often the insights and the experiences that a male leader of today has had in his career path are not exactly applicable for the career path of a woman. And so for a male leader to really understand what are adjustments that he can make in his capacity as a leader, would mean a reverse mentorship could be very powerful. So sponsorship and reverse mentorship, I think that could be adjustments that we make.
They would really, really help, I think. They would absolutely really help. And if I may, I will ask you, if looking ahead at 2030 and 2050, so in the next decades, what milestones would define meaningful progress for women's leadership in the energy transition sector? And how can we hold also institutions accountable for these benchmarks?
Sure, no, that's a great question, and I just wanted to make one point.
Absolutely, let's take a step back.
One point on mentorship and sponsorship. Whenever we talk about mentorship, it's usually men mentoring, but women should mentor young men as well, because I think that's really important. It should start from home and then continue. So again, just taking an example, I have a son who's 23, a daughter who's 27, and in our family chat, whenever we share an article with my daughter on feminism or anything like that, and she's like, show it to the little one, he needs it more than I do. And I think that is really a fact that even at the workplace, we really do need to look at that. So coming on, what do we need? What should the world look like in 2030, of 50 for women. I think one area which I feel really sad about when I see it is the amount of unpaid care work which gets done by women. I think the unpaid work being done by women is, unpaid work is at about $16 billion, which is about 10%, 9 to 10% of the global economy. And guess what? 4 out of 5 doing this, 4.5 out of 5, if that could be a thing, or let's say 9 out of 10, are women. Right? I'd like to see this change. I'd like to see the unpaid work which women do, right? And ma'am, you spoke about the kind of work women do, in the farms. I just want to also step back and say, when people say, well, what is Davos? What does it bring? All of those sorts of things. It's these stories which we share here, and then we amplify, hopefully, to answer your question, more people learn about the kind of progressive work which is being done on the ground in India. I think we're not talking about it, we're doing it there. And I think it's this work which needs to be scaled up, and with the ambition of our Prime Minister and leaders and private sector players, I think it's all coming together really well in India on the ground. I hope we can have more of that in the rest of the world as well. And of course, things like ESG and SDGs will be drivers, and I hope they can pick up momentum, because I do believe a lot more needs to be done by everybody together. But I'm really proud to be a part of a country where a lot is being done on the ground. I'll close with one story, an example of salt pan workers. We're doing some work with salt pan workers in the state of Gujarat, where we are, the life of a salt pan worker is really sad. They only earn for a certain duration of time. It's got a very detrimental impact on their health, et cetera, and it's a generational sort of occupation. What we've done is, in partnership with the international organizations like UN, UNEP, and some grassroots organizations, partnering with the state and leading as a private sector player, because I think private sector, in our budget in India, just to say, we've had about 10% allocation to women-related issues in our budget.
That's impressive.
I really do believe that private sector needs to do more. What we are doing, a small thing, is taking these salt pan workers, looking at their daughters and granddaughters, and if they are above 21 after school and college, reskilling them to become solar technicians or technicians. And let me tell you, the ambition they have is not to be technicians. They come to us and talk to us about entrepreneurship. And for me, that gives me hope that we will be in a better 2030 and a 50. In India, we talk about 2047 to become a developed economy. And all of these things put together, and these small steps will make for ambition and action.
Well, I have to say, I kind of feel as if you're galloping ahead and, like speeding ahead, the speed of light. So very, very impressive. Silvana, you had a...
Yeah, just wanted to add on what you just said, because when women always work, and they always work hard, the question is, do they get paid for it? Does this translate into recognized work with all the elements that are connected with this, and where it also builds up some security for when there comes a time where she can't work anymore, if it's for age or if it's for times for the weeks that need to be connected with pregnancy. And I just wanted to bring a positive example to this from a tiny country compared to India and compared to many other countries, but which is number one on the Global Gender Gap Report and any other gender statistics worldwide all the time, Iceland. And the reason why it is pretty simple, is that, and everybody on the political sphere, no matter if they're left or right or government or opposition parties, tell you it's the legislation on parental leave, because they put maternity leave and paternity leave on equal footing. And it's paid for, both for the mother as well as for the father. And it's not that if the father chooses to not take the 3 months, that the mother would get more. But this then made the huge societal impact of employers looking at men and women the same way. not that women in childbearing age have a slight disadvantage. It also meant that men become very involved in the care work at home. Of course, in the immediate time once the kid is born, but this over time really translated into behavior changes and also different perspectives on parents. So that's, I think, a very, very ambitious model, which is probably quite far ahead for most other countries in the world, but it's a real one, it's an existing one, it's in a UN member country, Iceland, and so I always find it very important to take inspiration from successfully applied real life examples. So, but it's all starting at home, as you said, right? Now, it all starts at home, and even without such legislation, everybody can make a difference. Enlightened fathers who want to send their daughters to space, or mothers, parents together. So it's not that we need to wait until systems change. There's things that each and everyone can already do.
No, I think that's a great point. I just wanted to say that, actually since COVID, when there was a lot of work from home and what impact is it going to have on women, I've been advocating, not only in my company, but generally, that women must step it up at work while men step up at home. So I think that is super important, not only because that's the better thing for women at work and otherwise as well, but also they role model. So when little children see their fathers more active, then there is more equity in the family as well.
And on that note, I'd like to thank our wonderful speakers for all their insight and, all the messages they've put across, very important messages, and invite you to a round of applause to thank them.
You.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Excuse me, everyone. They need to conduct a sound check on the stage. If everyone could start to head out into the main area. They need to conduct a sound check of this stage.
hear you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Et ah. Yeah,
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anushka Shukla. I'm a youth leader for the World Woman Foundation, and I'm introducing today's session, Forbes Middle East and Equality Moonshot Dialogues, Fearless Leadership, Redefining Power in a Fast-Moving World. Our moderator for this session is Hind Halifat. She's a media personality and visual artist. Please welcome Ms. Halifat and our esteemed speaker.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يسعدني أن أرحب بسمو الشيخة الدكتورة شمة بنت محمد بن خالد آل نهيان، إحدى القيادات الثقافية والفكرية والأكاديمية في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، ورئيسة مجلس إدارة مؤسسات محمد بن خالد آل نهيان الثقافية. تقود سموها نموذجاً متقدماً يربط الثقافة بالتنمية المستدامة، ويجعل من الاستثمار في الإنسان وخاصة المرأة ركيزة أساسية للاقتصاد المعرفي والاقتصاد الإبداعي محلياً وعالمياً. نرحب بسموك. طبعاً سيرة سموها كبيرة وضخمة، لكن سأختصرها في أنها أنجزت الكثير من الأوسمة والجوائز. ستكون هناك بعد دقائق الترجمة الفورية. كان أحدثها اختيارها شخصية العام في جائزة سلطان الأعويس الثقافية. شرفتينا سموك. وتبدأ الترجمة الآن. شكرا سالي.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sally Musa, and we're very excited to be offering you instant translation for this afternoon's very special session. And as Hind just said, we are very pleased to welcome Her Highness Sheikha Dr. Shama bint Mohammed bin Khalid Al Nahyan, one of the leading cultural, intellectual and academic figures in the United Arab Emirates, and chairwoman of the Board of Trustees of the Mohammed bin Khalid Al Nahyan Cultural Institutions. Her Highness leads an advanced model that links culture with sustainable development, positioning investment in people, especially women, as a fundamental pillar of the knowledge economy and the creative economy, both locally and globally. And Her Highness has received numerous awards and honours, most recently being named Personality of the Year at the Sultan bin Ali Al Awais Cultural Award.
Thank you so much سالي. سموك سعداء اليوم تكوني بيننا وأنرتي دافوس بحضورك البهي والجميل. سأبدأ برؤيتك الخاصة سموك. كيف ترون دور المرأة القيادية اليوم في الانتقال من المشاركة الرمزية أو الصورية إلى المشاركة الفعلية، خاصة حين نتحدث عن صياغة السياسات الاقتصادية والثقافية على المستويين المحلي والعالمي.
أولاً السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكراً على هالمقدمة الرائعة. اليوم نحن بالنسبة حق المشاركة الرمزية، أعتقد في الإمارات أن تخطيناها، وتخطيناها بمراحل كبيرة جداً. اليوم المرأة في الإمارات أصبحت مشاركة حقيقية في المشهد السياسي والاجتماعي والإعلامي. لكن أبى أطرح موضوع المشاركة الرمزية. في بعض الدول المشاركة الرمزية للمرأة تكون مجرد رقم، وأيضاً قيادتها تكون للصورة، وتمكينها يكون خطاب. هذه المجتمعات لا تتقدم، بل بالعكس يكون فيها التهميش لدور المرأة كبير جدا. أما في التجربة الإماراتية، بالترجمية
أكيد. As Hind just asked the question, Your Highness, what is your view on the role of women leaders today in moving from symbolic participation to real impact in shaping economic and cultural policies at the local and the global levels? And Her Highness has begun by describing the importance of moving from just a symbolic representation where it's not just a picture of a woman that is up there. It is not just a number, but it needs to represent something more. تفضلي.
شكراً.
إذا سموك تحدثتي عن التجربة الإماراتية، أكيد سنتحدث عنها لأنه نموذج صراحة يعني فارق جدا. سأعود يعني لموضوع كيف ترى اليوم العوامل الأساسية اللي بتحتاجها المرأة القيادية في جميع المحافل. ماذا تحتاج المرأة اليوم لتتقدم في المحافل؟ ما هي الوصفة السرية من خبرتك أكاديمية وامرأة تقود يعني القطاعات الثقافية بحيث يصبح نشاطها الثقافي قادر أن يقدم مادة محركة للاقتصاد؟
اليوم نحن في الإمارات تخطينا المشاركة الرمزية بالمشاركة الفعلية، ويمكن الإمارات ما اتجهت للملف المرأة من خلال الاجتماع فقط، ولكن وضعت لها قواعد وأسس واستراتيجيات تخدم المشاركة الفعلية للمرأة. بدليل اليوم أن نحن موجودين في هذا المحفل، وهناك أيضا سيدات من الإمارات موجودات في القاعة يمثلون هذا الواقع اللي نحن نتكلم عنه. الإمارات نجحت بقيادة رشيدة من رئيس دولتنا صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان الله يحفظه، بأن ترسخ للمرأة وضع خاص جدا بكل الظروف. نحن لو بنشوف اليوم المرأة قبل 50 سنة شو كانت في الإمارات واليوم حنشوفها، نحن اليوم على خط واحد مع أكثر الدول المتقدمة
وبشكل واضح.
لذلك أقول أن اليوم وجودي هني أنا نتاج أيضا استراتيجيات الدولة وخططها وبرامجها، ولو ما كان هاي الخطط والبرامج يمكن ما أكون موجودة بينهم أو بينكم.
And so, as Her Highness has just highlighted, the case of women in the United Arab Emirates is especially unique because of the way that the leadership have, since the late His Highness Sheikh Zayed, in fact, championed the role of women decades and decades ago. And now we can see women, Emirati women, at the forefront, not just in leadership, in the UAE, but they are on the global stage, and this can be seen across a number of areas. It doesn't matter what sector you're looking at. You can see Emirati women who are representing the country on the world stage, whether it be in tourism, whether it be in culture and heritage, whatever it is. In government, we have women equaling men as well in the cabinet too. And so Her Highness has said that her presence here and the presence of other Emirati women at the World Economic Forum is a reflection of the policies and the leadership of the UAE, particularly His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, our President of the UAE as well, and others.
شكرا سالي. أعود لسؤال سموك، برأيك ما هي العوامل الأساسية اللي بتحتاجها المرأة لتقدر تقدم خطوات واضحة في مسيرتها، سواء مثقفة أكاديمية؟ كيف تقدر تحول هذا المنتج الثقافي لأن يكون واحد من محركات الاقتصاد؟ ما هي العوامل الأساسية اللي برأيك تحتاجها المرأة لتبني قصة نجاحها؟
أنا أعتقد أن الثقة هي نص الطريق. الثقة والثقة، لأن كل ما كانت المرأة عندها ثقة بنفسها، عندها ثقة بقدراتها، بالتأكيد أنه بيكون الوضع مختلف بالنسبة لها. والمرأة كل ما كانت عندها قدرة على أنها تكون متمكنة بيكون عطائها أفضل. يمكن من آلاف السنين رسخت صورة معينة في ذهن المرأة، وهي أنها غير قادرة،
للأسف
غير قادرة، ولا أنها تتوازن مع الرجل. لذلك حملت هذا الإرث في داخلها،
إرث ثقيل،
وما زالت لليوم تعاني من هذا الإرث. ولكن في الوقت الحالي الوضع تغير، أصبحت اليوم المرأة بكل المجالات، أصبح لها حضور في كل المؤسسات والوزارات، وتغير وضعها. لكن اللي أبى أقوله إن كل ما كانت عندها ثقة بنفسها وبقدراتها، بالتأكيد إنها بتكون شخص منتج وأفضل. اللي أبى أقوله ما أدري بالترجمة.
Sally, okay.
So Her Highness was asked, what are the key things that can enable women to build a sustainable leadership footprint within cultural sectors and beyond, so that culture becomes not only becomes an economic driver rather than just merely a supporting activity. And her answer was very clear. She said, confidence, 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 and more confidence, because we have inherited this idea that we are not good enough, that we are not able, and this is something that we have had to overcome over many years.
أتفق سموك أن هذا إرث ثقيل حملناه، وما نفعله اليوم هو محاولة الدفاع عن ذلك. برأيك سموك تتحدث عن البيئة، إذا حصلت الامرأة الثقة، كانت واثقة من نفسها، ولم تجد بيئة داعمة لتصنع نجاحها أو تدعمها، ماذا برأيك عليها أن تفعل؟
عليها أن تستمر وأن تجتهد حتى تقنع الآخر بإمكانياتها. اليوم المرأة يقال لها أنها ما كانت تقدر تسوق سيارة ولا تسوق طيارة، ولا أنها تقدر تفهم على الرياضيات، لكن المرأة أثبتت عكس هذا. ويمكن أكثر فترة ظهرت فيها المرأة بقوة وناضلت عشان تحصل على حقوقها بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية.
نعم.
كانوا بحاجة إلى النساء، لأن كثير من الرجال
نعم يعني
اختفوا في الحرب.
في هذه الحاجة سموك مثل ما تحدثتي عن الثورة الصناعية، أعتقد أنه حاجة الرجل لمزيد من المصادر دفعته أن يدعمها لأن تكون في المحفل. يعني لم يكن الدافع دعم المرأة، إنما حاجة الرجل.
نعم، هي الحاجة بالتأكيد.
سأذهب قبل أن ترجمة أولا.
Her Highness elaborated on that, talking about the way that the shift happened is, of course, something that we saw after the Second World War, when during the Second World War, we saw women that were needed when men went out to fight, and before that, they were told they couldn't do the things that men could do. They couldn't be in science. They couldn't be in technology. They couldn't be in work. And then they proved all of that wrong. And this is where the shift started to happen. And we continue to see more of those shifts happen today.
بما أنه بقي لدينا بضعة دقائق مدام CEO فوربس تعطيني هذا الضوء الأخضر، لا سأدير الوقت بما ينبغي. سموك اليوم أنت حاضرة في المحافل الثقافية وفي الهوية الوطنية دائما، واعتزازك بأصالتك يعني واضحة. وبرأيك كيف المرأة بتقدر تكون موجودة في المحافل العالمية وما تدوب ثقافيا، خاصة الترجمة الإماراتية؟ يعني شفنا يعني نماذج إماراتية انطلقت للعالم وهي مغرقة في المحلية. برأيك يعني توصياتك كيف ممكن إنه المنتج المحلي يقدر يكون موجود في المحافل العالمية؟
اليوم الإمكانيات، أنا بتكلم عن تجربة الإمارات. اليوم الإمارات قدمت الكثير للمرأة. نحن اليوم في المجلس الوطني مناصفة.
صحيح.
ويمكن هذا ما حدث ولا في أي دولة.
صحيح.
إنه يكون مناصفة بالقانون، إنه يكون رجال ونساء. عطته كثير من الحقوق.
نعم.
لذلك استطاعت أن تبدع المرأة الإماراتية، ولكن ما زالت المرأة الإماراتية محافظة على إرثها وعلى عاداتها.
وهذا واضح وجميل جدا.
وبدليل أنا قدامكم اليوم وفي أيضا سيدات من الإمارات موجودين. اليوم المرأة الإماراتية أصبحت، بقول إن اللي ساعدها هي وضع الاستراتيجيات.
نعم.
أو وضع القوانين اللي تحميها واللي تعطيها حقوقها. لذلك هي اليوم موجودة في كل المحافل. السياسة اللي قامت عليها دولة الإمارات هي سياسات قوية جدا وتأيد المرأة. من كم من يوم كان عندي اجتماع مع واحد من الأخوة.
نعم.
فكان يكلمني ويخبرني، يقول لي بنته خيرها بين أنها تدرس في جامعة في الإمارات أو أنها تطلع للخارج.
تقدم مهم وعظيم.
قبل 50 سنة ما كان هذا شيء موجود في الإمارات، لكن اليوم أصبح حضوره قوي جدا. فالتطور اللي حاصل في دولتنا قوي جدا. وأتمنى فعلا أن كثير من الدول اليوم في مجتمعات المرأة ما تحصل على حقوقها. فأتمنى أن المرأة يكون عندها ثقة بنفسها، ثقة بقدراتها، وأنها تحاول حتى تكون شخص مفيد وشخص فاعل في المجتمع.
جميل. Sally, mic is yours.
Her Highness has been talking about the way that Emirati women are leading on the world stage and why that has happened over the last 50 years. The UAE, as a modern country, is a very young country, 54 years old. And she spoke about the way that 50 years ago, a young girl who's just left school, who wants to study abroad, that would not have been possible for her. Now it's an absolutely normal thing, especially for those who are our age and younger. This is seen as something that is absolutely, something to be done as well. And she spoke as well, very importantly, about the way that, yes, the leadership has been there and has been supporting over the last few decades, but there is something, if you notice, if you see Emirati women, and I have had the honour, Your Highness, of interviewing many Emirati leaders and seeing the very unique way that they lead. Yes. It is not a loud leadership. They lead with their Arab and Islamic values intact, but very much feminist. And this is something that is very unique about the way that Emirati women lead. And I'm so glad that you highlighted that, Your Highness. It's something that is very special to see. And it encourages us, all of us, to say that we can all lead with our cultural values intact as well. Thank you.
في كلمة أخيرة أريد منك كلمة. هذا المحفل من السيدات القياديات الرياديات وضيوف أيضا ضيوف من الإمارات، كلمة منك لهن أو توصية من قلبك.
أنا قبل ما أقول رسالتي أبى أقول أن اليوم نحن عندنا رائدات من سيدات الأعمال في الإمارات بشكل 77% منهم تحت سن 40. اليوم تدير هذه السيدات 60 مليار درهم بما يعادل 17 مليار دولار.
رقم مهم جدا.
اليوم المرأة الإماراتية مكانتها وحضورها فاعل جدا، مو بس في داخل الإمارات ولكن أيضا في خارج دولة الإمارات. رسالتي أوجهها، واسمحي لي يا هند
طبعا،
أني ما بوجهها للمرأة، أبى أوجهها للرجل، مع أن الحضور اليوم كبير جدا من النساء وقلهم الرجال الموجودين، لكن أبى أوجه رسالتي للرجل وأقول له أنه لا يعتبر المرأة منافسة له، ولا يعتبر أنها أقل منه، بل بالعكس يحاول أن يسندها وأن يكون معها في حقل واحد، وأن يحترمها ويحترم أيضا طاقاتها وجهودها. أقول للرجل إن كل ما احترمت المرأة هذا ينعكس على احترامك لذاتك. قدر جهدها، عطها مساحة غير مشروطة، لأن لا يمكن أن تنهض الدول بدون ما يكون هناك توافق بين الرجل والمرأة وتساوي بينهم. هاي رسالتي.
أضم صوتي لصوتك وأترك المايك بالترجمة والخلاصة للعزيزة سالي.
We need those numbers again. Could
77% أعتقد سموك، 77% من النساء
الإماراتيات تحت سن 40.
يعني لديهم أعمال تحت سن 40. 77% من النساء
77% of women under the age of 40 are in fact women leaders in different areas as well, in business particularly, but also across sectors. And the other number, very important, بالمليارات كان.
They manage 17 billion asset under.
And they, yeah, thank you. They manage 17
billion dirham.
17 billion dollars under assets under management as well. Very important numbers. But also, she was asked, Her Highness, what her message to women is. But she said, my message is not to the women, it is to the men. Even though there are very few in the room with us today, she wants to say that women are not competitors to the men. Women, the men should be there to support the women. And that is because you cannot have a society that is thriving without having the women thriving there alongside the men as well.
شكرا سالي، سموك شرفتينا، شكرا لهذا الحديث الملهم، وأنت يعني نموذج ملهم. سعداء أن تكوني اليوم بيننا في World Woman Davos Agenda. Thank you Forbes Middle East. أعتقد إذا كان هناك دقيقة أو دقيقتين للسؤال فلتكون قصيرة ومباشرة.
Questions. Do we have questions from the floor for Her Highness? Please.
So I would. Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum.
So my name is Marta. I lived everywhere, but now also for personal and business choices, I live in the Middle East, so close to Abu Dhabi and Dubai. So what would I ask the Sheikha is, what advice could she give her to a woman that live in the Middle East, a world citizen, to thrive as a woman and as a leader.
سموك تسأل ما هي نصيحتك للنساء في الشرق الأوسط في العالم لبناء القيادة وبناء بصمة واضحة بالقيادة؟ ماذا يحتاج؟ أعتقد أنه كان السؤال الثاني الذي فاتك، لكن ربما ستعيد.
أعتقد أنها تكون واثقة من نفسها حتى تقدر تتمكن من أنها تبذل كل جهد في العمل أو في أي مجال بتكون فيه. والأهم من هذا أنها تكون حاصلة على العلم اللي يحصنها.
نعم.
ويكون أيضا عندها عائلة تقويها.
نعم، وبطاقتها للمرور، يعني وجود معرفتها المتخصصة يدرأ أي محاولات للشبهات في التقليل من نجاحها. وجوهها متمكنة بالمعرفة، أعتقد أنه سموك يمنع أي فرصة للتقليل من شأنها.
أظني عنصرين مهمين اللي هو التعليم والأسرة.
نعم.
اليوم أنا موجودة عندكم هنا بدعم أيضا من أسرتي، ولو ما كانوا هم الداعمين الأوائل ما كنت حاضرة.
يعني الحديث مع سموها في القيادة التي صنعتها في تجربتها الشخصية التي انعكست أيضا على مسيرتها الثقافية يحتاج ليس فقط جلسة، ربما يحتاج العديد من الجلسات.
Yes, of course. Yes, so Her Highness just answered your question by saying the most important thing is the environment around you. Surround yourself by those who will support you. And the most important, if you have it, if you can, is your family. Your family should be there to support you, to make sure that you can build that confidence in yourself. Because ultimately, as she did say earlier, it is confidence, cultivating that confidence in yourself that will help you to be able to lead in life. Yes.
شكرا سالي.
And education, yes, thank you. That was the second point. I know, when you're translating, you forget the other part. But yes, education. So make sure that you are putting yourself out there, getting educated. This is absolutely critical. Thank you.
سموك كل الشكر والتقدير على وقتك وحضورك اليوم الذي أثرى قلبنا، وأنا متأكدة أن العديد من الحضور يعني قصتك وهذا الإلهام الذي صنعتيه فينا سيترك أثر كبير في القلب. كل الشكر، شرفتينا.
شكرا هند، وشكرا حق سالي. سالي أنت طاقة إيجابية اليوم أعطيتيني إياها وأنت الترجمين. وايد شفت من المترجمين لكن مثلك ما شفت.
كل الشكر سالي.
الله يبارك فيك.
كل الشكر
إن شاء الله. شكرا يا هند.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا وكل الشكر لوقتكم.
شكرا يا أخي.
شكر طبعا للأستاذة خلود العميان CEO فوبس على جمعنا وجعل هذا الحدث ممكن. كل الشكر خلود.
شكرا للجميع بعد.
if we can slowly make our way to the other room so we can start the next session whenever we're ready. Musa. She's senior presenter for Forbes Middle East. Please welcome Ms. Musa and our esteemed speakers.
Hello, hello, testing. Oh, I think we're back. Okay. Thank you so much, Anushka. We are very excited to be part of the World Woman program this year at Forbes Middle East. Growth today is no longer defined by scale alone. The next frontier of growth is being shaped by who is included, whose potential is unlocked, and how intentionally leadership is developed. Across economies and industries, the most competitive systems are no longer those that move the fastest, but those that build resilience, equity, and long-term value into how they operate. And today, we are bringing you leaders across business, policy, and media to explore how inclusion is moving from aspiration to strategy, and why empowering women as future leaders is now central to sustainable economic growth. Please welcome today, starting from my left over here, Her Excellency Marwa Al-Mansouri, Vice President of Government Affairs at Siemens, Her Excellency Lujaina Mohsen Darwish, Chairperson of ITICS at Mohsen Haydar Darwish, and Khulud Al-Umayyan, Editor-in-Chief and CEO at Forbes Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speakers. Yes, thank you. Your Excellency Lujaina, I will start with you. You've led across family, enterprise, public service and diplomacy, spaces where continuity and transformation have to coexist together. So from your experience, what is it that separates family businesses that successfully prepare the next generation of leaders from those that really struggle to keep up, to innovate and to stay relevant over time?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. It's an honor actually to be here today. Thank you for having me, and thank you for everyone who's attending to hear us out and hear our success stories. Actually, I come from a business house. My family business company is there for the last 50 years. But I will just briefly touch on the question because I'll give time to the others to as well answer their questions. So I'm the eldest in my family. My father's business goes back to 50 years. I'm the second generation. But I've always been the black duck of the family. When I say the black duck of the family, I was never too happy to be. Of course, I was very proud of my parents. I was very proud of who I am. But I always wanted to have my own legacy. I always wanted to see how does the water across that ocean, how is it? How can I feel it? So, of course, I was brought up in a very typically business house where at office was office, home was home, luxury was luxury, hard work was hard work. But when I grew up, I thought, what do I want in life? How can I actually continue the legacy of my father, and how I can as well start my own legacy? So parallel, I actually started my education, which was very important to get myself very much equipped for the role. And then I started the business, but then I said, no, I need to actually change my career. So the first jump, I jumped into a very deep ocean, totally different from what I was brought up in. I started into the elections. Actually, I went into a very, very difficult campaign to win a very important first step of my life, and that was the Shura Council. So going back, Sally, to your question, it's not easy. It all starts with a dream. If you have that dream and the hunger in the belly, I think nothing can stop you.
Absolutely. And I love that you've talked about legacy there, you know, thinking about, yes, the legacy that you come from, but what is the legacy that you want to change and that you want to leave? This is something so incredibly powerful. Thank you for sharing that. Your Excellency Marwa, building on that idea of future-proofing, you're somebody who's spoken about AI. We're going to be jumping, interestingly, from topic to topic, but they're all integrated and all related. You've spoken about AI as something that is core to infrastructure when we're talking about the future, how to move forward and stay innovative. it shouldn't be an add-on. So for you, how can governments in the private sector embed AI so that it strengthens productivity, resilience, without widening capability and inclusion gaps?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the question. And I think AI right now is a very important topic because we look at AI right now as a shiny tool. But the shiny tool shouldn't be looked at in that way. It's more of a core infrastructure, right? And when the private and public or governments work together, there's three main pillars, which I think is quite important. Number one is national strategies. When I say national strategies, different initiatives, right? Whether in manufacturing, whether industrial, whether in cybersecurity, let's say. So how do we implement AI in the right way? And this is important. This partnership between the private and public will give you the add-on and the value AI creates in the long term. And how do you embed it? And that's where the private sector comes in. So it's the know-how and the know-who, let's say, from that aspect. And the second most important pillar is the capacity building and how the private sectors can really integrate that with real-time projects. Not just doing your research and development and then just sticking to innovation labs and your whole AI concepts are just stuck there with no funds or anything. So this is where the funds come, whether from the government or whether from the private sector. But what I realized, really, when you embed AI into different strategies and national initiatives, and me working in a private company, in a German company, let's say, they are willing to co-invest, right? And this is important. So when co-invest happens, this is where trust and transparency comes. This is where regulations are set. And when regulations are clear and transparent, it's easy to embed anything, even embed yourself, right? And your capacity. And the third most important point is upskilling, community development, and how can we, as the private sectors and government, really upskill people being AI literate in that aspect, because there's a high demand, right? That's in the next years for AI. So we need to really invest in the youth, really to invest in women, because I'm a woman advocate. So really invest in women when it comes to that educational perspective. And maybe sharing one example also from a Siemens point of view. So last week we're in Las Vegas in the CES. Siemens signed a partnership with NVIDIA to do the whole industrial operation management system. And this is co-developed to influence the government in adoption. So you can see how it can work together, right? And yeah, it's both ways. So it's number one, partnership, partnership, and partnership.
Partnership and partnership, and making sure, I love that you spoke about the upskilling there, particularly of women. And I just want to encourage those in the audience, please do give the respect to our speakers who are speaking here on the stage, and just a little bit of quiet for them as well as they answer their questions. So thinking in that kind of way, Khulud, I would love to come to you now, because of course everybody knows Forbes for their lists. We report, Forbes Middle East reports on women in leadership, but you are actively building platforms like the Forbes Middle East Women's Summit, like the She Leads podcast, and so much more. Talk to us about how creating these platforms moves beyond just visibility to creating real, actual opportunity.
Thank you, Sally. Yeah, thank you, Sally, for this question, and thank you for this highlighting this work with Forbes. But let me back again for our role in media. We would love to always, as a media, to highlight the impact and to move women from inspiration to take action. We want women in a leadership. That's why we're coming with doing Forbes Middle East Women's Summit, because it's amazing networking. 5,000 women coming from across of the world to connect, to create stories, to sharing knowledge. It's really amazing platform, and it's not the Forbes Women's Summit. It is like become the women as in our DNA. as a Forbes because, we, as you know, 70% of our team ladies, and we always give priority for ladies to shine on this organization. The women, it's one of our principles. It's as a Forbes, as a media, we have different principles and different, we have our own, it's like what we can say, it's not principles, also sustainability, values, values and sustainability and healthcare and wellness and supporting youth, as Her Excellency mentioned, supporting youth and supporting women. We try from all our side to supporting women in leadership, to be able to be in the decision maker room. It's not only to present the company, no, to always, it's not, they start a lot of things in the media we can change. Sometimes when I read on the airlines, they translate it in Arabic, it's درجة الأعمال أرجال الأعمال. It's in English, it is
businessmen's class.
Yeah, businessmen's class. And this is always upset me. It's why it is like we have to be beyond of gender, okay? Because and in the same, when I see the women on the board and just to present the board as a numbers, it's really driving me crazy because we want the women to be decision maker, to be the women as real adding value for this room, and to stop chairman. Why chairman? We should also coming with the chairperson or to be equal, not only the chair, especially in the on the business, we find a lot of chairmen, and we rare find lady as a chairperson. So we are doing our best to change this, and this is why we are here all in the same room to create more awareness. And this is our, as a media, this is its main, our principle and values.
Yeah, it is a critical role of the media to change perceptions, and particularly us being here and partnering with World Woman Davos and having our own stage as well here is very powerful in the way that we showcase women's stories. We're bringing the stories of women from the Middle East to the world, and it's important for all of us to see different ways that women lead. And so as we come to the final words of our panel today, I'm going to come back to you, Your Excellency, Lujena. We often talk about empowering women, but the real power comes from execution. And so what are, and I would love to put this to all of you, what are the practical initiatives that you have seen and would like to see that will genuinely move women and young professionals as well into decision-making roles and really make a difference in the public and the private sector?
Well, Sally, I will answer this very easily or in a very simple way. For me, you don't groom someone to become a leader. You actually have a leader within yourself. I mean, every one of us in this room is a leader because every one of us in this room has a success story. Some gets highlighted, others do not get highlighted. But for me, I think every one of us is born with that leadership skills, leadership dream, but how we take it forward, that's the main thing. I feel for any leadership, the main structure is education. If you have proper education, you can fly or you can swim any ocean. So this is number one. I mean, you need to have a dream. You need to have the tools. The tools is the education. Education, education. Number three, give the responsibility, then you give the authority. You cannot give one and you cannot give the other. So life takes you gradually. I mean, for example, in my case, I started with a dream, then I went to the challenge. I won the challenge, then I had to maintain myself and maintain my dream. So it comes one after the other. You take it day by day. So for me, the main thing is education. If you have the education, you can swim any ocean.
You've highlighted a couple of things that I think are so critical. You've just said that each and every single one of us is a leader.
Yes.
What does your advice say to the women who are like, I'm not a leader, I don't know what you're talking about? How do they discover that within themselves today, right now?
For me, I always think of myself when, what is a leadership? Leadership is a content with yourselves. If you have that content with yourself, confidence comes automatically. So I always keep saying to everyone when I start any sessions, I say, how do we know we are happy? I mean, can someone tell me in this room, what day or what time of the day a person can know if she or he is happy? Anyone? I would say it's the first thing in the morning when you are actually brushing your teeth. When you go in front of the mirror and you're brushing your teeth and you're smiling to yourself. If you are smiling to yourself, it means you are content with yourself, you are happy, you have got up with something to do, something to believe. So that is what is a leadership. Leadership is to get up in the morning and you know that you have a long day, you are ready for that long day, and you are having the confidence, the belief. No one of us can give it to you. You have to do it yourself.
And take it forward and be patient with it. Your Excellency Marwa, I'd love your take on this question.
I'll make it quite short, and I think I'll echo to Her Highness Dr. Sheikha Shamma said. It's being a leader is not about your perspective as a leader. We need male support. We need men to support us and to have that acceptance deeply. I work in a male-dominant place, right? I do not see myself as a lady there. You know, I am not here to compete with you. I am here to support you. And I think that perspective, even happening with families, like I have 2 older brothers, right? I'm not here to compete with you. I'm here to support you also. I think being a leader is taking that initiative, being open-minded and coming into those challenges or how people have that perspective on you. And the most important thing, and I always say this, being a leader is how you treat people. How you really see, how do you want to be treated? Because in the end of the day, all of us will leave this life, but what will happen, it's a blueprint. Who will remember you? Even if you met this person once, you will remember me. I met them in Davos, right? So you'll have that good image about that person. And saying being the best person is the only thing, how can a leader be?
Absolutely, love that. Khulud, final words.
We will keep supporting women anywhere, everywhere, and we will keep leading these initiatives. And this is amazing initiative with the World Woman Davos to create this agenda for women across of the world. And we'll keep in the track. We will never give up. And again, as Her Highness mentioned, confidence this is the key for any leadership.
This is the theme that I feel like is being repeated over and over again.
Confidence.
It's confidence, it's education, surrounding yourself with those who will help you to rise.
And one thing I really love it when Her Highness mentioned that supporting system from the family. Honestly, without family, no one of us here, because this is the amazing support we give it. I'm always call it, it's like a supporting system. I'm calling it supporting system because it's a real supporting system.
Absolutely, and this is what we hear time and time again from women. My family supported me, those who have reached the heights. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our speakers for this afternoon session, unlocking the next frontier of growth. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
everyone. We're going to start our next session. For the next session, the first 3 rows are reserved seating. So if you could please relocate to other seating. The first 3 rows are reserved. If everyone could please quiet down. And take a seat. The first 3 rows are reserved. Thank you. Yeah. If everyone could please clear the space so that people can make their way out so we can start the next session. Sorry, I understand it's a little tight.
Let's go. Well, Emma doesn't need a seat. Yeah. Laura, are you going to... Huh? You're going to switch Anna around. Anna sitting down. Yeah. There you go. Anna, please sit and I'll sit here. It is. I told you. I had a jacket.
Banana pears.
We're not expecting.
Can I put this just? Of course.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our next session. This session is called Untying the Double Bind, Lessons for Boards and Women CEOs. Our moderator is Hetty Pye, member of the board and CEO advisory partners at Russell Reynolds Associates. Please welcome Ms. Pye and our esteemed speakers.
Thanks very much. I don't think I've been Miss Pie ever, so I'll take that. I'm going to actually quickly hand over to my colleague Emma, who's going to do some quick round of introductions for us.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Emma Coombe. I'm a leadership advisor in Russell Reynolds Associates London office. And thank you so much for joining us this afternoon for our discussion on untying the double bind, lessons for board women and CEOs. Today's conversation is seeking to tackle one of the most persistent and misunderstood dynamics in modern leadership, the contradictory expectations placed on women at the top. The double bind describes the impossible standard women leaders face: be confident, but not arrogant, decisive, but not domineering, warm, but not weak. As one CEO I know put it, you're expected to walk the tightrope and smile while you do it. But this isn't just anecdotal. To validate what women leaders have been saying behind closed doors for years, we analysed media coverage of 750 CEOs across the FTSE 100, S&P 500 and Euronext 100. We used the media as a proxy for societal views and norms, making it a useful indicator of broader leadership perceptions. And the data was stunning. Women CEOs were twice as likely to be described as both too ambitious and not ambitious enough, and 3 times more likely to be labelled lacking confidence. Author Marianne Sieghart calls this the authority gap, the measurable tendency to grant men automatic authority and make women earn it again and again. You see it in headlines, in boardrooms, and even in feedback. The data tells us that women CEOs are delivering. In fact, in these unpredictable times, in many ways, women are better suited to do this and to face the challenges. So I'll now pass over to our panel. We have a range of colleagues with us and a very esteemed guest. We've got Anna Borg, the CEO of Vattenfall. Thank you so much for joining us. Vattenfall is a European energy business, and Anna has led the company's bold pivot to enable fossil freedom across Europe, including landmark investments in nuclear, hydropower, offshore wind, onshore wind and solar, serving 11 million customers across 9 markets. I've got my colleagues Margot McShane and Hetty Pye, who co-founded the Artemis movement that we'll be talking about this afternoon. And I will now hand over to Laura Sanderson, who leads our EMEA business, who is joined by Francesco Vanni, sorry, I'm going to pronounce this wrong properly, apologies. Francesco Vanni Caracci, Chair of the Board of Directors of Euroclear. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Emma. Francesco, as chair of Euroclear, you were responsible for running a CEO appointment process that resulted in the appointment of Valérie Urbain, who is one of our relatively few number of female CEOs. And those listening this afternoon, those with us this afternoon, if Euroclear seems familiar to you, cast your mind back to before Christmas and the difficult discussions that were going on about the custody of the Russian sovereign wealth fund assets. Those are in Euroclear's hands. So Valerie is a CEO who has been delivering in quite extraordinary circumstances. Francesco, if you cast your mind back to the CEO succession and appointment process, what went right? What do you think the board did really well?
We found the right partner.
Russell and Reynolds. And we got lucky, because Valerie is really a transformational leader. And so the lessons for me is that it's never too early to start a process to map those high potentials, and it's gender neutral, the comment. I understand minority, I'm the only Italian in the room probably, and I'm certainly one of 3 males in the room. But I think most companies at the base of the pyramid from a talent and human capital point of view are 50-50. 40, 60, 60, 40, but there is a lot of gender diversity. But that's get lost really at the top. Let's say -1, -2 from the CEO. And so our objective has been to really identify the talent that we had in the organization and enable them to grow professionally so that they were better prepared when the change comes. And I say we got lucky because it was not very obvious that Valerie had everything it took to be the next CEO and a transformational CEO, which was we were looking for. And that's because she was hidden. And the previous CEO really did not how do you say, enable the board and her to shine so that the board had the confidence that that was the right person for the future. And the other lesson that I've learned is that, normally we repeat the profile of the current CEO when we're looking for the next CEO. And actually, most of the board spend time thinking, what is the profile of the CEO 5 years from now? And that was like the standard we were looking for. And so that then created the search, the partnership. Everybody was very clear what we were looking for. And obviously, it's always a win when the company can go inside. And as Lara knows very well, we almost went outside, but we got lucky because we couldn't get the person that we had identified from outside. And I'm very glad we got lucky because Valerie is really the right CEO for the company for the next several years. So what we're doing together with the help of Russell and Reynolds, first, the board and Valerie have worked very closely together to not only prepare her for her new role, but also to make sure that the board and her did a lot of work together to align priorities, to make sure that everybody understood and reconfirm our purpose, our vision, and also the strategy. So that when she was on the job day one, it was like the alignment exercise had already happened, and that enabled the company to survive a very difficult period because we were really not on the radar screen of anybody until the European Union and the Commission decided that they wanted to come after our balance sheet. And, that was almost a near-death experience for the company. And I have to say, Valerie, she was only a year in the job, did an extraordinary work with her entire team. The second lesson is that the combination of diversity at the executive level really works. So she promoted several insiders, people, again, that were hidden in the organizational trenches, but also she had the courage to go outside and hire some exceptional talent from the market. And that diversity of views is really what enables this executive team to do what the board wanted, is to accelerate progress for our clients and our shareholders. I don't know if I've answered your question, but those are the lessons that I took.
Francesco, that's fantastic. Thank you. And in the rest of our discussion this afternoon, you're going to be hearing a little bit more about the kind of approaches we can take to help women like Valerie develop to be ready to undertake the CEO role, the approaches we took with Valerie and the approaches we're now taking with a number of others. Francesco, thank you. I know you have to be somewhere else, so we will, instead of closing remarks, you got opening remarks. So Francesco
Yes.
will...
Laura always puts me on the spot. So I was not prepared, but I think I leave you with a fantastic panel, and I'm sure you're going to learn. And thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next time you'll do it a room full of Italians.
Of course. We'll fix our
Francesco.
diversity problem. Tanush.
So, Tanush, delighted that you've made it. In true Davos style, I did explain to some of my colleagues, just expect the unexpected when it comes to Davos, and that's certainly on our timings. But brilliant, thank you.
I wish I could say I've skied down the mountains to be here, but almost felt like that. But apologies for being late.
Well, we're going to pick into the agenda as well, get further into it. We've heard about some lucky circumstances, as Francesco called them, as some really good examples. We're also going to dig into that is real life, but also some more specifics around how we can change more life. And Tanush, just to give a sense of her, so she's spent her life within big financial services institutions. She's currently one of the senior executives in Standard Chartered, where she has, amongst other things, responsibility for people, strategy, transformation. She's also sat on the board of a FTSE 100 retailer for multiple years as well. So looks at things from a slightly different angle, and we thought it would be an interesting combination. So if I think to then what we've been starting to hear about in the conversation of Francesco's opening sort of lived experience remarks. So today, what we wanted to look at, just dig in further into, is some big calls. So we talked about that ambition, confidence, double bind that Emma referred to. So some big calls that you've made career-wise, which we're going to dig into. We're going to look at some data and understand what's underneath the metrics. We're then going to say, you know, what's actually telling us, and then we're going to get to the so what. So you will find in Artemis, the whole point of it is there's a so what. So what can we do? And we leave here with ideas of action rather than potentially interesting quandaries that we feel we can't solve. So, Anna, I'm going to turn to you, and thank you so much for sitting there patiently after, obviously, the fun and games of Davos in this rather hot room. So thank you. I'd like to get on to those big calls. So you've made them, Emma referred to it, in the context of big strategic calls for your business. If you reflect on what you've heard there around that media coverage, as well as thinking about your investors, the external world. So let's start there. Did you find that you had to lead differently as a woman? Did you find that you tempered your message? Did it have any implications for you?
I don't think that I sort of tailored my way of leading because I'm a woman, because I am a woman. And I think that leadership needs to be authentic. Yep. Otherwise, it's not good leadership. So I think you can never sort of think about your leadership in an outside-in view like that. What you have to do is be aware of how you are perceived, yep, and maybe also some of the situations that you described earlier, and really sort of distinguish them between, you know, which ones do I want to be more visible in or less visible, yep, in. And I think that whenever I make a decision, or especially if we're going to do, you know, a big shift or a big investment, yep, like you put forward as an example, I think there are three components that are important to me, not because I'm a woman, but because they are important. Yep. And the first one is context, to really show the context and the market environment that this is happening in. The second one is the business logic, and the third one is showing the numbers. Yep. And I think depending a bit on who my audience is, and if I think that they are more or less focused on, you know, different traits of your personality, including your gender, I might lean more or less on one of them, okay, in order to really create the understanding I need, or the entry point I need, yep, for the conversation. But my experience is that there are usually sort of two groups that you meet, and one of them is thankfully the most common one in my business environment, and that's the people that don't really make a difference and don't care if you are a man or a woman. They judge you by what you're doing, yeah, but still being aware of the fact that in the world around you there are some, you know, conscious or unconscious signals that you will have to relate to as a woman. And those are the ones you want to work with, by the way. So if you don't have enough people like that around you, you should probably look for somewhere else to work, I would say, because that is what will determine your ability to really display your competence and, yes, and the way you're working in the end. The other group are the ones where they usually do take the starting point and assume that some of the examples that you highlighted are what's happening, that you are in a certain way because you are a female CEO. And I mean, we are all a lot of things. I'm Swedish. I'm 54. I'm 164, tall or short, whatever. I'm a woman,
tall.
so I'm a lot of things. So it's not possible to sort of just look at one character.
Yeah.
But when you do feel that you have people around you take that sort of entry point, then you need to try and sort of square the conversation differently. And you should not surround yourself with people like that too often. You cannot always choose, I know that, but to a large extent you actually can. Because they are the ones who will ask you the quite strange questions. So like, what does it feel like to be a female CEO?
Yes.
So, well, what am I supposed to answer? I am a female and I am a CEO. To me, the combination feels perfectly natural. So it's a very strange topic in my mind.
Yes.
And I think that's also when you get some of the maybe more strange responses sometimes to you. So, but basically you need to be authentic, and then you need to be aware of the world around you and decide a bit what you lean on most in order to get impact there and then.
I really like that. That's a really spoken. I've started to turn Artemis into an adjective. It's very Artemisian, if I could say of you, because it is both looking for the good, it's looking for the positive, but at the same time being realistic. So trying to create some change on that. I'm conscious that we're going to need to move a little bit through our gears here, Margot, but perhaps therefore just a brief synopsis. We've been talking a lot about this Artemis movement, this thing. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that and how that relates to the topics? And then I'd really like to get on to Tanuj.
Yes, I'll do it quickly. That's my cue. Is this, I don't know if you can hear this. Take my own. Thanks. So Artemis was created to modernize how we define and develop best-in-class CEO talent. At the heart of it, it's really never been harder to be a CEO. The reality is our clients want more people to be prepared for it. They're generally underutilizing half the population, which is women. And so we do three things with our clients. Number one, we help them identify more options, specifically overlooked and unexpected options. Number two, we work with them to put a finer point on looking forward. What is that CEO success profile of the future? Because looking in the rearview mirror has a lot of trappings to it, not the least of which is you're looking for the exact archetype of what you have right now. And then the third bit is we work with those women with CEO aspirations on really hardcore development to equip them with the skills, including things like resilience, getting clarity of their authentic purpose, to your point. And then thirdly, really having the confidence to take the job truly as it is. We call it a movement because this is not about having women, or for that matter, men, fit into an old archetype. It's really about helping organizations with data and insight look forward and make change around how they decide who should be leading. So to the point about the double bind, maybe I want to keep it going here. Just what women will say is privately, and by the way, it's different, let's say if you have women networking group with boards, when women who want to be a CEO all get in a room together, they really reveal to you how exhausting it is, especially if they're very far along, because they are held to this double standard. One group says they don't have enough gravitas. Another group says they're not ambitious enough. And they're constantly recalibrating. Number one, it discourages other women. It's also depleting them of energy that they put elsewhere. And they're having developed this skill set, which they do. They do it in a positive way, but something we're trying to raise awareness of, so more people understand and see them on the way up and give them support.
Sorry, Anna. We're playing a little bit of microphone tag here. Tanuj, I'd really like to get into your wise words on this. You have responsibility in no small part in your organisation and hitherto in others as well for that talent agenda. What are you recognising from this? What we're talking about, this double bind piece. What have you seen work, not work? What's your words of wisdom here?
Well, I'm not sure I have words of wisdom. I loved what Anna said about wanting to be authentic, but in what she also said was sometimes in your endeavor to be truly authentic, don't be blinded to the fact that you have spikes, which would require a bit of development or being sensitive to how you show up in front of different people. And I don't think they are mutually exclusive. I think you can be authentic to yourself, but be very conscious that in that authenticity, there is a danger that you can inadvertently alienate or play to a particular stereotype. And the smart thing is being sensitive to it and trying to work around it. So, I just put it out. Do I believe they are different sort of standards? I do think they are preconceived notions in the way women lead versus men lead. And you and I spoke about this, Hetty, a little bit. They are preconceived notions. So it's assumed that women lead, much more from empathy, nurturing, care. By the way, all very great things. And because they lead like that, it kind of assumes that they are less decisive, less risk-taking. And that's wrong, as we know, having worked with multiple female leaders. And sometimes you do need to call that out in a much more data-driven, in a much more fact sort of based way. But I do think those stereotypes exist, and the standards are a bit different.
And I wonder then, actually, that's a rather nice segue, just jumping, Margot, a little long here, just thinking about what we've learnt from our Artemis programme in terms of those stereotypes, but also some things that we're helping women, perhaps they're helping us with the insights around how they might equip themselves a little differently going forward. So I'm thinking now about the effortless aspects of leadership life that we've talked about, for example.
Well, they say they share easily. No, but honestly, we've been able to gather a lot of anecdotal evidence that seems quite consistent. A lot of women, people are told about the barriers to development. We like to also say amplify what's already coming effortlessly too. So things like having purpose, collaboration, working across stakeholders, doing hard things that no one else wants to do. These are some of the things women say, hey, that's easy for me. But if you actually look at the data, because we like to put as much actually hardcore quantitative data behind this, we actually have done a global study to look at how direct reports to leaders perceive their male leaders versus female leaders. And the reality is there are really minimal differences, except for there's actually one thing that women spike on, which is coaching and development, which is interesting. So these are the direct reports to people. That is pretty sobering. I'm just going to combine it with another point. The other point on performance, this is interesting. I'm not sure, I became aware of a thing called the Hypatia Women CEO Index. It's basically an index fund which highlights and tracks the performance of women who are leading publicly traded companies compared to their category peers. And since its inception in 2022, they have consistently outperformed. And of course, these women change because that's a criteria. But I think that's quite instructive and might surprise people. Yeah. And people said, why is that? And of course, we just have hypotheses that we're trying to actually ground. But we think part of it is the women who get to the top had a harder road to get there, so they're pretty darn good. It also could be there's something about how they're leading that's particularly impactful.
And actually, that's straight on to you, Anna, right? I'd love to hear your responses to what Margot just said.
No, I think that resonates very well, and I really like measurable performance because if you're in a sort of, and I would urge anyone who would want sort of a senior leadership position to take on a P&L responsibility or a result that is measurable early on, because that is very impactful and it's less open for interpretation than if you have a job where you deliver something that someone is supposed to judge whether it's good or not. And of course, it's not just the numbers that count. It's also about how you put the numbers there in the end and how you run the business. But numbers are numbers. And it's quite sort of visible whether you are performing or not then. And I think that is something I really would urge for.
And if we then get onto something we started to talk about, you mentioned the word measurement, Tanuj, a bit earlier. What's your view on that word, on the utilisation of it? It means many different things, but what's been your experience of what's been most valuable in that context?
Well, I mean, trying to get what we have trying to do within Standard Chartered, and what I've tried to do is in all of the talent assessments, how do you work very hard to remove some of those biases? Yep. And actually the way you do it is by getting into measurable traits of performance. And financial performance is definitely one of them. But what do your teams say? What is your ability to be able to attract best-in-class talent? What is your ability to be able to retain best-in-class talent? How do you think of a broad stakeholder group as evidenced by feedback from customers, employees, etc. So in the assessment processes, how do you get this multi-dimensional view, all of which I believe is measurable, right? So, we talk about balanced scorecard, 4 quadrants for a reason, and there's loads of evidence that exists in companies. But I don't think companies do a really good job of surfacing it in a digestible way that can lead to meaningful conversations around data and evidence as opposed to perceptions and experiences. Mm-hmm. And I think that requires effort. It requires effort in companies and it requires efforts in boardrooms to be able to make that shift.
And you just mentioned the boardroom, so you sit on the board of another FTSE 100 company. So how do you find the lens when you're sitting in that seat? How have you found that conversation? What's that mean if we're thinking about others that sit in boardrooms potentially as opposed to their executive lives? Any advice there around how you can get that conversation centred around the right kind of things?
you know, I'm very fortunate because the board I sit on is a retail board. It's a big retail board in UK, and retail in UK has very, very successful senior women, which I have to admit has not been the case for the longest time in financial services. I would assume financial services has kind of been the most behind the curve. And I found the parallels between the two, or having that experience, hugely enlightening. And one of the reasons I believe there are so many women in retail, you know, across big retailers in UK, is because of measurable performance, exactly what you have said, is because the boards and the CEOs have made a real effort to move people around, to build the skill gaps that they have. And again, that's a very evidence-based conversation, right? You know, this is the way the person's performing, but these are the skill gap that exists, and how do we, in a concerted way, fill those skill gaps? And I found that experience sitting as a non-exec director and being able to have a very different lens on performance and a very different view of stakeholders that have a view on your performance. I found that quite interesting.
And Anna, you've grown up from trainee, I think, all the way through to CEO in your organisation. So you've got a lot of experience. As you say, it's obviously been an environment, at least most of the time, which you felt was supported, as you were suggesting. Otherwise, why stay there? But if you think across your career, what do you think's still true on some of these barriers we're talking about in perception? Potentially, I think we're realising over reality. And what are things you think now are starting to be disbanded? What's your experience there?
Well, I think that regardless of industry, and I've been in and out of the company, so I also did the detour in financial services, in fintech, for a number of years. But I think regardless of industry, of course there is a development. And I think we see that if you look in a more long-term perspective. If I just compare it to my mother or my grandmother, my reality looks different, and in that sense better from this perspective. But on the other hand, this is also something that is, you know, changing fairly slow.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to go back to and remember, why are we talking about this? Why is this important? And why are we doing this in a business context? Because, of course, it's about, you know, everybody's being, you know, valued equally and having a fair chance. And I don't want to downplay that in any way, because it's sort of the ground rule. But I think it's also about performance. Because there is tons of research showing that mixed teams in different dimensions perform better. And that is what I'm looking for as a CEO when I look at, you know, a diverse management team or a diverse workforce. I want performance, and I want the teams to perform better. I want the perspectives of all of my customers, all of my stakeholders, all of my investors to be around the table in order to make better decisions. And finally, I want to fish in the entire talent pool, not in only half of it. That's pure stupid.
Couldn't agree more. That is the founding premise of Artemis, in fact, is we...
Really remember why we're doing it, and that it drives business value. I think that's something we need to come back to over and over again.
I couldn't agree more. I'm conscious we're going to run out of road here, but because this conversation could roll. And I'm going to go to Margot in a minute to help us sort of sum up where we're getting to. I mentioned at the beginning, Artemis is all about the positive, right? It's all about what can we do, what next, what's it mean for me, what's it mean for my organisation, and you're just getting, I think, to some really interesting points. As a little anecdote, someone shared with me that if you printed out all the data that bears out the facts that you just said around better performing businesses are ones that have a range and diversity of view, it would fill multiple football pitches. So whatever sporting analogy you want to pick on, or another, it's a lot of data. So I think it's reasonably unequivocal, but reminding people of that rather than trying to potentially put it into a bit of a box. But knowing that we have to wrap, I really go back to you, Margot, to sum up for us. You've got so much CEO succession experience. You'll have seen a lot. What do you think, if you're going to leave some advice to this room and people listening, what genuinely is going to make a difference? What would you leave with them?
Yes, and to Hetty's point, we never want to ever come across as victims. It's all about recommendations, and we want people to leave the room saying, now I know what to do. So, I mean, there are three things. Were you going to say something? Okay. Three things is, one is encouraging the board of directors, who ultimately is making the decisions, who, as many of you knows, when you have longer multi-year succession projects, it's really the CEO and increasing the CHR who are really identifying and developing internally, but at some point it gets handed over in parallel path to the board. We know that if the more we make the development opportunities for her objective rather than subjective, the more granular, the more likely she is to deliver the outcome. I'll just give you a small example. I was speaking with a CEO last week, and he said, her biggest opportunity is she doesn't have gravitas. And I said, what exactly do you mean by gravitas? And we got to 2 or 3 things that made perfect sense, that is on a piece of paper that she can work towards. There'll be 360s, et cetera. So don't leave it in the vague. That's dangerous territory. The second thing is really, I think going the positive point, this is an opportunity. It is really hard to be a CEO right now. When you take a board through the exercise of not looking in the back, but saying, okay, let's think 3 years from now, 5 years from now, what needs to be true about this person? It opens up the aperture and also makes room for other people in that process, which is a really encouraging thing. By the way, it also gets them galvanizing galvanized and moving in a different direction. And I'd say the third thing is, no matter how great the CEO is that you place, the board is going to have to support her. They have to support a male as well. But sometimes people might not know her as well. We know that to be true. That often happens. They know the male candidates better. But also when the going gets tough, don't revert to stereotypes. We know that women are 2 times as likely to have activist pressure, for example. She will need the board support, and that is just as important as the selection process is ensuring they're taking off the bias and supporting her when she is in the job.
Thank you, Margot. I think if we're going to leave you just with a couple of reflections, knowing that we need to wrap, I think about, and I've described it as such before, I feel like in a land where today, there's a lot going on out there that's a bit complicated, and we're talking about things that are hard and are tough. The really good news about what we're talking about here is it's only imbued with hope and positivity, but not naivety. And what I mean by that is, Artemis, I think about it in the context of almost like a light. And once the light hits the corners that were dark before, they will remain light. And what I mean by that is exactly where Anna, Tanuj, Laura, Margot, and Francesco and is here, we're all going on the same thing, which is, oh my gosh, there's this huge leadership opportunity that is massively underleveraged today at the very time we need more leaders. And at the very time, as Margot was suggesting, and our evidence will tell you that actually some of the characteristics that we know women leaders particularly index hardest on, best on, are the very characteristics that are the ones that are required, most needed in today's modern progressive leader. Now, I'm very conscious we were going to have another person around our table today, and she's down here. So, Belen, I see you're here. Sorry. Natasha's pointing over here, and I was thinking, Belen, that looks like you to me. Welcome, and I'm so sorry for your delay, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you very much for having me, and really my biggest, the Swiss police didn't. Let's blame the Swiss police.
I think when in doubt.
So it was like an hour to pass the control, and like
you look remarkably unruffled.
4 hours to come from Zurich to Davos. So very, very sorry.
We're thrilled you made it. We have but a few minutes, but you have so much to share. So you've been listening to some of this conversation. You're aware of the topics before we came in. Be brilliant if you wouldn't mind being our summarizer in terms of your experience and what you want to share with the group.
Look, I think everything I heard in the last 5 minutes is absolutely right. I think, talking about the double blind, which was the topic of this session, I'm sure you had super interesting discussions on critical topics. My key message is that the best antidote for the double blind is authenticity. We really need to be who we are, right? And over the years, I have been in the industry for more than 35 years at this time, and the best compliment I received, to be briefed, a few weeks ago when I was talking to someone that I haven't talked for at least 25 years. He told me, Belen, you are exactly the same. You look exactly the same, and he of course was not referring to the way I look, because I age, but obviously,
if you say so,
obviously I state myself, right, and leading like yourself and not pretending to be is absolutely key. I think the other topic is that for the coming generations, we really need to reframe likability to impact, right? Because we spend too much time thinking on what people are saying about us. And I see, and the more confidence we gain over the years, the better place we are to lead big transformations. And this is something that we learn on the way. You express a positive, very positive conclusion with which I agree. I think we have made tons of progress in the way, but definitely not enough.
Oh, 100%.
Not enough. I mean, my own experience as a female CEO, when I was nominated the first female CEO ever in Germany, was not short from intimidating. Not short from intimidating, simply because, I just couldn't believe that the female accompanying the CEO was that shocking to people, right? So I was absolutely determined to be a CEO, only a CEO, and act as a CEO, of course, with my female condition, my own style, and most importantly, my own personality. So look, we have to continue. We need to partner. We need to partner not only amongst ourselves, but also with other stakeholders who will be advocating for what is right, which is, building diverse and inclusive organization, which is going to give us the right competitive advantage and will help us generate and create value.
Thank you, Belen. Well, you've said that with true authenticity. I'm so pleased indeed. None of us are saying we've finished yet. This is all a ray of sunshine, though, going forward to take it into a new dimension. Hopefully when, our grandchildren, our children, it's their time. I hope that some of these conversations just don't need to exist.
Exactly. That would be great. That's the aspiration.
And I perhaps just the last thing to share as an anecdote, but it perhaps sums up all of this conversation in a way around you're all talking about this authenticity point, but with appropriate realism. And I think we all probably understand what that means, an understanding of the ecosystem that you're in. A woman that I work with a lot, who's a CEO of another business, and she said in her early career, she led in spite of being a woman. And in her middle career, she led because she was a woman. And she just said, now I lead and I am a woman. I think that's not a bad place to finish. Thanks, everyone. Thank you all for your race to get here. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. Yes, the elevator speak.
CEO in Germany is a pretty
No music.
You look so on. Let's get it. It's terrible to have to wait. Please. And what I'm saying? Yes. Exactly. Not only your job. That's it. Could you end up your phone? You're right. As long as no one's.
Eu moro na Alemanha e ela mora em Paris. Ótimo, o Brasil está bem representado. Três. Também moro em Zurique. Eu vou olhar aqui o programa. It was not the last one, right? Sorry, was it the last one? Yes. Okay. Tá bom. Vou pra casa.
Normally we start at. You want to start sooner?
No, she wants me to.
Normally we start at 5:15.
But you want me now to say the house is closed? And for everyone to let it be 5. Once it is 5, we get 4 more minutes, let everyone get out. Okay.
What?
At 5, I say to everyone that the house is closed for everyone to leave.
At 5?
Yeah.
Because it's private. It's private. So at 5 we make announce and we start at 5:15 like normal. Okay? So I go to the toilet, I'm coming in 2 minutes from McDonald's, okay?
We still don't have the data for tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. The World Woman Foundation house is closed, so if everyone can start to make their way outside. Thank you so much for attending. Louder. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. The World Woman Foundation house is closed, so if everyone can start to make their way outside. Thank you for coming. Yes, it's the VIP event.
Yeah, I think we were.
I'm not sure. I can't.
Yeah, I think you can let it on the floor. This is
They're asking. Thank you, everyone, for coming. The World Woman Foundation house is now closed, so if everyone can start to make their way outside.
Yes. I'll just email them tonight. I'll email them. We'll forget. No, I will not. I will remember everything.
In terms of development programs, we only have
But that's, I think the confirmation email is different. The youth leads stay in the house for the.
Never say never. Ask when you go back to executive board, the answer is it depends. But right now, I have very
Thank you, everyone, for coming. The World Woman Foundation house is now closed. If everyone can make their way outside, please make your way outside. Thank you.
Natasha was looking for you.
Yeah, I just made the announcement. Hi, thank you. Thank you.
No syrup, so hot.
The World Woman Foundation house is now closed. If everyone can make their way outside, the World Woman Foundation house is now closed. Thank you.
Emily, we can sit here maybe. Oh, there's space there. You're doing an amazing job. Pardon. You're doing an amazing job. Oh, yeah, now it's big. Are you tired?
I'm a little jet lagged.
The Washington, D.C. Times. Where is it? This is here for
We're not. Thank you. I thought we might be we're not. Thank you ever so much. Emma, let's get a photo. Oh, yes. Yes. So we can send it to the assignment. I do. Can I have one more? Good option.
Put on the third chair.
Yes. Excuse me. You need to leave.
Okay.
It's closed.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Can I? Oh. The World Woman Foundation house is now closed. If you could make your way outside, please. Thank you.
No, finished. Program finished for today.
Maybe tea. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Please come on, ladies. We have to go with this picture. I have another free woman.
Can you take us? Thank you. Photo now, guys.
Please, with all these women.
And a tea picture, just quickly. Come on.
You are here.
Yes.
Do you see the screen?
Thank you so much.
Yes, there's one back. No, the restroom is back here. I think she's outside. Should I repeat another time? I think these are the people who The World Woman Foundation house is now closed. If you could please make your way outside. Thank you. Please make your way outside. The house is closed. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Anushka Shukla. I'm a youth leader with the World Woman Foundation. I'm introducing our welcome remarks speaker today, Ms. Diana Marrero. She is the Chief Partnerships Officer for Foreign Policy. Please welcome Ms. Marrero.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. This is our first Her Power in Davos, so we're very, very excited to have you all here with us today. Thank you. We have been hosting Her Power forums in Washington, D.C. and New York for the last several years, and first time on the Magic Mountain, so thank you for joining us. I wanted to just make very brief remarks to set the stage for this forum. As you all know, we're in a very precarious situation in terms of geopolitics, but also for women and women's rights and women's leadership. And so today, on your chairs, you'll see our latest issue of our magazine, Foreign Policy. It's called The World -1, and I encourage you all to read it. It's really interesting in terms of, the ideas that are being thought through about what's next as the U.S. and the U.S. government retreats from multilateralism and multilateral institutions. What does that mean? What kind of ripple effects that might have across the globe? And that is the case with women worldwide as well. And so, you all know the headlines, the statistics are really sobering. The latest issue of the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index shows that not one country has achieved gender parity, not one of them. And the latest report from the Women Business and the Law from the World Bank shares that women globally enjoy 2/3 of the rights of men around the world. And, in terms of healthcare, women live longer, but they have fewer, healthier years. And those statistics can be found in the McKinsey Health Institute, and we'll be hearing from them later on. But, there is some hope, right? There's innovation, there's so much change, so much technology, and really smart people like you all thinking about solutions and thinking about, what are some of the policies and regulations and different new forms of finance that can be used to address these issues. So we're also hopeful. And we want to make sure that we've brought the world's brightest minds to have those solutions-oriented conversations. So to that end, let's start focusing on where progress is being made, what models are proving effective, how partnerships can scale outcomes across sectors and regions. You'll see the full agenda on your seats today. There's a QR code you can follow along and learn more about our speakers. So I want to thank you again for being here. I want to thank our partners at the World Woman House, Davos, also the McKinsey Health Institute, MSD, and Pandora for their support. We couldn't do it without them and without our readers as well. And so now let's dive right in. So Andrew Solinger, publisher and CEO of Foreign Policy, will be kicking us off with a conversation with Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, leader of the Democratic Forces of Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Appreciate it, and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for Rupa and World Woman Davos for hosting us today. We're so excited to be here and bring her power to Davos. Diana doesn't pump herself up much, but she developed the Her Power Initiative at Foreign Policy, and we're so incredibly proud of the work that we've done, highlighting leadership lessons from women who are better leaders. Let's face it, I'm very proud of the fact that Foreign Policy is actually 60% women. That's why we're successful and doing very well, and I try and not muck that up. So happy to have you join us, Svetlana. I really appreciate your time here. You can look online on the agenda, and you can see Svetlana's bio. But just to remind everyone who you're going to be hearing from today, Svetlana is the national leader of Belarus, head of the United Transitional Cabinet. She won the Belarusian presidential election in 2020, but Alexander Lukashenko remained in power, and as a result, Svetlana became the leader of the opposition forces of Belarus and is now really focusing outside of the country on marshaling those resources. You do a lot. You make sure that Belarus stays top of mind for world leaders. You spend a lot of your time talking to world leaders, reminding them of what's happened in Belarus, the role Belarus has played in the war on Ukraine by Russia, and you do a fantastic job of that. And that is something that is now entering its fourth year, the war in Ukraine. As we know, it's frightening to think about that. And Belarus and Lukashenko are still serving as the staging ground for Vladimir Putin's invasion. So I wanted to start by talking about that and that point. I was just randomly reading the Financial Times today, and Maria Kolesnikova, who was she's a fellow opposition leader, recently released from prison in Belarus. And there has been some yielding from Lukashenko, who's looking for better terms with the Trump administration. And he let Maria out and says Europe should try, she said in this Financial Times piece, that Europe should try to draw Lukashenko closer, that putting him in isolation actually pushes him into Putin's arms. And I'm wondering what your thinking is on that. That's a very controversial statement to make, obviously. I know you know Maria very well. Your thoughts?
So first of all, thank you for having me as the guest. It's the first event for me during this Davos week, and I'm so grateful that I can have energy of wonderful women with me through all these weeks.
It'll all be downhill from here, I promise.
So as for Belarus, all these 5 years since 2020, my policy is that we have to not to save Lukashenko from Putin, because he will always serve to this person. They're both dictators, they have symbiotic friendship, they need each other, and you cannot split them. We have to save our country from Lukashenko. So that's why my work was, first of all, to keep Belarus high on agenda, to rediscover Belarus to the world, because it was like gray zone constantly, and nobody knew what was happening in our country. And now people understand that Lukashenko is not Belarus, Lukashenko is not the nation, that Lukashenko is ready to sell our sovereignty and independence to Putin just in exchange for his personal power. And I think it's can be a huge mistake if we can adopt the idea that we can split these two dictators. And that's why, we work that, to put pressure on Lukashenko regime for them to change their behavior. Because we are so grateful to the President Trump administration, for John Cole personally, that they're holding this humanitarian track on release of political prisoners. But we have to keep in mind that while releasing some people, Lukashenko detained twice more. So his policy is not changing. And when we see this in newspapers, Lukashenko released people, our eyes can perceive that, something is changing in Belarus, but nothing is changing. People are repressed, people have to flee Belarus because of terror, and that's why our task is much broader than just releasing people. Of course, releasing people is our priority, but we have to save our country. People have to have opportunity to return home, just to start their businesses in Belarus. But it's impossible while Lukashenko is there. So that's why, of course, since 2020, we are calling for national dialogue. All the changes in any country go through negotiations, but we need to stop terror, first of all, and then, to talk to this regime on equals nation with the regime. Because what Lukashenko wants, he wants to return to business as usual. Let's talk to Europe, let's talk to the USA, avoiding nation interests.
Excellent. So I'm just curious about how the war has impacted your movement. Has the war shifting Putin's focus away from Belarus, also not necessarily going in his favor, has that created more space for the opposition movement, for Lukashenko, your opposition movement? I would think it has. And then following on that, there's so much going on in the world right now, all over the world, Venezuela, Iran, Greenland. How do you, it must make it more difficult to keep Belarus in the conversation. How do you do that? We just talked about you traveling the world and speaking with all these world leaders. It must be a difficult task.
Of course, it's rather difficult, to keep Belarus in focus because there are bigger crises in the world. But I really don't want to compare whose crisis is bigger and deeper, because we have to share our pain, not to compare this, because we have Ukraine nearby. People are being killed there by Russia. And of course, the war in Ukraine put Belarus in new context, because if before we had humanitarian crisis and political crisis mostly. Now it's understandable that while Lukashenko is there, who is serving to Putin, who is ready to provide our territory for terrorizing our European neighbors, so Belarus became a part of broader security context. That we explaining to our partners that look, without friend democratic Belarus, there will be no security for you as well. It's not now only about political prisoners. It's about your safety. We see migrants attacking the borders. We see these balloons going to Lithuania and interrupting airspace. Nuclear weapon that is being deployed in Belarus, this constant blackmailing of Ukraine, that sooner or later new missiles can be launched from our country. So that's why, Lukashenko, he will be allied to Putin, and Putin knows this. But Putin also knows that Belarusian people against Lukashenko, against this Russian clause that Putin keeps on Belarus, that Russia is a threat to our sovereignty. So Putin is, he's backing Lukashenko politically and economically, but he knows that, Belarusians will never accept this Russian Russian prevalence, in our country. We want return to our European family of countries. We want European future for Belarus, and this is what we are fighting for.
Outstanding. I love, by the way, a few anecdotes there. You want to share, not compare crises, which is a frightening thought that you have to actually compare crises, but that is a great sentiment and a way to approach that. Your path to leadership was a very unconventional one. Your husband initially, who had a great YouTube presence, was spearheading events, but you rose to prominence after he was barred from running for president. And shortly afterwards, he was imprisoned. And he was released this past summer. And that is a very unique situation that I would think you found yourself in. The Washington Post wrote a piece about this, that, how did you and your husband navigate leadership with you clearly rising to prominence and becoming the global figurehead of the Belarus opposition movement, and he comes out of prison and you've become way bigger than he ever was in this space? And if you could just share a few insights on that and how you've managed that personally.
Only among us women. Of course, for me and for Belarusians, my husband was really leading figure. He was wonderful. He was brave, and she encouraged, people to get up from the sofas and, fight against Lukashenko regime. But, 5 years in prison, he was in isolation. He knew very little what was happening in the world. He was in incommunicado mode for more than 2.5 years. And when he was deported from Belarus, he lost context. He was sure that he was released into society 2020. He wasn't ready that such level of repression somehow influenced people's moods. We went through all these repressions. We, together with the Ukrainians, we saw the war in Ukraine. People who fled Belarus, we going through transnational repressions as well. So people's relatives, people who are in exile, their relatives in prisons are also terrorized by the regime. So people hiding their faces. Even for going to the rally in Poland, in the USA, people can put in Interpol wanted list. So of course people are afraid, and my husband, he was like, why are you not so the same brave as you were in 2020? Where is your bravery? And of course, he saw that his wife, is taking this leading position. I'm well known in the world. I'm built alternative institutions of power, and we keep this unity. And I think that he was lost a little bit, and he's not competing, to my leadership, but he cannot realize, till the end that the world, Belarusians have changed. So we we have many conversations about politics, and we are arguing a lot, but now we are trying to divide our personal life, family life, and political one. He wants to be a politician. He just doesn't want to be like, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya husband, though he says I'm the first gentleman, but I understand he also has his own ambitions, and I don't want to somehow мешать. So
that's a fantastic story. As if your life wasn't a movie already, that twist came in. I think it's wild, and thank you for sharing those personal insights just amongst us women. So I also wanted to point out, I know you have a meeting that you have to go to at the Congress Centers, but I didn't want to let you go without asking you a question about the parallels between what you're experiencing and how you have forged a path, and Maria Machado in Venezuela. So she's the opposition leader in Venezuela. To refresh everyone, you all know this already. Maduro was taken out by the Trump administration, and now she is waiting in the wings, but Trump is sticking with the regime that's currently in power, Maduro's regime currently in power in Venezuela, which leaves her hanging out there a little bit. You've worked very similar parallels. You've worked to secure important prisoner releases. Trump administration has engaged closely on that. She presented Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize last week to try and win him over, but he continues to be seemingly working with the regime, by the way, also headed by a woman, Delcy Rodriguez. Women not only opposition leaders, but also in this example, in the actual regime. What insights from your experience might you share with Machado right now? And you two have met, I understand. Is that correct?
So we haven't met personally, but we talked a lot through Zoom because she was hiding in Venezuela, and I'm so encouraged by her bravery and unity that she's managing to keep among Venezuelan people. Of course, the context of both our countries will be different. You cannot copy one country with another, but nevertheless, I think that. Maybe now is the moment when President Trump is communicating to pro-regime, people in Venezuela, but it doesn't mean that we have to stop building institutions, that we have to keep people united, that we have to show the power of nation, power of people, because sooner or later the situation can change and we have to be prepared, the same as Maria Corina Machado is also prepared. Who knows, maybe, as we say, now President Trump is communicating somehow with Lukashenko through special envoy that was appointed. But as we say, today you are highly respected president, tomorrow you can be Maduro. And we have to be prepared for this moment, showing that we have capacity, showing that we have institutions, showing that we have, power and strength, to come to the country and hold free and fair elections and move our country for changes. So that's why, President Trump is a rather unpredictable, person.
We've seen this, yes.
Yeah, and our attacks now, we are in coordination with the American government. I'm really grateful that President Trump, as I said, appointed special envoy in Belarus. It's very few countries in the world where special envoy is working on separate country, and we see that they are following humanitarian track. President Trump showed it very clearly that Lukashenko, you have to release people. It's not about changing policy towards Belarus, because our American partners understand that we want free and democratic country, not only release of people, but again, it's so ugly that regime makes people bargain chips. Regime is selling people, and of course America is lifting some sanctions for the release of people, but let's American sanctions be for saving people's lives, but European sanctions, European power, European Lukashenko's isolation for bigger changes. This is how we are promoting our course at the moment.
Well, you're an inspiration to, I know the people of Belarus, to all those who are in opposition of tyranny, and I think now, and to Machado, and I think now to our Her Power audience as well. So thank you for sharing your insights. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Svetlana Tsianiskaya. Please. I'd now like to welcome my colleague, Allison Carlson, who is going to key up a conversation right now about sustainable competitiveness. Please do join us.
Thank you for joining us tonight. We know your schedules are busy, and thank you for carving out a few moments for us. That was an incredible conversation and kickoff to our first Her Power here at Davos. And now we're going to take a little bit of a thematic pivot, but nonetheless talking about a very important aspect of leadership. And as Andrew was mentioning, about sustainability and business outcomes. This session is entitled When Purpose Meets Performance. And I'm here with Sophia Mendelson, Chief Sustainability and Commercial Officer at SAP, and Mads Tuomi Madsen, Senior Vice President, Sustainability and Communications at Pandora. I'm really excited to dive into this conversation. Over the last decade or so, there's been a lot of undulation when we talk about ESG and performance metrics and sustainability and the contribution to business, and whether or not it's a cost or whether or not it's actually driving business outcomes. And there are some circles that are suggesting there's sort of a retrenchment and a belief that it is a cost and it's not driving business outcomes. I think you two think very differently about that, and against the backdrop of the World Economic Forum, I really want to pick that apart and understand from both of your perspectives as leaders in this sector, how are you seeing outcomes from investments in sustainability throughout the supply chain? Sophia, I'm turning to you first.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. And what you started just gets me so fired up, because the first thing I have to say is that it's not about cost. Business embraces cost all the time. Business invests billions. Bezos gets on investor calls and says, we're trying to make $100 million mistakes. What this is about is what sustainability requires us to look in the face of, what it requires us to openly discuss. And that's why this prevailing narrative this year that the Davos man has turned his back on climate change or social topics that you also work on and we care about is both false and misleading, right? It's false because it got on the agenda in the first place because there was a business opportunity, which I know you can speak beautifully to. And it's misleading because it ignores the data and the facts. And if there's one thing business leaders are always meant to do, it's meant to be to look at the data. And you can look at WEF's own data. Every year, WEF releases their risk report. Did you guys see it, right? This year, short-term risk, long-term risk, same as always, very smart, bifurcate. Okay, short-term risk, climate change, still in the top 5, shifting from number 2 to number 4 as if this is disappearing off the agenda, right? And in the long-term category, sustainability, climate change, and environmental issues, again, dominating the top 5 WEF long-term risks as it has year after year, which I think gives business plenty to talk about.
Great way to set the stage. Thank you for that. Mads, over to you. You know, Pandora is among the most sustainable companies in the world. And you have made, and the company has made, a concerted effort to transition and shift business operations towards circularity for greater resilience and impact. And it's making you rather competitive as well. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that. How are you seeing leaning into and investments in sustainability and resilience actually strengthening your position in what is undoubtedly a very dynamic and volatile world?
No, I agree, and I totally agree with what you're saying, right? So it's not cost, it's investments. But actually, before you got to that, you could say some of this is just stuff you have to do, right? If you believe in science, you got to do it, no matter whether it's cost or an investment or whatever. And that's kind of the team that we're on. So making that decoupling of emissions and growth is kind of like, you got to do it. That said, the good news is it can be brilliant business if you kind of apply a long-term perspective to it. So we look at big transformations we've done that it's true. If you look at that with a very short-term perspective, it costs us money. And are they coming in tomorrow? No, maybe not. But then the year after or the year after, suddenly you begin to see in real hardcore data an effect on the visibility of the company that can translate into advertising spend, if you will. You see an effect on attrition or engagement of employees, and that can translate really quickly into productivity gains or savings on attraction. So there's real hardcore data that makes this a super business, basically. And I think that's the biggest mistake we kind of got ourselves into, that these two things are opposite and that they can't go together. It's just doesn't belong in today's world, really. Yeah.
If I can pick up on that quickly, how in your operations, in Pandora's operations, are you making that shift? You're making rather marked and significant transitions into recycling, for example, and in your business, that's considerable. And I imagine this week at Davos, there are going to be a number of conversations about mining and metals, and I'm curious how you're thinking about that and how actually leaning into that recycling element and more sustainable materials is strengthening your business and reducing geopolitical risk as well.
Yeah. So we So for many reasons, we saw that our main reliance, our main footprint, our main impact are the main raw materials we're using. They're related to mining. So silver is our main raw material, one of the biggest silver purchasers of the world. Gold as well, we use quite a lot of, and other metals. And so looking at a climate mitigation perspective, shifting these volumes to recycled sources brings down our footprint in Scope 3 significantly. So if we could do just one thing to ease our impact on the planet, that would be it. So we decided 5 years ago to conduct such a transformation. And so looking at that is kind of, that's where sustainability becomes quite a long-term and a systemic change. We couldn't just call a supplier and say, hey, please ship this tomorrow, because it didn't exist. There wasn't, verified supply chains in place for that. Also, we couldn't get a company to just run with this. So what we've done is we've embedded it in the incentives programs, in the corporate financing of the company. So this sits, the targets for circularity is tied into the entire financing. We have credit lines, corporate bonds, what have you. It's tied to incentives programs. And so you get kind of a company mobilized around a cause like this. Then you can gain momentum, and then you can actually move quite fast. So that's kind of the transition we've been through, and now the consumer, in a way, doesn't have a choice. Everything we put on the shelf is recycled silver and gold, because it has never been a consumer play. It's been a play for other reasons so far to generate this value. Yeah.
Great. Sophie, I'd like to turn back to you. SAP is working with a number of companies and organizations to really embed sustainability into their practices, their operations, and I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about that. I think you both did a great job at the outset of the conversation, really explaining why this is important, and it does lead to outcomes, but how? How do you operationalize that, and how can you work with organizations to really pinpoint where they can have greater efficiencies in their operations to reduce costs and also improve performance? Yeah. I will make sure I get really specific so we believe me, and I'll talk about boring things like auto parts, because I feel like when you apply it to that, it's like, yeah, you're really in the supply chain, right? But first, there was a piece of wisdom embedded in what you said that I think is so important to impart on the influencers of Davos, which is the supply chain doesn't exist to achieve our dreams. It must be created, and it must be created through companies generating demand, and then it must be supported by consumers valuing it. So we have to counter the narrative here this week that the supply chain cannot be created, because it can, and I can tell, and we'll tell many other examples. And we have to counter the narrative that consumers won't absorb it, because there is a mountain of data, industry by industry, that pushes that away. So it's on us to bring those two pieces of the value chain together. And just to contrast the beautiful world of Pandora, I'll take us to the practical world of car door installation made of foam, right? So this is very important. You want your car door to be insulated. It keeps you safe. It keeps you comfortable. And of course, many of the car manufacturers we might know off the top of our head, they don't produce that themselves. And so we work with one company in Turkey, Martor Foam Pack, who figured out that they could model different types of materials in this foam, in this car door, including through the use of AI, and market them differently to their supply chain and to their consumer, showing how you can drop emissions by up to 80% by doing so. And then they named the different materials after different melting glaciers. Yeah. That is marketing. And it's wonderful to hear those concrete examples, right? And really being able to grab onto what we mean by this, and not only the impacts, but the how. How do you do it, and how do you bring others along? I think that's absolutely part of leadership in this space. And I'd like to expand the conversation a little bit from sustainability to also the social aspect of ESG and governance, and the need to be, inclusive in that leadership. And Mads, I'd like to turn to you. And when you're thinking about bringing on and recruiting leaders to really drive this transformation forward, and also thinking about women in leadership, how are you thinking about that? And how are you really making sure that you're committing to the targets that Pandora has set?
So it's in a way, it's much the same way, right? So it kind of starts out with us setting an ambition level. So if it was CO2, we say 50% down by 2030. That's the target. And what's the program needed to get us there? What are the investments needed to get us there? And embed all of that into the way we incentivize top management. Because if you don't, it's always a nice to have and not a thing that you have to prioritize. We go about it the same way when it comes to diversity inclusion. So we set out to become gender parity, have a gender parity in our top leadership, so the top 100 executive management, board of directors. By 2030, the latest, we'll get there much earlier, quite soon actually. And we put that into milestones, we put it into the programs that incentivize top management. So we break it down just like each executive member has a CO2 roadmap, they have a roadmap for getting to where we want. And that way it becomes, actionable programs, just like anything else we do in the company, and it can be prioritized. So we're past 40% women in our top leadership now and heading firmly towards the 50, which is, of course, where we should be. And that becomes then a driver for other elements of diversity. So we're fully aware that that's just one aspect, but it's also a very important one that kind of tends to have a halo effect on other aspects of diversity. So it's not the full program, but a main component.
Absolutely. Sophia, how do you think about that question? And you're a woman driving change in this sector, and what are some of the characteristics of leadership in this space? And recognizing that there are so many leaders here at Davos, so many in this room, like how are you thinking about how to drive and support those leaders going forward so that they can make these commitments and utilize the resources to really drive better outcomes in business?
So I've been in the game a minute. I've been in corporate sustainability 22 years of minutes. And I remember being at a financial conference on Wall Street, literal Wall Street at one of the major banks for sustainability. And there was a coffee break, and the line for the ladies' room was out the door and around the corner. And there was 0 men going in and out of the men's room. And I was like, we have a problem. Right? If sustainability is going to be gendered, we are not going to get anywhere. And one of the best things that's happened to sustainability is the sort of rise of the financial construct. ESG has pros and cons, but it definitely brought a more diverse leadership base into the dialogue, and that has stayed for the benefit of the topic, because it's also brought in different experiences, different walks of life, different skill sets. And I know I'm supposed to answer the question through the women's lens, but I first do genuinely feel obligated to answer it through the sustainability lens, which is we will only be taken seriously when we have all those backgrounds and all those leaders there. And then for the many beautiful young women in the audience, thinking about corporate sustainability as a category, you have to go in nail hard, maybe diamond hard, right? Like you have to lead with data. And any time I hear someone leading with values in their personal career conversation, I'm touched by it and I redirect them because I want to see them get past middle management.
Very well put. Thank you. We're about at the end of our time, but just to close out and picking up on what you just said, if you are a leader either in this room or listening to the cast of this or the recording, what is one of the most compelling arguments you can make and advocates can make to others in the C-suite, to others that this is the path forward for improving outcomes, improving returns? What should they be focusing on? Why should this matter?
I think look at if we look at the average person working at our company or the average person looking for jobs with us, they keep scoring sustainability or environment or whatever way we phrase it higher and higher. It's a fact, it's data-based. So we know that the better we do that, the more of an attractive workplace we are. So that alone, forget the rest of the world, forget everything else, that alone makes this a brilliant case. And then on top of that, we got investors, we got stakeholders of many sorts, we got media that are interested in talking to us and profiling us, etc. That makes it just an even better business case. But then on top of that, we got to do it anyway. But look at the workplace. I think that is data right there for you.
Personally, obviously, the people involved and all that, but you asked what we should say to business leaders. So apparently we're going to put the people aside for a couple of years. Jokes. $100 billion in insurable damage this year from extreme climate events. $100 billion. That risk has to go somewhere. And it first is going to your insurance premiums, and then it is going to your P&L. If you are talking to a business leader who is not clicking into this larger picture so eloquently described already, focus on that. When risk is uninsurable, it does not go away. It gets passed on.
Powerful messages from you both. Thank you so much. Sophia Mendelsohn, Twomey Madsen, thank you for being here and for your work on this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Really excited to welcome our next panel up to the stage. We've got a packed house, so it takes a second for everyone to get through. All right, please, yes. I'd love to welcome Isabel Mestres, Chief Executive Officer of City Cancer Challenge, or CCAN, and Joe Romanelli, the President and Human Health International of MSD. Thank you so much for joining us. These conversations tonight have been terrific, and I'm really excited to dive into the next one. Our Her Power program is covering a lot of ground, from opposition movements to sustainability, and now we're going to talk a little bit more about health, and specifically about women. This session is entitled Thriving Cities and Healthy Women, and it's really focused on public-private partnerships for cancer care. As many of us in this room know, women are often at the center of health in communities, the health of our families, but somewhat paradoxically, women often have among the worst health outcomes, especially as it relates to cancer, and in particular, and in low and middle income countries. And that is what we're here to talk about. Why is that the case, and what can be done about it? And I have two experts with me coming from distinct but complementary perspectives on this issue. Not only what is the problem, but most importantly, what concretely is being done about it and what needs to be done to scale, strengthening health systems for better outcomes for women and reduced cancer rates overall. So, Isabel, I'd like to start with you first. You have spent the better part of the last few decades working on these issues. And first question to you is, with respect to women, where are women falling through the gaps? When you're on the front lines in cities around the world, what are you seeing with respect to women and cancer rates?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. So, first of all, a few facts to understand why women are falling into the tracks of the health systems. The woman accounts 75% of the workforce in the health system. And when we talk about the caregivers, it's 90%. We sustain healthcare. But 25% of the decision makers are men. So only 25% of the women are in decision-making positions. And if we go to low resource settings, we go to 5%. So the systems are designed by men for men. So that's the first challenge. The workforce. The women are not in leadership positions, so they're making decisions that are not adapted to women's needs. The other thing is patriarchal cultural things. We're seeing that there's a lot of gender bias that is affecting women. And we realized there was a Lancet Commission a few years ago where actually they've given evidence that because you are a woman, being the gender aspect of woman, you actually have worse outcomes. We are later in diagnostics than men. We have more access barriers. We are referred badly. So when we go with a headache, oh, you have a headache. We're not referred properly so the women are having late diagnostics in cancer. Even in Denmark, I've just read in the McKinsey report, 2.5 years more than men in delays. So there is a lot of barriers. And what we talk about the solutions, then we cannot address this as a disease only. We have to address from a whole comprehensive approach. Women not as patients, but what are women in society? What are the time issues that women have? What are the barriers they have to get to the doctor? Why they're late diagnosed? How we get the workforce into leadership positions if we want to actually address women's health. So it's not only a medical issue.
That's really stark. And you make very clear this is an issue everywhere. For you to just cite that statistic from McKinsey that, in Denmark, women are accessing care 2 years later than men. And imagine then the impacts around the world in low resource settings. Years. And then when you're talking about cancer, the degree to which that can metastasize and impact health outcomes if you don't have that early access to treatment, it's just remarkable, and I think really underscores that this is an issue that everyone needs to be addressing. Joe, I'd like to turn to you, and from MSD's perspective, MSD has really galvanized and gotten behind at women's health and with WEF and in partnership with WEF. And so from your perspective and MSD's, why focus on women and women's cancer? How are you seeing women falling through the cracks from a health systems perspective?
Yeah, so thank you, and it's great to be here. So I would say as one of the largest biopharmaceutical companies in the world, we've been grounded on 2 principles. One is how many people can we reach and how much help can we give them? So generally we follow the science. So if you take a key and a lock as an exemplar, the lock is the biology. We've had 2 billion years of evolution. So we're looking for a key that can unlock a biological process. And that could happen years ago from a small molecule to create an enzymatic reaction to then maybe prevent something or eliminate something, to all the way up to today where we're using cell and gene therapy to try to unlock disease and really turn back the clock on disease. Now, when we go after that research, we don't say, hey, we want to be here, we want to be there, we want to be in men's health, or we want to be in women's health. We let this science guide us. Now, what's been great about us as a company is that we have this, I would say, mission of We tried never to forget that medicine is for the people, profits will follow. And that sent us to the right places. So one great exemplar of that is cervical cancer. So many years ago, we developed a vaccine that would potentially prevent cervical cancer. It's our HPV vaccine. Now, when we think about cervical cancer around the world, we've had this vaccine since 2006. There's still 1,000 women per day dying of cervical cancer. And, shame on us if we don't do something to eliminate that. And what's even harder to accept, at times, many years, we didn't have ample vaccine. So we had to really distribute vaccines according to which health systems were ready for it. And not all health systems were ready for it. We got so good at producing the vaccine that we now had a surplus. And even last year, we went out to many countries and said, not only do we have enough vaccine, we'll give it to you for free. Do you know how many countries took us up on that? 0. And to me, there's a problem in the system, and I think something that this extraordinary leader can help solve is how do we build the right ecosystem that really ensures that all parts of the healthcare community are connected. Because what happens is you go to a country and someone has an idea, but there aren't oncologists. There isn't a pap smearing program, right? There's nowhere to go to get a pap smear. There's not enough OBGYNs in the community. There aren't enough oncologists if you're diagnosed with cervical cancer. And then you probably, to the earlier point, don't have a treatment. Now, one area that I think has worked really well, and we cited breast cancer. If you look at breast cancer today, if you're diagnosed early, almost 100% survival rate at 5 years. But if you're not diagnosed, if you're diagnosed late, that drops down to 25%. And so I think what we've tried to do in working in partnerships, public-private partnerships, is find leaders who are trying to, just going back to that key and lock, unlock the system, because we know we have resources, those keys, to then help that system. And I think when we look at women's health, I think we're making steady progress. I'll give you one great example. We bought a company 2 years ago, and that company produces what's called an antibody drug conjugate, and that's directed against TROP2. This largely impacts women's cancers, endometrial cancer, for example. We know that we'll be first in class, and so we're already thinking through what would need to be true in these markets, that we have the right enterprise go-to-market processes, that in a place like Indonesia where they don't have enough oncologists, we can make sure we make that available to Indonesian women. And so that's something we have to start very early, because you have to have the right clinical trials, you have to have the right manufacturing processes, and you have to have the right regulatory framework to be able to launch those products in those markets. So I think having these types of partnerships can help us, especially in those low middle income markets, to be able to do that.
Thank you for that. And I think that's a great segue to understanding the how in terms of breaking down those silos and really forging the kinds of partnerships that are able to affect change in dynamic and different systems and settings. So, we talk about Denmark, we talk about Indonesia. Each one of those locations is so distinct and so different. And so understanding those localities, what may be common but also unique within each setting, is absolutely important to breaking down those silos and strengthening local systems. And so, Isabel, I'd like to turn to you. City Cancer Challenge is doing and has been doing incredible work at local levels, understanding what are those dynamics and what really needs to happen to connect those dots. And so I'm curious if you could talk a little bit more about that work to understand each one of those landscapes, and then we'll come back around to, Joe, what you were just talking about, how those kinds of partnerships are really instrumental and absolutely vital to ensuring better health outcomes at a local level, and then to be able to scale.
Excellent. So I'm happy to share the model, because actually, if you're not working on oncology, but you're working on other disease, it's going to be very, very useful. So actually, 9 years ago, we were launched here in Davos. And SICAN was created because, exactly to Joe's point, if you live where you live or who you are defines if you survive or not of cancer. So, 75% of women with breast cancer die in low-resource settings, while 25% die in high-income countries. So it's a knowledge transfer. There is the treatment, there is the innovation, but it's not reaching the patients. So we had a question is how? How do we support low and middle-income countries to actually upgrade their system to benefit for all this great innovation? How do we support governments to translate plans into action? Because we were seeing a lot of national cancer control plan, a lot of great deals at the UN, but very little actually getting implemented. So back then, oncology was it's a complex disease, and it was so focused at the national level, and we were seeing a lot of intervention like screening. But screening in those contexts just give you some facts that there's some potential people with cancer, but those people, those women are going to have access to a diagnostic. They're going to have to pay out of pocket for the treatment. So those interventions didn't change the system. So we wanted to actually come with a solution that was transformative, that tackled the system in a whole. And that was like, wow, everybody thinking like, how on earth are you going to do that? And that's where we decided to go to cities. And don't think about a city like the political dimension. Don't start thinking of your mayor necessarily. Think of the city, that the city is the minimum viable product of a system. It's a national system in a reality. You can touch it. You bring all the different hospitals. You can see how the patient navigates from primary to secondary to tertiary. You can see how the academia brings the workforce. You can see how the data is collected. In a city, things happen. It's touchable, it creates. So working at the city level, we bring all the stakeholders that normally they don't work together. So we work national government, regional government, local government, directors of public, private hospital, the academia, the reimbursement system, insurance, the private sector, civil society, work together and start understanding where are the gaps in the system. So we are able to collect real-world data because it's tangible. Country level, it's policy. So at the city, we generate the data, and we work with the local stakeholders to come with contextualized solutions. We bring the international community, the global experts like WHO or the Atomic Energy Agency or ASCO, to bring the evidence. But that evidence is based on high-income country. So we work with locals to translate that evidence into contextualized evidence of those contexts. So we're currently working in 16 cities. The model works. We're seeing already reduction on time from diagnostic to treatment, decrease on abandonment rates. We're starting to see outcomes, and we're now ready to scale. And we're very excited to work with Merck, with MSD, because this is not and we'll talk about that, this is not a one single actor challenge. We need to work all together, and it's so bright, the future. It's looking good. We know how. We just now need to get all together to make it happen.
Okay, so we know how, and you explained that very well, and the work you're doing is absolutely incredible to harness that data and learn from it and see how it can be replicated. But in terms of working together, it's hard, right? Working with Heather.
It's fascinating.
It's fascinating. Yes, you're right. It's fascinating. Very well put. And it takes time. And so I'm curious, Joe, from your perspective and in your work, when you're thinking about forging those partnerships, how do you go about it? And how are you thinking about it in terms of bringing together the local officials, leaders like Isabel at CCAN? How are you thinking about forging those relationships and making sure that everyone is bringing to bear their distinct but complementary perspectives and skills?
Yeah, so I'll use a metaphor going back to the HPV vaccine. One of the interesting things that I've observed in this role over the past 3.5 years, prior to this, I was leading our business in China. And it was a lot easier to get women to line up at vaccination centers who are, in their 30s to 40s, even up to 45, to be vaccinated because they want to take control of their health. And that was happening in low and middle income countries. It's a lot harder to do that here in Europe. We're making steady progress, but to convince someone who's a mid-adult woman who's been married to then go out and be vaccinated, it's a very different thesis around what knowledge do they need? How do you activate that consumer in the same way that you've done it in places like Thailand, in the Philippines, in China? It's interesting. People will travel miles, hours to be vaccinated. They pay out of their pocket, and their income Their annual income is a fraction of what it is here in Europe. So what I've found in working with leaders in this world is they're much more entrepreneurial. They're willing to get together, they're willing to drop egos and develop solutions. When we look at places like India, we have the leading oncology product in the world. The government was taking its time thinking through, should we reimburse this? Because we think we're here in Europe, we think about reimbursement. So we worked with a few local partners to figure out, well, how could we drive access out of pocket, but use third parties to determine how people could pay and what could they afford based on their annual salary. And so trying to create these bespoke systems for each individual in a private market. And that kind of entrepreneurial spirit, I think, thrives in the emerging markets and low-middle income countries. So I think, number one, the mindset is right. Now, sometimes, you talked about this earlier, people tend to play in their boxes. So you just need someone that can kind of string them together and help them understand that the value chain, the process, how it's going to work, and how they fit into that process. So I think mindset is critical. Number two is resourcing. These things don't happen because we wish them to happen. It takes time, energy, and resources. And I'm not just talking about financial resources. I tell my children, you don't become a champion by showing up on Saturday. You become a champion by showing up 4 hours in the gym every day. That's how you become a champion on Saturday. It's the same thing. These things don't happen because we show up at Davos. Beautiful place. They happen because somewhere in Phnom Penh, someone's grinding away to try to figure out how to connect this screening center with this diagnostic center with this hospital. And that's driving the results, but no one sees that. Yeah. And so how do you continue to support those folks in working with organizations like that? And then lastly is it's up to us to then feed that with new inventions. Our job is invention. By the way, we fail at it 99% of the time. But we have to kind of keep aspiring to invent new things that are going to treat some of the most undruggable diseases that we've found. I mean, we don't understand enough about the human biology, and that's why hopefully AI, we talked about this earlier, will help us. But I think to me, those three things are extremely important because we don't have a modality here. A lot of this work is great. So you've screened someone, you've diagnosed them, but there's nothing there to treat them with. And so I think all those things have to happen in concert.
I'm going to pick up on that and your point about resourcing and how important it is to bring to bear resources and capacity, especially in a resource-constrained environment. And so when you're thinking about the fascinating process of partnerships, I'm curious, Isabel, how you're thinking about that resourcing and in very resource-constrained environments, low-income settings, low-resource settings, how are you thinking about mobilizing those partners that have knowledge to bring to bear, financial resources to bring to bear? You're sitting at the helm of this organization and you have to pick your partners so that there is that complementarity. How are you thinking about that?
So, first of all, it's not about bringing, there is no money to go to take, and GDPs are what it is. So it's about how we can have an efficient system and what are the best interventions, because sometimes we bring the different hospitals and they all say, no, I need a PET scan. No, I want the PET scan. And I'm like, well, because data is showing that in the private hospital, the PET scan is available and underutilized. So let's think together how we leverage that PET scan. And this is part of the importance of generating the data. So we bring the data and we come with the efficiencies for the system. And then once we have what is important for the local stakeholders, then we mobilize the community. And this is important because traditionally, there's a lot of donor-driven interventions. City Cancer Challenge is locally led. We don't respond to donors, and that is a huge challenge, let me tell you, from a fundraising perspective. A lot of pharma, technology companies, digital companies come to us and say, oh, we want to test this AI, or we want to do this thing on lung cancer. And I'm like, well, it's not a priority for the local stakeholders. And that is hard. But we're so committed on strengthening the system and responding to the local system that then our role is to bring the right partners that have the right mindset, that they're looking for the long term, not for the short intervention that is going to give you the nice, shiny numbers for your brochure, but it's not going to make any transformation at the local system. So the first thing is, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it because it's very hard to maintain this model. But I have to say I'm very lucky with our partnership with Merck and a few other companies that understand it. How do we do it? Being very transparent and say, okay, you want this intervention, let me tell you, at the end of the year, you're gonna have X woman screen and that's it. Yeah. But it's not gonna happen. So trust, transparency, be very open. The more open and the more you prove that this is the good for the long term, that's gonna be transformative, I think the more credible you are. You're not gonna get the quick money, but you're gonna get, hopefully, the right partners around the table.
Yes.
By the way, just a public service announcement. So MSD is US Merck. I don't want to get in trouble here in Europe. We're called MSD outside of the US.
So what is the right one? I always get confused.
In the US, it's Merck. Outside the US, it's MSD.
Say
MSD.
Okay. Thank you for that. And your focus on health system strengthening for the long term, because in a lot of cases, as you said, there's no money. And so where can there be greater systems alignment and efficiencies gained and through these partnerships?
Can I add something? Sorry.
Yeah, please.
There is money, but there is no data on where to invest that money. So there is a lot of money and willingness to invest, but most of the money is going to private hospitals where it's more but it's not bringing equity. So the big challenge we need to know is generate data and evidence for unbankable deals to attract the money. So I want to say, I want to take that back. There is money, but there is no data to bring that money.
And I think there needs to be a case made to those who have those resources on where to most efficiently and effectively invest. So on that note, and we're running out of time, we're out of time, but Joe, want to close with you and get your perspective on that exactly. You know, speaking to the audience at the World Economic Forum and thinking about health system strengthening for the long term, where do those investments need to be targeted and why is it worth it if your focus is on near-term return?
Yeah, so as I said, I'll just give you an exemplar from us as a company. So back in the 1980s, river blindness in sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America was, debilitating, and not just personally, but economically. We developed something called ivermectin, Mectizam, and we've been donating that product for the past 30 years. And in many cases, many parts of the world, we've been able to eliminate river blindness. But that started because of leadership. None of this happens without leaders. No matter how much money you have, all the money at it you want. Nothing will happen if you don't. We had a leader, a CEO at the time, who saw this as an epidemic, even went to governments, and they said, not interested. And so he pledged that not only would MSD develop, manufacture this product, but we'll give it for free in perpetuity. And we've been doing that. In fact, we reached 250 million patients last year with our Mectizam program. So I think it takes leadership. I think leaders, find a way to get things done. They plow through. They make sure that if there isn't resourcing in one area, they're going to go to another area. If they need people in one area, they'll go to another area. But they stay committed and they see things through the long term. So just like as a company, we can't take shortcuts. Same thing with CCAN. They can't take shortcuts. They have to look at the long term. They can't just, you're in 15 cities today. You don't want to be in 30 tomorrow. You have to be very strategic about where you're going to invest your time, your resources, and what type of outcomes are you going to drive. So I think all of us need to think through this as a long-term opportunity. And what I hope is that one day these low middle income markets train the higher income markets. Because I think what we're going to learn here may drive, because no country is one market. I grew up in Philadelphia. We didn't have a lot of money, right? You went to a public clinic. You can go out here. I live in Switzerland. There are places where people need help in Switzerland. There are places where people need help in Poland. So there are many other parts of the world, not just where we talked about in Cambodia, that could use help. So I think we prove it there, and then we can spread it elsewhere.
Very well put. Thank you both. So much more to discuss, but I appreciate your time today, the work you're doing, and the threads of team science and also leadership for the long term. You're both demonstrating that very, very well. Thank you both. Joe Romanelli, MSD, and Isabel Mestres from CCAN.
But wait, there's more. I know we're all having an opportunity to chat, but we're going to start our new session. There are a few people who are waiting to come in as well. So, and there's plenty of seats up front, so please do join us. Wait for them to cycle through. So, I'm so very pleased to be joined by Lucy Perez, McKinsey Health Institute leader. We're going to talk about brain capital. I'm going to allow a few people to come in for a moment. Please do join us. Okay, we'll kick off. So, Lucy, thank you so much for being here with us. We really do appreciate it. We'll let a few people cycle up front. It's been a very, very interesting Her Power so far, so we're so glad to have you here with us.
Thank you for having me. It's also so exciting to be here in like World Woman House, right? So, real honor.
Well, welcome to Her Power. So we're here to talk about brain capital and our brains, which is a very important topic. And I want to set the stage a little bit for all of us. These brains are our most essential organ, and we've been underinvesting in our brains at exactly the moment that they matter the most. So brain-related conditions account for a quarter of the global disease burden, and the impact on women in particular is immense. So we're going to talk about that and pull that apart. Closing the women's health gap also means addressing the gap in brain health, where conditions like depression, anxiety, dementia, and migraines disproportionately affect women, but yet women bear a huge amount of burden, and that's insufficient. So, despite advances in neuroscience, we still understand far too little about how our brains work, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. One of the interesting tidbits that you've pointed out is that, to me, is that there is a lot of return that can be brought with investment in brain health. And I think the stat that you've given is that $4 in productivity for every $1 invested is the return on brain health. That's the yield. So we can directly link brain health to economic health, and that's something that we'd like to talk about today. So interestingly, you just released a report with the World Economic Forum, which I got an advanced look at. It's fascinating, talking about brain capital, so really keen to hear a little bit about more on that from you. And maybe we could just kind of like set the level playing field on what is brain capital? What are we talking about when we talk about brain capital?
So, thank you again for having me here to have this conversation, because indeed, our brains are our most essential organ. And what's really fascinating, when you look at value creation, we're really moving into a world where the things that we design, imagine, and connect with our brains are increasingly the sources of value creation, right? And so what is that economic asset? That is brain capital, the combination of brain health and brain skills. That, in a way, it's analogous. We talk about financial capital, physical capital. Brain capital is this value creation energy and, powerhouse, I would argue, in our economy that we've been underinvesting in.
Great. And when you talk about skills, tell us a little bit about the skills that you're referencing.
Yes. Because one of the things that we really get into this report as we were talking about brain capital is that brain health and brain skills really feed on each other. Healthy brains enable you to develop stronger brain skills, and vice versa. Good brain skills power healthy brains. Mm-hmm. And so what we mean by brain skills are those skills that, frankly, are the ones that make us human, right? We're talking about things like resilience, adaptability, cognitive and leadership skills that show up in how we relate with others.
Great. And why does this matter particularly now? Why in this moment of time?
Well, you may have heard the word polycrisis being used a lot more these days, right? And when we talk about all the challenges that we're facing, whether we're looking at geopolitics, right, technological advances, climate crisis, the list goes on, our brains are under stress, right? So thinking about how we nurture those brains and how we ensure those healthy brains and really embracing brain skills is of the essence.
And how significant is that gap with women's brain health? I was just referencing that earlier. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about how it undermines women's skills and participation in the workforce.
Absolutely. So 3 years ago, we started a collaboration with the World Economic Forum looking at the economic impact of investing in women's health. At the time, there was even a bit of a debate, how do we define women's health? Because for a long time, it had been narrowly defined as those conditions that are unique to women. But what that work showed is that actually, women's health is not just those conditions that are unique to women, but also those conditions that impact women disproportionately or differently. And when you start looking at the conditions that make up brain health, neurological disorders, mental health conditions, substance use disorders, you start seeing there's quite a few of them that impact women differently or disproportionately. You talked about some of them earlier when you were talking about anxiety, depression, migraines, dementias, to name just a few. And to date, we've spent very little energy and dollars in looking at sex-based differences in those conditions, and they're quite profound. And as a result, even though women live longer than men on average, people tend to think that must mean they're healthier, but they actually end up spending a lot more time in poor health than men do. And it is not at the end of life. It's actually during women's prime working years, ages 20 to 60. And a quarter of that gap, of that extra time spent in poor health, ties back to brain health conditions. The other thing that we are exploring in this report is not just women as the patient, but women as the caregiver. Because as you're probably aware, women bear the majority of paid and unpaid caregiving responsibilities. And when it comes to brain health, take dementias alone as an example, 70% of those caring for dementia patients are women. And so that's, in a way, the double burden of the brain economy, because you're taking those women out of the workforce in many times, and that's limiting their productivity, their choices, right?
And this is why it's an economic priority, not just a health issue. This is really the point that you're making.
Exactly, because I mean, we quantified the whole women's health gap to be at least over $1 trillion in lost economic opportunity every year, and a quarter of that ties back to brain health. So we're talking $250 billion every year that is being lost because we're not thinking and putting attention behind those sex-based differences when it comes to brain health.
Could you also maybe talk a little bit about, we're in the middle of a workforce transition in the age of AI. And specifically, you know, I thought AI it's going to do all the thinking for us. We really don't have to worry about our own skills anymore. Why does this matter in particular for women and the skill set when it comes to the AI transition?
And indeed, this transition means there's a lot of reskilling that is going to happen. The World Economic Forum is estimating that close to 60% of workers are undergoing reskilling in the next 5 years. I don't think we've had another period of time where it's been that dramatic. And when you think about what does reskilling mean, it means learning new skills, right? That is all brain skills, right? It's how we learn, how we adapt to work differently. And so that is why it's so much of the essence that we're thinking about these brain skills. One of the pieces of research that we looked at is, in terms of embracing these new technologies, how often are managers encouraging their employees to do so, right? And there's actually a significant gender gap there. We saw that only 21% of women are getting that encouragement from their managers to embrace this, whereas for men, the number is 50% higher. So considering that women make up 51% of the population, depending on the industry that you're in, can be significant number of the workforce. In some industries, closest to 80%. Thinking about how to ensure the brain skills are there and the support is essential to realize that full potential.
That's great to hear. Can you and important for us to remember, and especially as a manager, I need to keep thinking about that. Maybe you could give us some examples. How do we redesign our systems? What's a way that we can? How can I rework my workplace with brain health in mind?
Yeah, and what's interesting, you say I, my, and indeed, we have to think about the individual, but not just the individual, right? It is how do we work differently as a team, right? And as an enterprise, how is work designed to really encourage and foster those brain skills? What we're seeing, employers do that's working well in terms of, one, making resources available, but really focus on taking away the stigma. With many mental health conditions, for example, for long, there's been a lot of stigma in the workplace around taking advantage of some resources that may be available. And you see executive teams increasingly helping normalize the conversation. That is, for example, one of those critical elements. it is making resources available today with technology. For example, there's sometimes the nudges that help you think, am I taking, a break when I need to, right? Am I getting, the right amount of sleep, for example? Sleep is the number one thing in my personal view, right? When it comes to what are the things that I am doing for myself, right? But then you think about the team and how workflows are redesigned. Oftentimes, we're seeing a lot of point solutions proliferating. That's a lot of cognitive overload as you think, okay, I now have a new tool for this, a new tool for that, a new tool for that. Can get a little intense, right? Instead, the organizations that are thinking about how do I redesign that workflow end to end so that I am building into it the brain skills, right? I am helping make it easier to learn how to use. That's another big part. And how are we training managers, right, to notice and to be able to intervene much earlier? Because when it comes to brain health, there's so much that we know already about interventions that work. And so we calculated that if we deployed known interventions, we could already be unlocking over $6 trillion of economic productivity. Those are big numbers.
Those are big numbers.
Yeah.
Those matter. So I was asking, again, the I-me question.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing me up to what we can all do, as managers. How about cooperating across kind of the ecosystem between boards of directors and shareholders and sector leaders in government, public, private, philanthropic, to make this more of a collaborative issue to focus on?
Anytime you're tackling a big problem, collaboration is of the essence, and this is also true here. In putting together this report with the WEF, we actually launched a Brain Economy Action Forum where we brought together organizations from all over the world, because the reality is you need all the different perspectives. You need the innovators who are spending time in some of the basic science, right? Policymakers, educators. You think about these skills, start with, young kids, right? And so that collaboration has been, I think, part of what we hope with this report is get really practical around what are the things that one has to do. Again, as an individual, right? For example, as part of a team, it can be your employer and more broadly in society, right? Because if we tackle this by thinking about, on one hand, safeguarding brain health, right? Fostering those brain skills, continue to study, invest, and mobilize for brain capital, we can unlock all this.
Okay, I like that. I would love to understand a little bit more about one of the things that I thought that was interesting in your report was about research and measurement.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to know a little bit about the key metrics we should look at to track progress. How do we know if we're doing this right, if we're moving the ball forward and focusing on brain capital and investing in brain capital?
And this is where I will start by saying something you're probably going to be, oh, I'm not giving you the one answer. There's one metric, and that is the magical metric. We don't have the one. There are, different metrics at different organizations, again, aligned with their own objectives and what they're solving for, and different communities, because it is not the same thing when you're thinking about the brain capital of an organization that's focused on employees, let's say, ages 22 to 65, whereas, society looking overall. But it is, again, looking at this metrics of understanding the presence and absence of disease, right? That's one. Learning agility is something that a lot of employers, particularly these days, are really keen to measure and understand, recognizing with the plethora of new tools coming available, how ready is my organization to take those on?
Okay, so those are some good ones, actually. I'm not disappointed in that. And maybe you could talk about a little bit where you see brain capital thinking kind of influencing investing decisions now. Is there money being put against this right now? And any examples you could share with us would be super helpful.
Yeah. So I think what is really exciting, even in this WEF meeting, we can see it, how many different convenings are happening around this topic, right? And how it's bringing together investors from both public, private, and social sector to put real money behind this, right? One of the early ones was the Coalition for Mental Health Investment. They were here in Davos last year already making big announcements and bringing together players like Wellcome Trust, COCORA in Africa. So quite a few organizations, and we're just seeing continued addition to that. I think what is really interesting is that you're also seeing right from, like, as you look at it in the private sector, whether it is the focus that several pharmaceutical companies are making in the neuroscience space, for example, or mental health or substance use disorders, that is an area that we anticipate seeing continued development of the pipelines in this area. I mean, earlier you quoted the 25% of disease burden ties back to brain health conditions, right? Less than 5% of health dollars are going towards that. So that's a number
that's
we
inadequate.
expect to see
We want to
growing.
watch that
Yes.
move. Excellent. Well, with the return that you're talking about, that should help. I wanted to talk a little bit, just touch on the global issue also, because equity is important not just between the genders, but probably also lower middle income countries versus more developed countries. So are there any ways that we can ensure that brain capital investment reaches those countries where the health gap, the access challenges are the hugest, really?
Yeah. And this goes back to my comment earlier that indeed we already know a lot about interventions that work, and that some that may be more effective for high income environments and some for low and middle income. But also the thing to think about, and I actually think brain capital and how we think about the brain economy, it presents some really interesting and attractive opportunities also for those low and middle income countries where we see a different demographic profile, right? A much younger population in many of these countries that you're like, this investments can help leapfrog, right? As we think about readiness to adopt new ways of working, new technologies, and making this intervention earlier in life can have an even bigger return.
And also a bigger gap in gender care, I would imagine, in those countries as well.
It depends on the country, interestingly. Yeah, it's not necessarily a blanket statement. We can,
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're almost out of time, but I wanted to make sure we touched on one thing. You're raising awareness here at Davos, which is fantastic, and all of you can become emissaries for this as well. But if you could issue, it's very popular these days, folks who are in control, to issue executive orders. There have been a lot of those floated around. So if you could issue an executive order to leaders here at Davos about brain capital and gender equity, something they could try and implement this year, let's try and get tangible, what would it be?
So the dream, here we go, right? Like you said, we started with awareness, but this is how are we investing in the brains, in our workplaces, in our communities, in society. It starts with early childhood education, right? Because we're talking about this is a life course investment, but then it is, and this is why it becomes so important that we think about these opportunities to facilitate the public-private social sector collaboration. So I am very excited about those. And to your point on metrics, seeing that we're putting a lot more attention and intentionality behind tracking those metrics to making sure that we see this gap decreasing and realizing the full potential of the brain economy.
That's great. Well, we'll keep that in mind as we move forward in our discussions here at Davos also. But I really want to thank you for sharing your insights and your thoughts on brain capital. Where can we find the report so that we can access it and school up on this?
Making it, part of it is making it easy, redundant. So both on the World Economic Forum website and the McKinsey Health Institute website.
Great. So I encourage you all to have a look at that report. It is actually a fascinating read. We all, this all matters to all of us because we all have brains. It is our most important organ, and we need to exercise those skills. And I know I have quite a few takeaways here for our organization and how we think about reskilling, how we think about building skills, and making sure that we are accommodating for that and investing in our brains. So thank you so much, Lucy Perez, McKinsey Health Institute. Please, a round of applause for Lucy.
Thank you, Andrew, so much.
I'd now like to welcome my colleague Ravi Agrawal, the editor of Foreign Policy, who is going to have a conversation with Catherine Russell of UNICEF. We're so excited about that. Please do join us.
Okay, hi everyone. You know what, before I start, I'm just realizing that there are a few empty chairs inside, so I'm just going to ask if you are staying seated to try and move in a little bit. Thank you. I'm just going to ask you all to move in a teeny bit so we have a little bit more room for everyone to sit down. Hi everyone, I'm Ravi Agrawal. I'm the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy magazine and the host of FP Live. It is my pleasure to bring on stage our next guest. She has had several very important roles in US government, including as Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issue, where she integrated women's issues across every aspect of US foreign policy. She's also run President Biden's personnel office, but she's here in Davos this week in a very different role as the executive director of UNICEF. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Catherine Russell. It's great to have you. All right. I think that's on. Let's just test that out. Yes, it is. Okay, excellent. Catherine, thank you for making time. Thank you for being here.
Happy to, of course.
You know what, before I actually get going, ladies and gentlemen, at the back, if I can just ask for a wee bit of silence in the room there at the back, and do come in and sit down. I promise we won't bite. Okay, Catherine, let's get going. You know, big picture question, not about UNICEF, but just to start with the state of the world. Give us a sense of how you look at the world in 2026. There are obviously many conflicts that make your job harder. There's also a sense that the rules-based order is more challenged than it's been in a generation. Talk about that a bit.
Well, thank you, first of all, and it's nice to see you. I think there's no question that the geopolitical world is really tumultuous right now. And of course, that has an impact on UNICEF. At UNICEF, everything we do is focused on children and how things impact children. And so these big changes in the world are having an impact on us in a couple ways. One, and probably most directly, is because the countries led by the U.S., but certainly not just the U.S. and many European countries have really diminished and cut their development assistance, and also, I think, challenged whether development even makes sense for countries to do, which is very worrying, right? And I think, so that's a big problem for us, and we're trying to work through it. We've had to make cuts at UNICEF, as have all UN agencies and most of the NGOs as well. And we're trying to make ourselves sharper and better and more efficient, but there's no question that we can't possibly do more with less, right? So we will have to figure out how to at least do what we were doing before. The big problem is that the needs are so enormous in the world.
And they're growing, right? It feels
they're
like
growing,
sort of the manufacturing of conflicts and crises is just on sort of warp speed of sorts, which then makes it's like whack-a-mole.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, first of all, it doesn't seem like any conflict ever really ends, which is a problem. I mean, that's an overstatement, but it's largely true. These things go on and on. We've had big conflicts in the last few years. The first 2 months I was in the job, the Ukraine crisis started, and then, of course, Gaza. But we have many other big things. Sudan is a massive challenge for everybody in the world, but certainly for the children who live there and for the folks who are trying to respond to it. I would say, the difficulties are enormous. The funding is diminished. And I think also, and just as important as the funding is the questioning of whether there should be a multilateral system, should there be humanitarian response or not. And I think that is very worrying.
Yeah, how much has that damaged the work that you do at UNICEF?
Well, I would say at this point, we've been able to maintain most of the work. We've had to cut our staff about 20%, which was very traumatic, as you can imagine, because people who go to work for UNICEF mostly think of this as a calling, so it's not like you lose your job down the block, which is, would be traumatic for anybody anyway, but these are people who so identify with UNICEF, and so saying, I'm sorry, we can't afford this anymore has been traumatic. So it's been difficult. We have had to reprioritize a lot. We've consolidated efforts. So it's forced us, there's always a silver lining. I mean, there's one good piece, which is it's forced us to say, what is the essential work? What do we really need to get done? And also, and really importantly, how do we think about expanding the pool of people who are focused on children, who are thinking about children? So more partnerships, different partnerships. it's pushing the UN to work a little bit differently together, at least to examine how we do that. So that's a plus. But I would say overall, it's definitely diminished resources in a time when we really need more resources. And so you can do a lot with efficiencies and being more effective, but you can't do everything.
That makes sense. When you look around the world, I mean, obviously you've had to make personnel cuts, which is painful, and I'm sorry about that. But in terms of the countries and the conflicts in which you would like to be more active, but you cannot, I know you would say all of them, but which are the areas that you think are suffering the most?
Well, I would just say overall, the big challenge is the conflicts that we're working in are really complex and very challenging for children. So Ukraine is, the violence there is very difficult. Many children have been displaced. Gaza, I mean, you've all seen Gaza on the news. You know what that looks like. Thinking about what the next stages are there is really challenging at a time when we're still just trying to provide life-saving support for children who are already homeless, exposed to terrible cold rain, not in school. It just persists. I think the biggest challenge that I would look at and worry about is Sudan, which many people have some sense of, but just in terms of numbers, I mean, we have millions and millions of children who are on the move. We have millions of children who are hungry. We have children who are facing unbelievable violence. I mean, I was there just before Christmas, and the stories I heard were, I'm pretty used to bad stories, but they were terrible stories, honestly. I mean, one little boy was telling me, it wasn't so much harshness about his story, but I met him in a community, it was a boys' school, in a community called Kassala, and he described how his family lived in Al Fashir, and they had to keep moving, trying to run away from the militants. And every time they would go someplace, there would be more militants, and they would stop the family and threaten the family and demand resources. And so, he's a little kid. He's like 8 years old, and this is what his experience is. The girls, and I would say in many places, boys were killed. So it was hair-raising for the parents. But girls are facing a certain kind of horror there, which is just really high rates of sexual violence. Often girls raped by multiple people, frequently in front of family and communities, all for the purpose of terrifying the communities. And it's effective. It does terrify people. And hearing those stories from girls, I know it happens, but it's still heartbreaking. The upside is I still meet children, young people, girls who still think that they have a future ahead of them, which is at the same time really heartbreaking and really encouraging. You meet a girl who, in all likelihood, is not going to have a life that she really imagines, but she still imagines it. They'll still say, I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer, I want to be this. And I think, God, I mean, we have to do what we can to protect those dreams, but it seems really insurmountable in some of the situations where they're living.
Gosh, I don't know how you do it. When I think of the obstacles that you face, I mean, obviously, I imagine the biggest one is that conflicts keep happening and new ones keep emerging. But if you put that to aside for a minute, there's funding, obviously, which you mentioned. What are the other things that you are looking to get countries to cooperate on to improve outcomes?
Look, I think one of the biggest challenges many countries are facing, putting aside the conflict countries, right, and the really fragile countries, many countries are facing very difficult economic situations. So when we, the international community, say, okay, we're cutting back aid, okay, you need to be more self-sufficient, okay. What we do at UNICEF is work hard to try to build capacity of countries so that they can take care of their children themselves. So we try to build the health system, build the education system. But when we go to countries and say, you need to pay for more of this, you need to take on more of the burden, you can't pay, 3% of your GDP for education, you have to do better. They say, well, we don't have any money, right? They often don't have good tax systems or any tax systems. They often face something else which is really problematic, which is a lot of debt, right? Where they sometimes are paying more to service their debts than they can pay for education, healthcare, and child protection combined, right? So for us to say to countries, you need to do better, okay, fair enough, and I think that's probably right. Governments do need to take on more responsibility. They are the duty bearers for their children, but they need help getting there. And we see ourselves as trying to help build the capacity, explain how you build a health system that takes care of primary health care for children, and how you make sure that children are getting educated. And we do a lot of work all around the world so we can bring lessons from different places. But we also have to recognize that some of these countries, there are places where you have bad leadership. I'm not going to pretend there's not, and corruption and other things. But there are also a lot of well-meaning people who really can't see their way out of the debt that they're in.
We're in Davos. There are so many billionaires and centi-billionaires here. Is money really the problem? And is, what is the hurdle here?
It's such a good question, because I always think that I have someone in my family works in banking, and I'm always like, there is a lot of money out there. I know it's out there. The question is just, where does it go, right? And what are the priorities? And it's not, in my mind, so much individuals. I mean, individuals do a lot of giving. I'm not sure that's really, and we appreciate that and encourage it for sure. But I do think there need to for UNICEF and for other agencies like us, governments are the ones who are our primary supporters. And so for UNICEF, we have a very advanced effort on private sector fundraising. We've been doing it for years. We have sort of entities in every rich country where they mobilize resources and really try to advocate for more spending. And so the governments provide about 75% of our funding. So now, obviously, governments are providing funding that's provided to them by their taxpayers, right? So it's still individuals paying for it, but I think really governments are the ones who have an obligation, in my mind, to say we need to do better.
But then isn't that biased towards richer countries, which would have fewer problems to begin with?
Well, I'm saying they are the ones who should be mobilizing the resources for poorer countries, right? And I would say certainly even in rich countries, you can't find a country in the world where there aren't problems for children and problems for women. That is certainly the case. Everyone has work to do and to do better. But big countries, rich countries, can certainly, I think, afford to give more money to countries and poor people in countries who don't have that money.
Talk to us a bit about the problems in richer countries. I feel like I've focused a fair bit on conflict zones with you here, but I recognize that's just one part of the puzzle.
Well, rich countries, I mean, the interesting thing is they have the capacity to do things for their citizens. That's not to say they always do it, right? They can do it. They have the ability to raise resources, but certainly I would say there are issues that children face everywhere, and most of that in rich countries is related to poverty. Poor communities suffer more. They have less access to health care. They have less access to good education. I mean, it's kind of the same problems you can imagine. I'm not sure where you're from, but in probably most rich countries, you have the same challenges. Some countries probably have much better social services, but all countries face some challenges. The big problem, and one thing that I worry about a lot, is that the problem of violence is something that we see in every country, and that's worrying. Violence against women, violence against children. With children, some of it is, sort of people thinking that they're just doing good parenting. But we try to teach different ways to do that. Violence against women.
And a lot of this is at home, right?
Oh, yeah.
Both violence against women and bad parenting, of course.
Most of it is, yeah. And I actually came into this work through that avenue of violence against women. And I was shocked to see the numbers that really there's no country that doesn't have an issue with violence against women. And I think that ultimately comes to whether and how women and girls are valued in a society. Are they seen as equal? Are they seen as entitled to be sort of living a life without violence?
Is there an example of a country that had some of the societal, cultural issues you're describing and managed to turn it around?
I mean, honestly, the country I know best is the United States because I'm an American, and that's where I did some of this work. And back, excuse me, in the mid-1990s, the United States passed legislation that was federal legislation on violence against women. And that was the first time, I think, that it brought that issue to that level of attention for sure. But I was working in the Senate at the time, and we would do hearings, and police would come in and they would say, they'd testify, and they'd say, well, if we go to a home and the husband has hit the wife, which is usually the way it works, not always, but usually, a lot of times the police would say to the husband, just take a walk around the block and cool off. And then they would say to the woman, well, you could press charges, but do you really want to press charges? You've got the kids here, how do you think about that? And so it was not, it wasn't treated as, it was treated as something of a family matter, and you see that all around the world, where it should be treated as a crime like any other crime. Any other person who gets battered, you wouldn't say, oh, take a walk around the block, and do you really want to prosecute? No, of course not. So I think there was a sea change in the United States, and certainly the numbers overall of violence against women went down, but it persists as a problem there as it does in other places.
So what is the lesson there that other countries can learn? I mean, I'm sure there isn't a one-size-fits-all formula, but what are the lessons that you can provide either on reducing violence against women or children?
I think the main thing you're trying to do is change behavior and change norms. In my mind, the most important thing is you have to get legislation in place first, right? It can't be like a question about whether it's okay or not. It has to be clear that it is not okay to batter your spouse, right? And then the problem is that you can't just pass a law, and this is what we see in some countries that don't have a lot of capacity, because in the United States what happened was we passed the law, and then there was a lot of funding that went to local organizations, civil society organizations, who provide services and counseling, and all of that has to come behind it, and that can be really challenging because it's not inexpensive to do that. But you first have to set the norms, and then you have to bring the support behind it to try to change the way people view it.
In much of the developing...
Can I say one other thing? I don't know how many Americans are here, but if you remember back in the day, I'm looking at you, you're also young, but they used to joke about hitting a woman on TV. It's like, oh, your wife has a big, there was I can't remember the character, but it was like, oh, smack her in the face or something, and it was like people would make jokes about it. That does not, you don't see that on mainstream TV. And that's what I mean about changing the way people think about that. And that takes a lot of work.
Gosh, well, thank God for that. There's a sense that in much of the developing world, one of the big transformative things was the smartphone for a variety of reasons. But, for many people, it was their first camera, their first TV, their first MP3 player, their first map, their first private thing, because they never had a private TV or a private radio. And there was this sense that maybe this would lead to more freedom. That maybe, what the car did for the United States, the phone would do for many developing countries around the world. I'm not sure that's been borne out. I mean, I would have imagined 10 years on from the mass proliferation of the internet and smartphones in every hand. This is more for women than for children, who obviously will not access them for a while longer. But, is it your sense that on a trendline basis, these devices offer some glimmers of hope for people to have more freedom, to have an ability to compare themselves with global peers, to ask for more?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I haven't thought about it that much, but I would say on balance, it's a plus, right? Because a lot of things, early on, and it's still the case, although hopefully we're seeing less of it, but you would see in many places a family would have a phone, right? And the wife wouldn't have access to the phone, and the man would control it. And so I think just the fact that there are phones doesn't always mean that people who are really vulnerable have access to them. I think that the phone in general, if you think about it from the perspective of children, we see great potential for children in internet access and learning and ability to sort of understand what kind of world there is out there. It comes with real dangers for children as well, and we're worried about that. The conversations now are largely around AI and what that will mean for children, but I think with any new technology, there are great opportunities and there's real potential. Potential on the education side. We're looking forward to that. Potential in healthcare. We have primary healthcare workers in the world who have smartphones and can now track birth registrations, and they can track immunizations, and all of that is a plus, huge plus. But we also see that children can be really isolated and be looking at images and things on phones that we don't want them to look at. They're really vulnerable to that, and so I think the technology to me is like just another version of what it was before, right?
Yeah.
Which is the same difficulties, maybe with different. They present differently, but you've got to be aware of whatever change there is and how that impacts children.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As a journalist, one of the things I worry about the most, and I'm sure everyone here does too, is the rise of misinformation and disinformation, which I suppose is even more dangerous, and then AI can supercharge all of that stuff. I feel like this has been the case for the better part of 15 or 20 years, but never before has media literacy and digital literacy been more important. And I just cannot imagine a better time to start that than when you're a child. When you look around the world, do you see that as something that is taking off, or is it really being ignored?
It's not being ignored, but I wouldn't say it's taking off either. I think people understand that it needs to happen. I'm just not sure how quickly it's happening. I mean, I've seen some interesting reports saying that young people are actually more able to discriminate between good and bad media because they're more accustomed to it.
They're digitally native.
Yeah, than somebody my age who's like doesn't know what the hell. So I think maybe there's some of that, but I do think it has to be intentional to really work with children. And I think, children are vulnerable. I mean, that's everybody who knows a child knows that, and it's worrying to think about some of the things that we're seeing now with these images of children. I mean, I don't understand it, and I am horrified by it, but I know that it goes on, and I'm worried about what that means, certainly for these children, but also just more generally for the population when that becomes so ubiquitous. It's like, how can we have a world like that where children are treated that way? But there we are.
If you had a magic wand and you could just swish it around and get everyone in Davos to walk away with one set of facts that you really care about, or feel energized to do one thing, what would that be?
That's interesting. I think, look, I would say that if everyone could walk away understanding that the world is really complicated and difficult for children, and that we all need to, as a world community, try to protect children as best we can. And there's something that everyone can do in that space. Governments obviously have a lot to do, but the private sector is important, and individuals are important too. Just bring it up, raise it with people who have some ability to do something. There are all sorts of organizations doing great work, but I think as a world, we're so separated now and so divided, and it feels to me like children is a place where people can come together. It's not about party or ideology, it's about protecting the greatest resource the planet has, which is children. And if we don't do that, if they're not healthy and they're not educated, imagine what kind of world we're going to have. So I think if we all share that responsibility and share the commitment to making a better future for them, I think the world will be better off.
I can sign up for that. Catherine Russell, thank you so much. Thank you all of you for being here. Real pleasure. Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Thank you.
You are?
So thank you very much for being here, everyone. We really appreciate you coming to join us for FP's first Her Power at Davos. We really enjoyed the program. I think it was fitting that we ended the program with a conversation on what's happening with children around the world, particularly girls. It's such an important and inspiring conversation to have here in Davos, where there's so much power and so much money and influence to do something about it. So thank you. We heard so many different insights from leaders around sustainability, mental health, brain capacity and brain health, to the role of cities and public and private partnerships to address cancer and other diseases. So I hope you all took something away from these conversations, that you take an action or share what you learned here on stage. So thank you again for being here. Also, thank you to our partners at the World Woman Foundation, the McKinsey Health Institute, MSD, and Pandora. Thank you to all our speakers as well. We'll be here on the ground all week doing programming across a lot of different topics. Tomorrow night, if any of you are interested, we're hosting an AI for all reception. You can find more details on all of our programming that's coming up on foreignpolicy.com/events. So I hope you can tune in, join us, also become a subscriber to Foreign Policy if you're not already. And please stick around. We're going to have a reception with food, drinks, a DJ. So we hope we can have a little fun as well here on the Magic Mountain. So thank you again. And I think L Acoustics, one of our partners here at the World Woman Davos, is going to just make brief remarks.
Hi everyone, so we're happy to be there. So I'm Françoise and this is Amber, and we work at L Acoustics. So L Acoustics is the company who provided with sound, loudspeakers, as you see. We're very excited to be here this week because open dialogue is also linked to sound, because we can dialogue with sound as well and trigger emotions. When it comes to emotions, when it comes to performance, we see also that women are underrepresented. So that's why we had solutions. And we are happy to introduce this brilliant reception, and we hope that you will enjoy, and Amber will introduce the artists.
Hi, everyone. We are so thrilled to have the artist De Laurentiis here with us tonight. She came in with Louis, her technician, all the way from Paris, specifically to do this performance. So thank you to her and to him. She is an artist, composer, and producer, and her latest album has been completely created in 360 immersive. So you guys are getting a very, very special premiere tonight of her doing this particular performance in Eliza, our immersive technology here at Davos. So as Francois said, we're so happy to be here and to be, spending time with all of you and creating dialogue and, using sound for change. So with that, we're gonna put on some music. We're gonna give her a few minutes to get set up. Everybody hang out and we'll get started. Yay.